Welcome everyone to the Prague International Chess Festival 2024. This is International Master Sagar Shah and with me is
Amruta Mokal.
Hello Amruta.
Hi Sagar, Prague Chess Festival. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling tremendous. We are in the city of Prague and we are at the venue where the Prague Masters is taking place, and inside here we are doing the commentary. It's our first commentary outside India doing together. So I'm very excited.
And that too in our favorite city, Prague.
Yes, we did travel across the city in the last few days, and I will greatly recommend all those who are in Prague and around here to come to the venue Don Giovanni Hotel to witness this epic tournament. This is going to be fantastic. We are in the 6th edition of the Prague International Chess Festival. The Prague Masters is the big highlight event of this entire festival, where we have 10 of the best players in the world of chess fighting it out.
And today on day one, Sagar, the pairings are already very interesting. Can we take them through the pairings?
For sure. Amruta, this field is kind of, having 3 candidates. I will also say 2 local players from Czech Republic. There is the winner of last year's Challengers section, Bartel, and then there are 4 players who are just amazing. So there we have the pairings: Vidit versus Navara. So Vidit is the candidate from India taking on David Navara. Then we have Northerbek Abdusattarov taking on Nguyen Thai Daiwan. We also have Gukesh versus Rapport. That's going to be a crazy game because they both are very creative.
Absolutely. And by the way, Sagar, David Navara is a Czech player, a very top player from which city? Do you remember?
Yeah, I think he lives in Prague, and he is also very humble, down-to-earth person. We always love meeting him, and he's taking on another down-to-earth person, right, Vidit? So that's going to be a clash of 2 gentlemen on the board. Bartel and Maksudlu, this is going to be fire on board, because Bartel is known for his creative style of play, while Maksudlu, as Vidit pointed out to me yesterday, you don't have to invite him for an aggressive game. He just comes unannounced, uninvited. He wants to attack. He wants to always win. And lastly, there are these 2 youngsters, Pragg versus Vincent. And Amruta, you were trying to find out when was the first time these 2 youngsters played each other. What did you find?
Yes, and maybe the chat could try to guess, though there is some delay, but in general you can just try to guess. They played, Sagar, in World Championship under 10.
Oh.
That was long back, in maybe 2014, I guess.
Wow.
I'm yet to see the year.
That's 10 years ago they played against each other almost, Amruta. 2014 or 15.
And the funny thing is, at that point of time, Vincent's rating was 2092 and Pragg's rating was 1836.
Okay. So clearly Vincent was the higher rated player back then, but today it's Pragg who is slightly higher rated than Vincent, and and actually the games have kicked off. They have begun, and let's go to, which game should we go to, Amruta?
Yes, while we were talking about Praggnanandhaa versus Kaimer.
Let's go there. Okay, let's go to Vincent versus Pragg. The games have just started. 3 p.m. is the round, and Amruta, we also have the Challengers section here. 10 players playing there, fighting it out. Top seed Anton Korobov. We also have Abhimanyu Mishra, the young talent, and we have
Vaishali, of course.
Vaishali, Jaime Santos Latasa, Erwin Lamy, Maxim Rothstein, Edis Gurel. So very strong challengers section. The one who wins it this year goes into the Masters. And not to forget, we also have the Futures section. This is actually a great thing that Prague Chess Festival always has. They have these young talents, the Futures, who play here.
And guys, you should watch the opening ceremony because they had some wonderful idea with the Futures and the Masters.
The balloons.
And the balloons, absolutely. That's a beautiful tournament hall. It's the first day and the setting looks great, Sagar.
Yes, I think in the hall we have the masters, the challengers and the futures, and also a few top boards in the open section that is happening here. In the open section we have the top seed Eltat Safarli, who has come all the way from Azerbaijan, and we have the second seed Seturaman, all the way from India. Yeah. So open tournament also very, very strong. There we have Vincent and Pragg. The first moves have been played here, and Amruta, Pragg opened the game with e4. Vincent responded back with e5 here, and then came the move knight to f3. And you know what Pragg really loves to play?
Italian?
Yes, he is the Italian monster here. He loves to play the Italian opening, because I think Pragg understands this opening really well. He has done his homework. He is also preparing for the candidates. I'm sure he has some deep ideas here.
Yeah, literally homework, Sagar, is the right word, because I believe that Pragg and Vaishali have played a lot of practice games as well.
Oh, that way homework. I also thought they both are still in school, so maybe, you know.
No, Pragg, Vaishali just graduated, by the way.
Right, we still think of them as youngsters, but now, quickly growing up, Pragg is already 18, Vincent is 19. Knight f6 played by Vincent, and Pragg could go for knight g5 lines to try and attack here.
The fried liver attack.
Yes, but of course, right now is not the time. He goes for d3, solid, calm setup.
Do you think because this is the first game, the opening, I mean, they have less time to prepare in comparison, maybe the opening choices would matter?
Well, I believe they had quite some time, Amruta. Yesterday, the pairings were announced around 8 p.m., 8:30 p.m. So they had the entire night
it's
plus
as good
the
as
morning.
like tonight's pairing.
It was like the pairing. They prepared well. In fact, I went to one of the players' rooms. They were preparing and all of that. So, you know, it's very serious stuff here, guys. A lot is at stake. The ratings are at stake. Few players are on the verge of breaking into 2750 here. That's going to be interesting. And Amruta, we can already see ourselves on the screen here.
So wonderful.
It's wonderful. D3, bishop c5 played by Vincent. Symmetrical, this is the main line to play. He castles. And Amruta, this is already, sometimes, you know, white tries to delay castling. Like with moves c3, knight d2, h3. But this time, Pragg is saying, well, I don't want to sort of hold back any of my cards. I'm going castling. Vincent plays a6. He's holding back because he knows that if he castles here, maybe Pragg is all ready to pin him with the bishop to g5. So he's saying to Pragg, I'm not castling just yet. a6. c3. Pragg is also waiting, you know, a good improving move. Wants to play d4 at some point, or sorry, b4 there, you know, hitting the bishop. And the bishop goes back. So, you know, again, just improving the position. Vincent says d4 won't come with a tempo on my bishop. a4 played, gaining space. So, you see, it's like a dance, yeah, between both of them.
Oh,
yes.
Really?
Although they both are sitting without moving, they are dancing somewhere in their head, you know, a4.
Because I cannot imagine Pragg and Vincent dancing.
Yes.
Or in a party,
In fact, at Weissenhaus, there was this closing party.
But Vincent did not dance. He was just playing chess.
We wanted to see Vincent on the dance floor, but he was all the time playing Bug House. And, you know, there was the dance between the players. Caruana, Vincent, Gukesh, Aronian, they all were playing there. For now, Vincent has gone into a think. And he's trying to figure out what should he do. Should he play d6 here? Should he castle? Or Amruta, he can also play the move h6. Stopping the bishop from coming to g5.
I think Vincent will play h6 and stop bishop g5.
Okay, let's see what he comes up with. This is very standard position, but there are so many subtleties. The knight from b1 can go to a3, knight from b1 can go to d2. There are many little nuances that we will keep an eye on. For now, oh, he's played his move. He's gone d6. He's played his pawn to d6. And again, not castling, Amruta. Why? Because if Pragg plays bishop to g5 now, pinning, then Vincent will basically push his bishop away. and now you go back, and then will come g5, and already sacking your knight is not a great idea when your king is not castled here. I mean, when the opponent's king has not castled. So keeping the options open for now, not going to g5 just yet, and Pragg has made his move, I think. He has played, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah, they're playing fast and not letting us move from the board.
they're like, stay with us, stay with us. I am imagining that Pragg might have either gone h3.
No, I don't see the pawn.
Oh, it's still on h2, maybe knight d2 or rook e1. Oh, he played rook e1, right? Yes, he's played rook to e1.
Good guess, Sagar.
Yes, it's a... And Amruta, this
And
knight...
now that king on e8 will feel a bit of trouble maybe, or not really, because d4 is never to worry still.
Not really. I mean, when you go d4, I think you can just wait as black.
Castle.
So it's not really a big thing, but he did castle, Amruta. He did castle. Vincent is okay with Pragg coming in and pinning his knight, and he says, I'm okay.
Yeah, as
Pragg.
much delay as he could, he did that, and now finally he castles. So Pragg did not get the early bishop g5 ideas.
Yeah, Pragg is, I think, not in the mood of doing it. In fact, after Vincent has castled, Pragg has made his next move and got up from the chair. And I'm wondering, what is the move he's played? He's played h3 now. You can see the pawn has moved forward. So Pragg is going for this very calm, cool, collected approach. Not like, hey, first round of Prague Chess Festival, I'm at 27-47.
Not
I
like
have Vincent.
Maksudlu, yeah?
I want to crush him, reach 27-50. No, let's play calmly. Let's go h3, and now let's wait for what Vincent's going to do. Amruta, I think Vincent may go bishop e6.
Challenging the light square bishop, and maybe he would be very happy after bishop e6,
Yes.
opening up the rook
It's
on the f file there.
It's a setup. It's a one way to play. You open your rook here, and you also maybe then later go knight h5, knight f4, and start attacking. You know, you bring all your pieces on that side with your bishop eyeing this square here and the rook. This can become something really huge. But there's also another idea which is positional in nature, which is to just put your rook here, and then let's say if Pragg goes knight here, then I bring my bishop, and if you take, I take with the rook. So this time I'm not trying to get all these doubled pawns, f-file open, trying for the attack. I'm seeing like, oh, I'm calm, I'm cool.
So basically you are saying that if you take with the pawn, then you are going for more dynamic play in comparison to taking with the rook. So we will see what Vincent is going to do. By that time, can we also check the other games, Sagar?
Yes, let's go first to the game of Maksudlu versus Bartel. This is an exciting encounter between Maksudlu, who has come fresh from the victory for his team Viernheim at the Bundesliga by beating Vincent Keimer. He ensured that his team beat Baden-Baden, which was a huge result. And so when I spoke to Maksudlu yesterday, he said to me, I really needed that win. Because in the last few weeks, or you can say a couple of months, he has lost rating. He was 2740 plus. Now he's come down, I think, to 2715.
Yeah.
Which is quite
huge
a
for
lot
that
of
level,
fall.
it is very huge.
Quite a big fall. But, you know, this one win, this victory, and, you know, he's here. We could see him in the breakfast room yesterday at the dinner table with his wife Sanaz, who's always motivating him. You're like, come on, Parham, you can do it. And e4 by Mateusz. And Mateusz, we must tell, is also going through a phase of sort of going up in his career recently. He was at 2620 around, or 2610. Now he's 2660.
Oh, but his age is around 38.
Yes.
He is 38, so that is an amazing thing.
Yeah, I think it's a great achievement.
Because normally chess is associated with your age going up, your rating going down.
I agree. But you know what Mateusz said? He said that he used to spend a lot of time streaming, right? But and he used to do it for Chess 24. But recently, Chess 24 has now sort of shut down, right? And so he decided to start focusing on his chess again.
Oh.
And that has helped him to play better chess, and we never know, right?
So it's like from commentary, when he went back to practicing chess, it helped him. Sagar,
yes.
There is a hint over there.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Does that mean that I have to sort of stop working now and
focus? Not now. Right now, 10 days, Pragg Masters.
I can actually go now, Amruta. Stop commentating and ask the organizers if they can enroll me in the open section.
One round less. E4, C5, Sicilian.
We'll go for the most aggressive line. Knight comes out to F3, D6, and Bartel plays the more positional approach. This is known as the Moscow system, Bishop B5.
Rosoli move?
If the knight was on C6 here, then we call it the Rosolimo here. But with D6, maybe the Moscow, yeah, that's how the names are. And knight D7, again a fighting move from Parham, keeping more pieces on the board. And then he played D4, pawn takes, and queen comes up to D4. So his queen has moved right into the center of the board. And this is basically, Parham's way, Bartel's way of saying that I'm not going to play normal sort of openings. But Amruta, this is very well known. Like, you bring your queen here, and later on black pushes it away with E5. Then the queen jumps back, maybe D3, E3 somewhere, and then the knight comes out, bishop comes here, castles. It's a typical Sicilian
And white would long castle or short castle?
No, I think generally they short castle here.
Okay.
But we will wait and watch. After queen takes pawn. You can see Parham Maksudlu has paused in his tracks. And he's thinking.
He is down to 1 hour 20 minutes, whereas Bartel is having 1 hour 31 minutes. So a lot of time difference, 11 minutes there. Okay.
Cool. Okay, so this is very, very interesting. Queen takes D4 has happened on the board, and now we are waiting for Parham to make his next move. He's waiting for what to do. Let's go to the game of.
Maybe Vidit, Sagar, because Vidit versus Navara, he's the top Czech player.
Okay, let's go. E4 by Vidit Gujrathi.
I'm very happy that today we are seeing so many E4s.
All E4s, yeah? They are like, oh, Amruta is commentating, she's good at E4 opening, let me play E4. But E4, E5. In the first game, we saw E4, E5, Vincent, Pragg, Vincent. Then we saw the Sicilian in the second one between Maksudlu, Bartel Maksudlu. And now we have once again E4, E5. Knight goes here, and Vidit goes for the Ruy Lopez.
Ruy Lopez after a long time.
After a long time.
Because Italian, I think, had become the main norm.
Yes, and also Vidit likes to play this opening a lot. And Bishop B5 is the Ruy Lopez. Knight comes out to F6. This is known as the Berlin.
Yeah.
And I would imagine that if Vidit wants to play for like a fighting game, he will go for D3, which is known as the anti-Berlin.
That's what I was going to ask you, Sagar. Are we going to see a draw here directly?
No. I think it's going to be a very interesting game. Bishop goes out.
By the way, just to make sure, like, it is called Berlin because it was played in Berlin, right?
Most likely, yes.
I mean, you can't call something Berlin if it is played in, let's say, Prague.
Yes. There are some openings with the name of Czech. I know that there is something known as the Czech perk. Did you know that?
I didn't know
used to actually play it. It happened after E4, D6, D4, Knight F6. The knight would come here, and then you put your pawn here on C6. And this was played by a lot of Czech players. Wow. And so they used to call it the Czech perk, because here the queen can come out to B6 often. And so this is a very interesting line where you can play your queen there. But for now, we are seeing Berlin because, yes, you are right, it has happened in Berlin before. Yeah, this was first played, but the guy who made it very popular was Vladimir Kramnik. In 2000, when he beat Garry Kasparov in the match, and he used to play the Berlin always, and he used to, sort of provoke Kasparov into going, because this was the endgame line, yeah, Amruta. They used to go castle, knight takes pawn, push here, the knight went back, take, pawn takes, and then Gary would think that, oh, this has to be better for white. Black has lost castling, I have a better structure, but he could just not break Kramnik's Berlin defense. And then it became like...
Nice story, Sagar. Nice story.
It became so popular. Then everyone thought, oh my god, e4 is dead because Berlin comes every single time on the board. But then that's the thing about chess, you know, whenever everyone thinks it's dead, someone comes up with a new idea, and then all of a sudden we are like, okay, this is not dead, it's going to happen, you know, we have new ideas. So anti-Berlin started becoming the kind of a new thing happening. So d3, bishop c5, and now bishop g5, and early bishop g5 from Vidit. I have a very quick question to you and the chat. If I take and take here, what is the best move for black? Maybe we also have someone in the audience here can try and think, what should black play?
And I'm sure the chat would be very much able to answer, Sagar.
Yes, let's see. Bishop f2, that's a very nice suggestion by one of our members in the audience, but the only issue here is that after you give this check, which I'm sure was your idea, I can move my king away, let's say king here, and then after queen takes, black, it's kind of around equal, but there's a way where you can sort of invert the move order and gain something more. And that's a very strong move here for black.
Okay, we won't be getting to know the answer from the chat 15 minutes. Yeah,
we can't. Guys, all those who are watching this online, there's a 15-minute delay for the anti-cheating measures. But if you can come to Prague and come to this hotel, Don Giovanni, and sit right in front of us, that would be epic. So all those who are here in and around, think about it. Also, Amruta, those who are back in any country, India or let's say USA, book a flight and come here.
But I think in Prague, one of the most beautiful things, at least my favorite thing, is that you can take a tram and you can see the city and you can reach anywhere very quickly that way.
You know, Amruta made me to take a 3-day pass. And then even though we were very tired, she was like, now we have the pass, we have to go and see the city.
How can we waste it?
So not bishop f2, queen d4, fantastic. That's an excellent answer. It's a double attack. f2 is hanging, and this is why you cannot really win the pawn. But Amruta, many times white does take on c6. So it's a question for white players. Should we take here and double the pawns or not? Vidit says I'm not doing it. I go bishop g5. Navara pushes the bishop, and this is already getting exciting. Bishop goes back.
g5?
Yes.
Knight e7. Not g5.
He goes knight e7.
Yeah, but has he allowed bishop f6? 1 second.
There are many things he has allowed, Amruta. First, taking here is one possibility. By the way, this is, I'm sure this is theory. This is something which...
Knight h4 comes to the mind. I mean, the next idea here.
Yes. So here, yeah, but Amruta, when you go here, my knight is already controlling this. So it's not such a great point. Like I can go pawn c6
and d5, maybe
and
you get
push
the
you
center.
back. Yes.
Right.
So instead, here another question is, why not take this pawn? What is so wrong about taking this pawn?
There is no queen d4 idea.
No, but we again have a question for our chat. Guys, all those who are watching this, think, what will you do? And we also have...
Wow, it's a deep idea, right?
No, it's not deep.
Then I must be wrong.
I know what you were thinking. You wanted to play pawn here, then you wanted to give a check, somehow win this, correct?
Bishop f2 at somebody, yes.
Yes.
Wow.
Unfortunately, that's not the point.
Unfortunately, you know me so much. Yes. So,
that's fortunate, Amruta. Here, there is a great move. Very simple.
Bishop.
Straightforward double attack. You know?
Yeah.
Bishop comes here, attacks the knight and
it's like
the
I
pawn.
can eat like this, but then I'm trying to eat like...
Yes. Have you tried?
No, I can't eat like this.
Maybe today evening, yeah, you can try eating it maybe. Okay, you shouldn't do it, Amruta. Because you need food, yeah, to survive. But I can, because I'm not very, fit. So I can try this, eat less. But bishop d4 is a good move. So again, not winning that pawn, Navara is kind of tempting with it. Vidit hits in the center, d4.
So d3 and d4.
Yes.
He has pushed the pawn twice.
Because he
There
says,
has to be a good reason.
David, you moved your knight again. So I'm going to hit the center. Pawn takes pawn. Vidit pushes his pawn forward, and Amruta, look at this. This bishop is open, and Vidit's time is more on the clock. He has 1 hour 28 minutes. Knight comes to the center of the board, and then Vidit castles. Navara castles. Pawn is taken, and now David is thinking, which means you can see, if we can have them on the full screen, perhaps David and Vidit is moving around. There.
Yeah, Vidit has 1 hour 28 minutes, Sagar, and David is now down to 1 hour 18 minutes.
Yeah.
So I think for opening preparation, can we say Vidit is better prepared
For
than
sure.
Navara?
For sure. And Amruta, do you know who is helping Vidit in this tournament from the venue?
Of course.
Maybe
You
we can
have
ask
put lot
our
of videos,
viewers
but yes, that's a good
who he is. He is from Italy. He is the #1 player of Italy. At least he was until a few months ago. I think he still is. Daniel Vocaturo is Vidit's second, and I'm sure he is smiling right now in the room because he's done his job well. His player Vidit is right now feeling confident. David Navara is out of his prep, the top Czech player, and he is feeling uncomfortable.
But he's so strong, Sagar, that he will be able to figure things out, calculate on the board. By the way, I would like to tell you something, that Vidit and Navara played in Prague Masters in
many times, no? Every time, because David is a regular. And
the first time they played, Vidit beat Navara in the first Prague. Then the second time, Vidit lost to Navara. Vidit was white. Then I think after that, they have not fourth Prague Masters.
Yes, because Vidit wasn't there for third. It was like 2021, the time of the pandemic, and Vidit couldn't travel from India. So they played then in 2022. They drew. And if I'm not mistaken, Amruta, Vidit was totally winning in that game. He was so upset. He was winning in a rook end game. He was like, or somehow, no, maybe I'm mistaken. Yeah, maybe that was not the winning game. There was one edition.
He did have good bishops, so.
No, not this. There was one edition where he was totally winning. Maybe not against Navara, someone else. But in Prague Masters, once Vidit was completely in the pole position, but he lost so many games, like couple of games, and then finished second, and that was a big heartbreak for him.
Right. So in a way, for this Prague Masters, they both are, if we consider it like a match between them, it's 1.5, 1.5. So this game is important.
Nice one. And by the way, David should break in the center with d6. No, Amruta, here, just break here. Yes, this is a very dangerous pin. I'm a bit afraid that a rook will suddenly come here and do its stuff, but then I can move my queen away with, not queen d7, queen d6. I can take here. Feel good.
Yes, actually, because the knight on b1 needs to develop, and there's not a good square.
Yes. So for now, we can say that black's position is fine, but the psychology here that Vidit is playing his opening fast, moving around, is definitely putting some pressure on David. And we know David is a player who loves to take risks, take his chances, play unorthodox chess. So we will see that he will come up with some new ideas now. So we'll come back here.
But an interesting position for sure.
For sure. Let's go to the game between Gukesh and Rapport. Oh, what a position.
Okay, craziness already on the board. The king is in the center for Rapport. Gukesh has long castled. Can you take us through the opening, Sagar?
Yes, it was the Sicilian defense, and we had the open Sicilian here. Knight comes out, knight defends it, and this is known as the...
This is classical.
Yes, classical Sicilian.
Bishop g5. Now it's Richter-Rauser.
Yes, Richter-Rauser opening. Bishop comes out to d7. And now
Queen d2.
Queen comes up. Pawn here. And by the way, in this opening, black generally plays bishop here, pawn up, other pawn here. Very, very common. Right? He sometimes puts the other bishop first, then this bishop first, plays a6. So we are in a very well-known position. Gukesh goes for one pawn push. And I know, Amruta, you are a big expert here. You've played it many times. Pawn push 2 squares or pawn push 1 square can make a huge difference.
Yeah, the setups are completely different. It could be a choice. He would be prepared against trap-pot.
Yes.
But why are you looking at me like that?
No, I'm learning from you because you played this in your life over the board.
Yes, Sagar, but right now I am losing a bit of my memory.
Oh, no, come on. I still remember you telling me, oh, if someone plays classical with me, I put my pawn here, then I run my pawns down the board.
Bishop comes back to e3, g5, all of that. But you know, the modern theory is so advanced, like these players would know 40 moves in their head about every line, I believe. No, you don't think 40 moves?
No, not every line, but yes, they are well prepared. But if you see, Gukesh...
So it's like they would know 40 moves, let's say. Then 2600s would know 35 moves. Then maybe we go down, 2500s would know 30 moves. 2400s would know 25 moves. Can we do that?
Well, I don't think that's the case. But, you know, every player works on certain openings more, certain openings less. So for now, I'm sure that they are decently prepared. But queen takes, bishop comes here, and Gukesh moves his king to the side.
That's always a great idea. And yes. Guys in the chat, what is the move king b1 called?
Aha. What is it called?
Yeah, there's a theme there for king b1. It's always good to play that after long castle, yes. Generally. You might think, oh, what is the need for it now? But, you know, it's like you buy a tram pass, like the travel pass for one day, and then you don't know. Sometimes you take a wrong tram and then you want to come back and, you know, you just need it.
Yes. Yes, Amruta.
It's hard to.
I'm not in a big mood of taking trams, but tonight we might go to the city center to record a video. So we may have to take the tram, and I will be very careful to make some prophylactic moves like king b1.
Oh, that's the answer there, prophylaxis.
And then you go queen back here. Richard pushes his pawn to b5, trying to gain play. He might castle short, bring his rooks here in the center. But Amruta, remember, castling is a dangerous thing. Let's imagine that after he played his pawn here, if you castle, it is not the best move. Can you figure out why? Maybe we can ask our viewers, why is this a bad move? This is actually a big mistake. And there are two reasons. One of the most obvious reasons which people can think about is to take the knight. But then black can take back, and yes, you can win a pawn, but in such positions, this is excellent compensation here for black. You know, you bring your rook here, other rook here, this is hanging, so it's not a big issue. The main problem is the tactical move.
I saw the move, but I know the idea, and that's e5.
e5, beautiful move.
Always have to look for the d7 bishop, yes. Which is actually protected by the knight. It feels like the knight is supporting it, but then the knight is already under attack.
And you take, and you take, and you win the game. So, in the game, Rapport pushed the pawn forward, and he's like, Gukesh, move your knight away. And so Gukesh moves his knight away. Rapport pushes his pawn further. He's like going for a4, p3, just kind of go on the attack.
Typical Rapport.
Typical Richard. And now pawn to c4. I'm very, very interested to know and see this move, Amruta. This is not normal. You know, pushing your pawn.
But I've also seen some other time Gukesh going for such an idea. with c4.
Yeah. So pawn comes up to c4, but Amruta, what is the point if I take this pawn? Why is this not a good move? This has two elements to it. One is that you can bring your knight here and attack the queen. Don't forget, your queen is hanging. But the other point here, and the one which we've been talking about.
Oh, at this point of time, the queen was protecting the d7 guy, and it's completely left it all alone. Go e5.
Yes. So Gukesh pushes his pawn to c4. And by the way, just to finish that line, after queen takes, pawn push, and if you take here, then I take your knight and I take your bishop and game over.
Yes.
Okay.
Can we take bishop f6 and queen d7 later at some point?
You mean when? Queen d6?
No. I mean to show the variation. Not now.
Ah, now. So here?
Instead of the arrows for some people who may not be able to understand.
Okay, Amruta, for sure. And we take here. Yes? Okay, cool. So, here Rapport doesn't get excited, nor does he take this pawn, because Amruta, taking this pawn is a terrible move. Oops, sorry.
Is it a terrible move actually?
Yes, very much so.
Because the b file is opened.
But no, this square is just completely weakened. And I'll make use of it. And with your king in the center.
No, I'm going to castle right now.
No, but you can't castle.
e5, yeah, again the problem.
Exactly.
Oh, that e5 is so irritating.
Yes. It's just like, it's like me in your life. I
thought you would say it's like you. I would say it's like you. But then you said it's like me. And I agree with you. That's the point.
That's, by the way, Rapport's last move, Amruta. Pawn push to e5. What a provocative move that is. He's weakening the d5 square. He's weakening the f5 square. And he's telling Gukesh, do what you want. Gukesh actually makes his next move. He plays knight to g3, gets up from the chair and goes away. Richard is thinking there.
But Sagar, did you see the time? Gukesh is having 1 hour 14 minutes. Rapport is having 1 hour 27 minutes.
But I think Gukesh is enjoying himself, because Amruta, this is the kind of position you want when you're playing with the white pieces.
But also Rapport would feel that, okay, now he doesn't have to calculate e5, white c5 again and again. That irritant is gone.
No, I
Of
agree.
course, there is a new irritant, like there is d5 square.
Oh, and this square, Amruta, f5, this, and also I'm wondering if suddenly, you can some point take and just win a simple pawn. And if you take back with the g
because
pawn,
at this point of time, the e5 pawn has blocked that diagonal.
Yes, let us just illustrate that. If you play your rook here, then now I can take. You can't take with the bishop, because I will take your pawn. So this is what Amruta was saying, that now the diagonal is closed here.
Yeah, diagonal is closed. Even the pawn structure on queen side has changed drastically. So
exactly. So you take with this pawn, and then all of a sudden now this knight is very happy. Why?
No, but why is it very happy? Because it can't, I don't think you can go to f5.
No, don't go here.
There is another idea.
If you go here, Amruta, this bishop will more than gladly take it. Even this structure, we should definitely study it and understand it deeper, because the bishop can come here and sit on this beautiful central square. This bishop is terrible. So don't discount
we cannot
it.
underestimate it for sure. But there is a beautiful idea for the knight. You're simply going for f6, yeah? No trekking for the knight by going to f1 and d3 and d5.
Oh, you were saying that way. That's also an interesting idea, to put your knight here. But I'm just putting my knight on the side of the board. A lot of my early trainers said the knight on the rim is dim. But guys, this knight is not dim. It is a wonderful piece. It is looking at the f6 square here. It is looking at the g7 square. The queen is moving in. I love this position.
I too.
Yes. And so, Amruta, right now, Richard Rapport has a very important decision to make. What is the move that he will be playing here is the big question after knight g3. And
so he has to find a good move, you mean?
No, but I'm also very unsure about what is his good move.
How is a very committal move? Very committal.
G6. No?
That's not a very committal.
Achha, what is your commit?
H5.
Very interesting, and I think Amruta Rapport might be considering it here. It's not a move that is so illogical.
The reason I call it highly committal move because after bishop takes f6, it would be a normal move otherwise in many of the Sicilians, you go h5, but after gf6, that h5 pawn is isolated, but you have stopped queen h6 ideas.
Yes.
You have stopped knight h5 ideas.
Yes.
So practically it feels like you want to start thinking about it.
It's a nice idea. We might see Richard Rapport pushing his pawn here and Amruta just feeling very proud about guessing the same.
Bar is not liking it.
For
what reason?
But Amruta, Bar is really happy about this position. Like if you take this end game, or you can say this sort of middle game, opposite colored bishop middle game, the engines are just so happy. You go here, you put your pawn here, you can maybe sack a pawn.
Okay, let's say you get your bishop to d5 in the center with the f7 being the target. If you could show the arrows over there.
Yes.
You remember Anish versus Gukesh in Tata Steel Vacancy was an opposite colored bishop, which was pretty equal in that sense. And Anish managed to slowly convert
Gukesh
an
must
advantage.
have learned from it something.
Absolutely true. But
learn from your classics, learn from the masters.
But even when you get the bishop on d5, what I'm trying to think, Sagar, how do you exert more pressure on that f7 point? Yes, you have
Mm-hmm.
weakness, but how can you exert more pressure?
No, but this is not something that we go on. It's like, you tell your grandkid a story at night, and then the end of the story is the king and queen lived happily ever after, and the grandkid says, but how? How did they live happily ever after? Explain to me. And the same thing, this is better for white. I can't go and explain how the attack will pan.
If all the boards keep thinking, then we will come back to this position and try to go in deep.
Okay. That's a deal, Amruta. For now, we have one more game left to be seen. That is Guan Thaidaiwan versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Now, Nodirbek is another big favorite of this tournament because he has been performing like one of the best in the world for now quite some time. At the Vaikanze, he was one of the top 4 finishers. If you remember, he lost to Wei.
Yes.
So he's there. Then you have his Wiesenhaus performance where he won the rapid section in freestyle chess.
Yes.
Which is also a huge thing. And here he's taking on the last seed in the Masters, that is Guan Thaidaiwan, and it went e6, knight f3, d5. The Catalan is on the board.
Oh, your favorite.
Yeah, I like this open Catalan by Guan Thaidaiwan, and what I know from everyone is that the Czech player, he's from Czech, Guan Thaidaiwan, youngster. Yesterday we got to know he was the world under 18 champion a few years ago. He is known for his opening prep and his lines are very solid. He is very solid with the black pieces. It's very difficult to beat him. So let's see if Nodirbek got an advantage. Bishop goes here, check. I block with my knight because I don't want to trade pieces. You go pawn to b5. Now, white is pawn down because black has now defended his pawn. But Nodirbek says, I don't care, my bishop is looking here. This is the Catalan bishop. And my knight is ready to move here to attack your rook. So he goes bishop b7. Now comes the move.
What? You didn't see that coming.
No, I was thinking he will play a4. I thought he will break the structure. But he takes here. And Amruta.
Let's try to just for a moment appreciate this move and try to understand what's happening there.
Absolutely.
It's simple.
Okay, what's the move here? We have so many people here in the live chat who are thinking, but not in the live audience. Guys, where are all of you? Come to Don Giovanni Hotel in Prague. We are all waiting for you. There are chairs waiting for you. There are some nice things, nice games, nice players to meet.
And there are a lot of side events also. I think tomorrow, 28th, there is Vishy Anand's autograph signing as well.
Yes, if you want to meet Vishy, then this is your chance. Come, meet him, meet us, sit here, answer the questions. You're going to enjoy it a lot. So here after pawn takes.
And Sagar, when we get the chat messages, just tell me, Pragg, if people say Pragg is winning right now, it's the live current position, yeah? Or is it 15 minutes ago?
Pragg is winning. So let's go there very, very soon. I don't think he is winning, but we will check. By the way, here the move is check. Talking about checks. You have to give a check and then the bishop is hanging. So the knight comes in and says, hey, I'm going to block the check and protect my bishop. But Amruta, what do you do?
The knight jumps to e5 and you show the Catalan power.
Yes, that's exactly. Knight to e5. But Amruta, this is the live board position and Nordirbek is not making his move.
But is there any other option other than knight e5? Because it looks forced, to me at least.
But there is one more move.
Oh, really?
Yes, there is one more move, guys. And this is why Nordirbek is thinking.
A queen b5.
Oh, beautiful. Just putting your queen here, attacking this and
As Sagar says, loose pieces drop off. So we just try to put more pressure on the loose pieces wherever we find them.
But then when I tighten the piece, I defend it. What do you do next?
Now knight e5.
Only move. So it's a question whether inserting queen to b5 and rook b8 is to white's advantage or is it not, and that is what will determine.
But 1 second, over here what if bishop, if you go knight e5, what if bishop a8? It doesn't matter, you bring back your queen.
No, but I can even take this with a check.
Check. We should not forget we are in check.
Oh, nice one, Amruta. Nice
one. You just said that a while ago.
I know, but I was just saying check, ch. And you said CZ. Oh, so great. A lot of checks happening, guys. Check what you are up to. And right now, knight c6 has been played. We will wait for Nordirbek's move. But can we go and quickly check Praggnanandhaa? Is he winning? That would be insane if he was winning. Oh my God, what is the sacrifice? Is happening?
Can we go back? Because a sacrifice on such an important board.
No, okay. So, Amruta, we saw till here and we were like, Pragg today has come calm, relaxed. He doesn't have any aggressive intentions on his mind. He just wants to play calmly. Then Vincent says, well, Pragg, no calmness today.
Knight h5. Normally you consider a move like knight e5. That was our, when we were noobs. Noobs at chess.
But we are still. what has changed, Amruta?
That is true.
That we have become experts. Only thing is we just commentate here. But you're right. The queen attacks the knight. So now if knight takes e5.
It is a big blunder. And why?
Big blunder. Because of the move Queen h4, defending the knight, attacking this. So clearly your idea was that if I took back the knight, you wanted to take my knight right here. Correct?
Yeah.
But I do double attacks with the queen coming in and defending, attacking, and you have to resign.
Oh, that's such a good move.
Yes. So Pragg.
That was never taught to us.
Amruta, Pragg is very smart. He goes bishop here.
Okay.
So he tells, if you push your pawn, then you are going to get viral on ChessBase India. Because that's an illegal move. So clearly Vincent can't do it. So he brings back his knight. And Pragg is like, wow, Vincent,
Pragg gets one move.
You've given me a free hand here. Okay. So he gets aggressive. And Amruta, this is what happened. This is what happens in chess. That sometimes when you get a small initiative, you want to go all in. And that's what Pragg is doing. He pushes the pawn here, Vincent. Pragg keeps the pin, pawn goes up. And now Pragg could have just brought his bishop back, right?
Yeah.
Boom! He just sacks his knight. And now after pawn takes, bishop takes, there's a pin here.
I have a lot of questions, Sagar. Number one is Vincent prepared? Like, you know, nowadays they all have one new idea in one line and they bring it up at the critical moment. So that is one question.
I feel personally, Amruta, that maybe even if Vincent is not prepared, he might have kind of a inkling on what should be done here. Like, what are the typical defensive plans for black? So he goes king h7, and the king is doing two things. King is saying that, you know, sometimes we have to take things in our own hands. Like, I have to go and defend my knight. But also he's making way for the rook to come in. So immediately Pragg says, I go and attack the knight now. This knight is hanging on f6. He brings his king and defends and attacks. Is he threatening this?
Oh my god. Can't believe it.
Pragg goes back.
Yeah. That means he was threatening taking the bishop.
Well, maybe yes. But by the way, the bar hasn't moved much. So actually, Pragg was not winning until now. Vincent gets brave.
But Sagar, the king is weak. And when the king is weak, there is always an extra pressure. As you know, it's like the door of your house is open and you always have to worry a thief can enter sometime. As I keep saying that.
True. I agree, Amruta. This is where Vincent has to be so careful because one slip and the game is over.
Yeah.
But for now, if you're not careful, my knight comes in here, attacks your queen and the bishop. So therefore, Pragg gives a check. King goes back, logical, and now bishop comes here. I'm actually wondering, his idea, Amruta, is check. Queen here
and then win the knight. You're so right in the beginning when you said they both are dancing.
Yes.
Once again that bishop h4, bishop g5, king went back to h7, bishop went ahead to g5. It's just a dance.
Beautiful dance. Beautiful dance. Beautiful dance. But for now, Vincent plays this excellent move. Rook comes to the side of the board, and Amruta, I feel this was the only move here.
Okay, just explain this move. And you also mentioned that Vincent has this defensive ideas in mind.
Yeah.
You are completely right because you don't consider such moves otherwise.
No, but Amruta, this is very common. You put your rook there. Why? Because if let's say you play something else, let's imagine you bring your knight here. Then I give a check, and if you go to defend your knight,
then there is check.
And
anyway,
I give a check and I win this.
Yeah,
so clearly if your rook is here, you can't give this check. So that is why Vincent has played his rook here. It's very simple move, right?
Right. So basically he's stopping opponent's idea that queen h4 check now. The king goes to g7. Can you just show that?
Yes. So check.
Sometimes you are like frozen kind of a thing.
Yeah.
What happens?
No, I don't tell the word frozen, Amruta. It reminds me of frozen yogurts, guys. Beautiful frozen yogurts to be found in Prague. I have to entice people. Those who are in Prague, I can entice them with our commentary. But those who are outside Prague, they should come here for not just chess but also food.
Yeah, and I think the one chess player we have to blame, so Wesley, for introducing you to frozen yogurt.
Yes, Wesley. So in Qatar Masters in 2015, he and Lotus took us to a restaurant on the rest day and treated us to frozen yogurt. And we were like, no, frozen yogurt. We eat curd in our house. It's okay, we won't eat it. And then we took the first bite and we were like, whoa! I think it was some pink berry or something. And since then, we've been hooked to it like nothing else.
Absolutely.
Yes. So, Wesley, next time you meet us, please, we are here to sort of tell you why did you make us eat all that. But, Amruta, now Pragg says, I need reinforcements here to attack because, I can see your king is on the side of the board. I need to attack here somehow, but I don't have pieces. If I take this pawn, the bishop comes in and then settles down here. So how do you bring reinforcements in this position? What is the way in which white can continue the attack?
I would really love to go f4, but then there is this bishop on a7, which won't let me do that.
Yes, but this...
so maybe development would be a very slow move, knight d2. But then if my knight d2, knight f3, knight g5.
Yes, this, but okay, the bishop is here, but it is a plan. And the other plan is, okay, a huge plan coming in. Let's imagine that I move my bishop here. What is the winning move here for white? We have a few people in the audience. Guys, if you want to try white to play, what is the winning move here for white?
That's a good. And before knight d2 also I had a move to suggest, but no, let us first wait.
Yes, Amruta.
But Sagar, they both have got 1 hour 13 minutes. So equal time and completely unequal position.
You know, this is crazy game, and I feel that Vincent is under some pressure, but also his defensive moves are not so tough. So he will be able to kind of find the things here. So here, there is a great move that white has. And Amruta, you want to try? We also have a few people who have joined us live here. And if you want to guess, you can shout out the moves and we can tell you if your move is good or not. Yes, please try to get your bearings. It's a very complicated position. White is a piece down, but the black king is completely exposed.
But Sagar, I completely forgot that there was this f7 pawn, which is undefended.
Oh, that no one wants that pawn, Amruta. If you get greedy and win this pawn, suddenly, then black can bring the knight here. The queen comes out, and then everything coordinates. You know, that pawn is actually an asset for white. We don't want to take it. Let's not even get it. So here...
What is an asset, Sagar?
Asset means it's a good thing, yeah, for white.
Okay.
So, having it there. Now, Amruta...
I got a question.
Yes.
So, if you do take the black pawn with the bishop...
Oh, yes.
And you get greedy, like you said, and then the horse jumps in the middle there, like you said, and now what if you take the black bishop, the white bishop on the black, and move it right in front of the king?
Here. But then I can take it.
I know, he thought that queen g6 is a mate.
And the knight is controlling. Very good suggestion. Very good suggestion here. And you are getting in your bearings in the position. You are understanding that an attack needs to be made. But
that's a nice one, really.
Well tried. But Pragg was here.
Yeah, and what did Vincent do here?
And Amruta, the question was how to finish off the game here.
Knight f3, just go knight f3. No.
No, go for it.
Wait.
Go for it.
What is it?
No, this knight pin. How do you win the pin piece? You need more attackers.
Queen f4.
No, but then king comes here. If you try to attack this way.
But then if I go queen h4, there is king g8. And I
no, king g7.
King g7. Yeah, king g7.
No, the move here is the very pretty pawn sacrifice. Opening it up.
No, wow, because knight e4
yes,
is also
you
jumping
want this square
in.
for the knight. This is the reason, and once you take here, my knight goes here, and this is game over. You can already resign here. Because yes, okay, you might want to place a move like this, because if I take your queen, you take my queen, but then I have multiple ways to win. The most simple one is to take this with the rook, to prepare a check. This is not going to survive. The king is dead.
Yep.
Okay, so this is what Pragg is threatening. That little guy whom you can't see on the screen, whose chair is empty, has a devious idea in his mind, which is to push his pawn and bring his knight here. And so Vincent is thinking what to do. As
okay,
black,
how to defend?
Exactly. What to do?
You are asking me and the chat.
Everyone.
I was tricking Sagar by asking him how to defend. He knows it. Let's try to find, guys. Because finding attacking moves, are they easier than finding defensive moves, Sagar?
Kind of, because when you are defending, you have to look at many possibilities. While when you are attacking, many times if you just hit upon that one idea, it works. So
is it the same when two people are arguing? The one who is attacking, it's easier and...
Well, in an argument, you never know, right? Who's attacking, who's defending. While here, it's very clear who's attacking and who's defending. I think, Amruta, Vincent has a very, very classy idea.
Stopping e5. Firstly,
yes,
if you want to stop
this.
e5, then knight e5 comes to the mind.
Put your knight there. Yes, exactly. Put it there.
Which is not difficult for Vincent.
Not at all. Not at all. He's thinking about this move all the time. Then I take this pawn and I say to the knight, get away from here.
No, the knight says, I don't really care. I have my colleagues. Bishop takes d4.
Yes, but if you take here now, Amruta, now is the time when we say to ourselves, I need reinforcements. I need another attacking piece to join this. So I have my bishop here. Cool. No, don't reveal. We have people here who can answer this. White to play. What is the move that white can do? So we have the bishop, we have the queen. The knight wants to get here but is not able to.
Yes.
This rook is good, okay. But what about this guy? How can we bring it into the game?
Lovely. That's amazing. We have a Bollywood song for that. Mujhko bhi to lift kara de.
Oh, nice. And there is a rook lift here. You bring your rook to a3. And this rook can come into that square later on. It is
and how the move a4 is helping,
yes.
Actually. At the point when you played a4, would you even imagine that?
It's just like, Amruta, sometimes you do some good stuff in your life and it comes back later as, to help you. So you don't think like 10 years ahead, this is going to help me, but you just do it because it's good.
For 18 years, you must have done something really good, Sagar.
Yes. Yes, that I got you. Yes, that's what you wanted to say. Okay, fantastic. Guys, knight d2 played here and we are waiting for Vincent's reply, but to tell you the truth, the position is dynamically balanced. It's not winning for Pragg, it's not winning for Vincent. It can go either way. We are waiting for Vincent, who's had a long think here, maybe thinking from 15 minutes.
One last question. If he doesn't go for knight e5, because he's thinking so long, that's the only way I'm assuming. Is there any other move which he would be thinking about?
Yes, there is a great idea, Amruta, and I don't know if black can ever, any player can think about it.
Wait.
Only some really people who are detached from material, they would think about this. We are as
Anish Giri maybe, because he bet 2 houses while he was analyzing with us.
True, could be. The move here, and just to sort of bring this forth, is Queen G8. How insane is this move?
But Queen H4 check?
No, but okay, that first. But what about even this move? Just taking it. The point is, I take here.
Got it.
Queen. You take here and suddenly the bishop
it's like a spy. That bishop on a7 is like a spy.
It opens up, takes here, gives a check to the king and the knight is falling. So terrible decision to take the knight. So clearly the knight is not hanging, but your move, check. What is the problem now?
King G6.
G6,
and then you don't have
not
time.
G7. You go up and then the rook attacks the queen.
Yeah, you still don't get time to take the knight.
Now you realize why Vincent Keimer is actually thinking here, and Amruta, great question by you, that is knight e5 the only defensive idea? No, it is not. The queen can move to the side of the board, but how tough is that?
But these are all the conceptual things. Yes. And if they would know that at some point Queen G8 is a possibility, they only have to try and make it work out.
It's very much possible that Vincent Keimer may go Queen to G8 here, and all of a sudden we might see Praggnanandhaa having to find the only moves then. Like if the queen goes here, what do you do as Pragg? Because next move, the queen can come up and then black can sort of shore up a defense.
Also now e5 does not have the pinning idea.
Yes, I agree. So a lot of complications here.
Okay, yeah,
we will come back to this game in a bit. let's quickly go and check the game of Guan Thaidaiwan and Abdusattorov, because Amruta, we were talking about this pin here and the knight coming in and attacking here and then winning the bishop. Please note that white is a piece down right now. He has sacrificed his piece.
Yes, let's not forget it, because you know, after going to all the boards, when we come back here, we could completely forget that.
Yes, let's not forget that. But Abdusattorov goes in, attacks this bishop. Guan Thaidaiwan defends it with his rook. And now Nordirbek comes in with his knight to e5. He comes into the center of the board. He is pinning here, attacking here. And maybe it's a good moment for black to start thinking, what is the move to make? Look at Thaidaiwan there. He is under so much stress. Look at his time. He's down 59 minutes, like 10 minutes below Abdusattorov. Maybe our viewers here can think, what should black do? There's so much pressure, right? This is attack, this is attack, this is attack. So if you want to try, please shout out the move here. And guys, all those who are in Prague, in and around, you can come in here. There are seats here. There's a TV here. You can meet the players later on in Don Giovanni Hotel in Prague. You can also play in the mornings in this some amazing events. There's Bug House and there is Pair Blitz and there is Chess 960 and so many things happening here.
Yeah, every morning it's really a festival,
yes,
if I must tell you.
Completely. Prague International Chess Festival.
The first
not
time
Prague
we
Masters.
landed on Prague airport, we saw a chessboard, a big chessboard
Yes.
over there. It was surprising. Yeah, never seen something like this.
And then when we came to the hotel in Don Giovanni, in
Again
the
the
reception
chessboard.
we saw a chessboard. And then when we ordered something, also we saw a chessboard on the table. So lot of chess in the city. Also, and Thaidaiwan has castled. And that is the right decision here. He has castled, and if you take knight takes knight, I will take bishop takes, rook defends the bishop, attacks the queen, I must take here, and in this position, yes, black is in big trouble if white wins this pawn, because then white is just completely better. But black has this move, queen takes pawn, and then we have to start thinking actually who's better here, because black is pawn up, has defended this pawn, and if white gets greedy and captures this pawn, then all of a sudden my knight comes here, my rook comes here, the rooks are developed. I mean, black would be doing really well. So after queen takes pawn, maybe bishop coming out should be the move, but then I take here and this game will get very concrete. Like black will take here, white will take here, black will be a pawn up. If we count, black has 6 pawns, white has the 2 bishops, and maybe in the end the position is dynamically balanced. So Nordirbek Abdusattorov, although he's thinking hard here, I think he doesn't have an advantage. Thaidaiwan has played a good move, which is castles. I'm very tempted to take here with the knight, but there is also possible, it's also possible to take with the bishop, because after take here, now I can take with the queen, takes, and I can now go and take this with my knight. So that could be a small difference if you take on c6 with the bishop. But then again, I think black has nothing to worry. He drops back his bishop, everything is good here and no problems. The knight is hanging. So Nordirbek drinking something there, he's taking his time. This is the live board position right now. He has to figure it out what to do. He has 1 hour 7 minutes on the clock, 59 minutes for Van Guyen. If there's any move that you think that white can play apart from winning here and here, is there anything else that comes to your mind? I don't think there's anything else. You have to take the piece. You are a piece down. So maybe you take, and then I take, and then I take, and then you take. And I really feel that this position should be more for, should be equal. Let's, Nordirbek about to make his move. If you attack here, here, I was wondering we should take this, but maybe we also have the possibility to take here. Okay, we'll come back to this game in a bit. Let's go to a very interesting game between Gukesh and Richard Rapport, because we saw this. Oh, by the way, he's taken with the knight there, just going back to the Abdusattorov game because he just made his move. He took knight takes on c6 here, and Thaidaiwan takes back. Okay, fine. And now he takes, queen takes, and is he going to take this pawn on d4? Because no, if you don't take it, you are in big trouble. If you lose this pawn, you will be a pawn down. White will have the bishop pair. So clearly, good or bad, black must go for this, has to take the pawn on d4. So Thaidaiwan will make his move. We'll come back here. Let's go to Gukesh. So when we left Gukesh's position, we were talking about this position, and Amruta suggested the move pawn to h5 so that the knight cannot jump here. Oh, by the way, Thaidaiwan has taken the pawn in the center. Great, good job. If you push your pawn, and by the way, Rapport pushed his pawn to h6 here. Bishop takes f6 is not played by Gukesh. I'm wondering, Amruta, why was this not played? So take and queen takes here. What is the problem? Why did Gukesh not go for this? Can anyone tell us why did Gukesh, and if we can have Gukesh versus Rapport on our screen, why is it that he didn't win this pawn? Because he could have done it. Clearly, I'm sure that Rapport was not going to take here with the pawn and get this terrible structure where the knight could sit and put pressure. He was going to take with the bishop. And the thing is that after you reach such a position, even though you are pawn down as black, what is the compensation that black has for the missing pawn, if I may ask here? What is it that black has for missing a pawn in this position? Is there something? We have a very strong player in the chat, in the crowd. She's
also going to be here.
She's going to join us. Great. Guys, guess who she is. But for now, you have to answer this question. What is the compensation black has here for the missing pawn? Because Gukesh is a pawn. He didn't go for it, by the way. He didn't take on f6. But if he did.
You mean not in calculation, right?
No,
in
it's just, yeah, you just have to say words.
Just words.
Yes, just words.
And that's the minor pieces there, Sagar.
Yes.
And that's the double espresso.
Double bishops,
no,
you are
I
saying.
Said double espresso.
Double bishops is one, but there's something more that black has here.
Okay. Can I?
Yes, please.
The king is in the center.
Which is something, but Amruta, the biggest asset which black has are the dark squared weaknesses. The bishop can go here, the bishop can go here and settle down in the center of the board. So clearly, this is some compensation.
That was a tough question then.
No, not tough. But the thing is that here, Gukesh said, you know, pawn, one pawn, all of that. I'm not interested. I'm coming back. I'm going to attack. And Rapport then plays your move. He pushes his pawn to h5.
Oh, he played h5?
Yes,
it was practical.
He pushes that pawn here. And
now Gukesh is thinking.
Yes, Gukesh is thinking. I'm actually wondering what will he do? Because he can move his bishop out, but he can also bring his knight in. And then Rapport most likely will chop it off. Pawn takes, and we have a completely different kind of a position that is building up here, and we will see if this comes on the board. So we'll wait for this game to build. Let's go to the next board, Amruta. We will go to the game of, by the way, very quickly, Oh no, this didn't happen. This didn't happen yet. Vincent Keimer versus Praggnanandhaa is stuck on knight d2. Vincent is not making his move.
How long?
He's been thinking for more than 20 minutes. Like 20 minutes, he's been wondering what to do, but I can understand because this is the moment where he has to sort of figure out how to deal with this pin. And as you rightly pointed out, Amruta, two moves, knight e5 and queen g8, an insane defensive move. So we'll come back to this game and see what Vincent comes up with. Let's go to the game, two games that have seen the similar concept happening. Parham Maksudlu versus Bartel. Very, very interesting position, sort of positional chess here. After queen d4, Maksudlu pushes his pawn to e5. It weakens a square. Which square?
Of course, Sagar,
yes.
of course.
The central square.
I thought you were going to ask the chat, not
ask
the chat, the
audience.
audience.
Yes, pawn, the d5 square is weakened. Queen goes back, pawn comes up, knight comes into attack, and by the way, the move h6 shows its value now. The point was that the bishop could not come and pin this. So he put his pawn here, and now the knight controls the central square. So the castle happens, pawn pushes forward, bishop takes the knight, bishop takes, knight d2. He wants his knight to come here, here, and here. Clearly the entire game is revolving around the d5 square. So how can black stop this idea? Question for our viewers here. What should black do? White's idea is knight there, 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 there. What do you do?
While the viewers think, Sagar,
yes.
I would like to invite with us a guest.
Yes!
Yes, of course.
We have the one and only Katie.
Hi.
Good to be here.
WGM Katie Satsalashvili has joined us. Katie, a warm welcome to you. And how are you finding the Prague Festival?
Maybe we need to use the mic.
Okay.
We can put it here.
Yeah, we can use the stand. Katie, of course, a very well-known personality in the chess world, a WGM, and also a streamer and a content creator and also a commentator and so much. So Katie, what brings you to Prague? Are you here for the entire duration?
No, I'm here for like 2 days, and Prague is very close from the city I live. It's like about 4 hours by car. So I was like, okay, let's just go and meet some of the friends and check it out. This festival. It's such a nice place to be.
It's brilliant, right? This place, it's buzzing with chess.
Yeah.
Would you recommend everyone who is in and around Prague to come here?
Absolutely. Not only for the chess-wise, because we have here Anand, we have Gukesh, Pragg, I know Vincent, and many more. Not only those players, we also have streamers, very famous streamers. Bodice sisters came from all the way from USA, and they will be playing here.
Are they playing in the open section?
Yes, tomorrow. So it's a lot of attraction here, chess-wise. But okay, we're in Prague, in historical city with such a big culture, and everything here around is such a nice thing. I had a chance to go out this morning.
Where did you go?
To the old town. I already had some snacks, local snacks.
Did you eat the chimney?
Is that a name?
Yes.
Yes.
The cone.
Yes,
the cone.
yes,
You ate that?
With cinnamon.
Is the name chimney?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. It's like this cone made up of all the things that make you fall in love with food that is there, and then they put inside chocolate sauce and all of it. Okay.
Chocolate is my favorite flavor, but today I tried the cinnamon. So
Oh,
some
nice.
from you.
Nice. So you had a great time, and Katie, for some time that we have you here, let's discuss a bit of chess. And here, Mateusz Bartel, who is the winner of the Challengers last year, wants to get his knight here. And what would Parham do is my question to the viewers here. Guys, you can answer You can just shout out your move. It's okay, no one can see you as well. So if you give a wrong move, that's fine.
Yeah. Well, how about b5, Sagar? This is such a natural answer, right?
That's such a good move.
You want to stop knight c4. That's the idea.
Fantastic move, Katie. It was played in the game, and then Mateusz said, I really want the c4 square, so pushes the pawn to a4. Rook came in because he wanted to control there. And now, look at Mateusz. He plays his rook to d1.
Oh yeah, he still wants to go knight f1, knight e3.
Yes, if you don't go if you don't allow me this, I will go from here. Is what he wants to do. And so, queen comes in, and now we see Bartel thinking here. Katie, what do you think? How will Bartel fare in this tournament? He's also from Poland, right? The country where you are living in right now. He has had some phenomenal last few months, right? He gained a lot of rating.
Yeah, that's right. And also to be the winner of the challengers, and when you're coming next year as a winner of the previous tournament, somehow you feel this energy that you want more from it. I think he has a very good mood. One thing I know that he's not staying in the hotel here for a really weird reason.
He's not staying here.
No, he said that he rented apartment, really nice apartment. And the reason that he's not staying here is that last year he was suffering from some allergy.
Wow.
So he's afraid. He doesn't want to ruin anything.
That's
not
such
to
good,
risk it.
good info. Yeah, inside info by Katie here. Thank you for sharing this. Also could mean that he's come here with a team, perhaps, and they all want to stay in one apartment. Perhaps that could also be happening, yes? And you don't want to reveal it.
There is a lot of players from Poland, yeah, more than 30 players. As I said, it's very close country, so it makes a lot of sense to travel when such a big festival is happening in your neighbors. So
Yeah, if you've not revealed with whom you're working, and then you see them, like the opponents see them, they can guess very quickly, right? To check the games of the helpers.
Yes. No, there's always this thing whether you should reveal your seconds or not. For example, Vidit has kind of gone straight ahead and said, I work with Daniel Vocaturo, I work with Surya Ganguly, everyone knows.
Even Vincent is here with
Vincent
Peter
said
Lecco.
Peter Lecco for years, he's been working with him.
Yes.
But then we have Gukesh, who also revealed that he's working with Gaevsky.
Yes.
But Pragg, who is he working with apart from Ramesh? No one knows. So no one knows who is Parham working with. No, he didn't reveal. He has this IM friend. So I think people reveal a bit, but they don't reveal the entire story.
Half truth. no, half truth. No, that is also not right. But
They
yeah,
just
just
reveal
a
one or
little bit.
two of their seconds.
It's like of your recipe, you reveal 1 or 2 ingredients.
Correct.
you guys about second revealing the secrets. My favorite one is the previous, like many years that happened of Caruana's second, that he was hiding, and then suddenly he's playing the online tournament, and Adams appears on the background, and everyone sees that, yeah.
I know this happened.
Oh, Sagar.
Sagar doesn't know the secret.
No way.
Oh, I didn't know Adams and Caruana work together. No, Katie.
Katie, do you have any more secrets?
about-
Oh
How about you stay back for the entire duration of the tournament, not just for 2 days, and tell us all the secrets you know.
No, I think our chat knows about it. It's not, it's out, it's so many years. So, yeah.
But I think we should make it like, Katie, your entry like with one secret.
Yeah.
Secret for the day.
Secret of a day.
Secret. Oh, that's a nice
Secret of the
segment.
day. Yeah.
Yeah, sponsored by, I don't know.
Nice. And Sagar, can we now check Praggnanandhaa's game, because there we have a sacrifice.
Yes, but
Also Northerbek, also Gukesh, also Vidit. Actually all the games. Yeah, maybe a roundup.
okay. So for now, we end here with the Bartel game. That, but Parham has played his queen here, and Bartel has been thinking for his move. So he's not played yet. I believe he might either take here or maybe move his knight, as we discussed. Let's go to the game of Pragg and Keimer, because this is where we were talking about the sacrifice, and the last move, knight d2, No move yet by Vincent. 30 minutes almost.
That's not a good sign.
Not a good sign,
That's
yes.
not a good sign. We know that it's not good to convert more than 15 minutes, otherwise you are seeing the ghosts. So at this point, I think Vincent is in this zone that he's very confused.
Yeah.
To play.
He is thinking still for 30 minutes, and Pragg might be feeling more and more confident about his position.
Yeah, but Sagar, even if the queen g8 move was a possibility, and let's say
This move, I don't know if Ketty has seen this. Ketty, we were discussing. Look at this defense. Putting the queen here, breaking out of the pin. If you take, I take this and open up this diagonal with a check here and win the knight.
Oh, that's really awesome. That's really awesome.
Insane defense.
exactly. So even, let's say you miss queen g8, okay, you just miss it completely. Still, knight e5 is a very good move to continue, correct?
True.
So then he's thinking for 30 minutes. That is really not a good sign.
I agree. Vincent, not on the screen right now. We have just the board. It's Bartel there. Our producer G is not on his place, so he's not changing the
He is,
video.
running here and there with other cameras and this and all of that. So I'm.
But our producer G is a very, very strong player. He is an IM with 2 GM norms.
Wow.
That is amazing.
He is Tadeusz Krybel, and he is the one.
Oh, that's Tadeusz?
Ketty, it's time that I reveal a few secrets, not just you.
If you call this a secret, then.
No, the thing is like like commentators, we are on cameras, but we don't know who are behind the cameras. We never see them on cameras. Tadeusz, yes, I worked. He sees me on camera, but I never see him on camera. So yeah.
It's like when you tell me Adams came on the screen, I was like, Ketty, I never saw him. It's the same.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
so
1-1.
1-1. Okay, so for now, if we can have Vincent on the screen and we can see him, how is he? We can see a lot from his expressions. If we can have a look at Vincent, we might be able to realize if he is now. Yeah, there we have it. Vincent thinking, and Pragg also, who was sort of moving around, has come back and taken his chair.
Yeah, Pragg seems very relaxed at this point.
Yeah.
Also, when your opponent is thinking for such a long time, it gives you some psychological relief as well.
I agree. He is, for now, Pragg is looking very, very confident, very focused. Vincent, by the way, is looking tired. I mean, if you think for a position more than like 30 minutes, you are not going to be feeling fresh.
But he's just 19 years old, Sagar. Like if he goes for
That's a good point.
yeah, if you both run, then of course he's gonna beat you.
No. Vincent will beat me at everything.
If he dances,
there's
he will
no
beat you.
competition
If he
between me
plays
and
piano,
Vincent.
he will beat you.
Yes.
So I think in everything he will beat you, Sagar.
Yes, maybe when we eat, perhaps that competition I can win.
Indian
Okay.
food.
But for now, Vincent not making his move. How about we quickly check the game
round up.
of.
So here we can give a very slight initiative for Pragg based on the fact that Vincent is thinking so much,
Yes.
just for the moment.
I agree.
Going to Vidit versus Navara, what would be the assessment?
So-
Ooh, it's such a slow game.
No. This happened. Then Navara pushed his pawn forward. We saw it till here. Then
No, this didn't happen, I think.
No, it didn't happen. Oh, sorry. Yes, this happened. Then Navara took the knight. Okay, this happened. Vidit chopped off the knight. Then came, a very direct way of playing here. He's actually attacked the queen and the bishop. So Vidit went ahead and took this guy. Navara went ahead and took this one. Queen came in, attacking this pawn. He played queen back. I'm a bit surprised. Why did he not push his pawn forward? It was also possible, to push the pawn. Maybe he went back. Rook came to the center.
Maybe he didn't want to weaken the d6 square.
Very possible.
Yeah, and with that also after c6, it's difficult to push d pawn forward, which means that you also lock your c8 bishop there on the back rank. So for instance, after bishop to d3, maybe black will have some issues for this bishop, yeah?
Fantastic point. So that's why he did not go here, he went here, and when the rook came into the center, Nawara broke in the center with pawn to d6, opening up his bishop. Vidit took, knight took back, Vidit brought his knight out, pawn attacked the queen. This is looking very equalish, no? Like very symmetrical.
No, I thought actually white has some initiative because of the development.
Yes, but now black is coming here. Next move, just bringing the bishop out. Queen came to the center. Bishop d7.
I thought bishop b7 he wanted to play.
It was also possible, but he played here. a4 by Vidit.
Nice move.
Rook came here, and now this is the live board position we have.
The d file looks like a lot of pressure on that queen.
There is some pressure for white, and also if you take here, then I take back with the pawn, opening up my rook. But on the other hand, black doesn't have too much of pressure. Like, what is the queen doing here? Not much, right? And where is Vidit and Nawara? both not to be seen. Both have gone. I believe Vidit was waiting for David's move, and David pushed his rook up here. He's played rook e6, by the way, and now Vidit is not to be seen. Ketty, what are your feelings about this position?
I would feel more comfortable here with white because of the d-file that you mentioned, and also some of the light square weaknesses on the queen side. Nothing too much, nothing too dramatic, to be honest, but it's just the way how I would prefer to play, and seems like it's easier for white to develop, for instance, your pieces, to play something like rook to d3 or rook to d4, rook to d1, and to double these rooks on d-file. Maybe somewhere you can also just get maybe like rook on g-file to hit the pawn on g7. Nothing too much, but you can get something out of this position that can cause some problems for black.
But would you say that the most logical result, if both players play like steady chess, that this game might end in a draw? Or too early to say?
I think it's too early to say because the time situation very often tells us how the players are feeling. And the player who has more time on the board, Vidit, 1 hour against 40 minutes, let's say roughly, there is a bit of time difference, right? So the player who has less time on the clock usually feels that it's worse. So that's...
I agree, that's a very important point here. 24 minutes more for Vidit, which is why he is not... Oh, David comes back. David is like, where is my... Where is Vidit? The question, the $1 million question. Maybe he's gone to the washroom, but one question, Ketty, to you. If you had to choose one player in this Masters segment who you think is the favorite to win this, who would it be?
Oh, that's a so difficult question, really, to bet money on.
You can also bet your house on.
House.
No, she was so clear. I can't do that. And Ani, she was like really betting
we
two
won
houses.
some houses like this.
I always say that, like, I know Gukesh the most out of every players because we played in the same team and we spent more time together. So when it comes to choose your favorite, you know, sometimes in Germany we played the at the World Team Rapid Chess Championship together. So we spent a lot of time between the rounds.
You were playing for this team, the sports academy of this one, right?
Yeah, it was really awesome team. First board we had Caruana. He got the gold medal on the first board. We had Aroni on second board, and Gukesh was the third board. I was playing on the women board, but I brought some points, you know.
I remember your win against Sarah Khadem. Brilliant game there that you played. Yeah. So you know Gukesh the most and kind of rooting for him a bit.
Yeah, I know, because it's like somehow, especially if I'm not working as a commentator, I don't have to be, you know.
Also, you're going away in 2 days, so when
yeah,
you get to know, you're already gone. Yeah, okay. So Gukesh is someone whom you think.
Yeah, I think Pragg and Vidit, they are also in very good form, and out of these players, I think they will get top 3. These guys. Yeah.
Wow, that's a very interesting take there. So let's go to Gukesh's game then from here and see what he's up to. Gukesh, this has happened. We were talking about this structure.
Kind of a weird structure.
Or not really. No, what happens is the analysis that we do last is what comes back. So after h5 here, Gukesh did not jump in with his knight here.
He went bishop e2.
He went bishop e2. And then Rapport put his pawn here.
He wants to play knight f1, now he played. He wants to play bishop g5, knight e3. He wants to eliminate the knight from f6 and get the knight on d5, perhaps.
Very clean, like, positional idea, yeah,
I
for
told
Gukesh.
you, we have some connections.
Yeah, you could just instantly understand all his ideas there.
But one question to you guys. Okay, if we look at the other perspective, how possible is g4 idea? Or is it going to help black rook on h8? It's like, okay, I was here on the sofa and I have to do nothing, and then you're helping me at g4. And yep.
Could be, Amruta, that's a great point. And also, g4, the only problem is if black takes, then this pawn is hanging. Like,
with preparation, of course.
Very difficult
but
to
you
prepare.
can't really prepare.
Yeah, so g4 may not happen, no? Instantly.
I agree. Yeah, so then I like the bishop g5
No, I
idea
like
more,
Ketty's
for
plan
sure.
like so much. It's like, you know, you see it and you know it. That bishop goes here, knight goes here, and then knight comes in the center.
And at this point, you can also just wait not to trade the knight on f6, because the bishop on g5 is so strong. There's no pawn to kick that bishop away, and maybe Amruta g4 will be there. Way more powerful,
When
yeah.
the bishop comes there, right. So we have a few people who have joined us here in the live room. What would you play as black here if you were Richard Rapport? Because you know now that Gukesh wants to come here, bring his knight, maybe take this, maybe not, push his pawn here, bring his knight here. What is the move? You can just maybe tell us what are your thoughts.
Yeah, without being nervous at all.
Yeah, and also for all the people back home watching this, Don Giovanni Hotel in Prague is where you need to be. Come here, join us, and you'll be able to.
And the hotel is really beautiful.
Yes.
Very beautiful. There is live music happening all the time. The piano, and it's so soothing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a musical sort of hotel, right? Because Don Giovanni is one of, I'm not so good at music, but it's one of the compositions of Mozart.
Yes. And what I really like about this hotel is that in every room there is some quotes from the I don't know, different books, some music quotes, and that's pretty nice.
Pictures everywhere in the hotel.
Yeah.
So yeah. Okay, so the move I would go for, and I think what Rapport will do, knowing him, knowing the kind of player he is, he might just push his pawn here. And he might just say, Gukesh, come and take this pawn, but do it at your own peril, because then I open up my bishop and attack your queen.
No, Gukesh won't take that ever. I mean, he won't even consider that.
He might not take it, but then Rapport might just push his other pawn or a3, and he's already getting some headway.
Okay, but if we continue with Katie's plan of bishop g5, what happens next?
Yes, you can do that, and maybe I just trying to create at the end of the day some problems against your king, because when I have my pawns here, your king is not feeling that safe.
Well, there's already something here, some tactics like d5, for instance. If you take with the c pawn, there's something like on it's not working
could
right
be,
now
it could
on
be,
c2.
yes.
And if you take with the e-pawn, there's bishop f5. So there are some ideas. And also you open up your dark square bishop. And we know that Richard is very creative chess player. And, you know, he can just figure it out in a second, everything.
I agree.
Absolutely amazing.
Okay, so I'm actually waiting for what Richard would play here. A4, will he go for that? Will he bring his rook here to prepare A4? Will he play his rook to C8? We'll wait and see.
But Gukesh is having 20 minutes almost more than Richard. I think he made a move,
Yeah,
right?
he played bishop E6. He put his bishop here. He's attacking this pawn.
It's actually quite nice move because if you play b3 and guard this pawn, now a4 is so strong. Yeah. So you need to perhaps play rook to c1, and now you get the attention to the c file, and you are making defending moves rather than to continue your plan. So
I agree. But can Gukesh just ignore it and go with his bishop here? Which is no, he does something else. What is Gukesh doing? He doesn't go bishop g5.
Did he go rook c1 then?
Ketty, explain to us Gukesh's moves. Yeah, he's doing something weird here. He's played.
No, did he
What
play
he
rook c1
played?
here?
No, he has gone. If I'm not mistaken, bishop f2 or what? No, can't be. Can't be. Did he play bishop?
yeah, bishop f2.
He
Yeah.
played bishop f2. Okay, same point. Yeah, he wants this, but not with the bishop here.
Oh wow, he's keeping the dark square bishop, and I think he's just waiting black to make decision to castle, and then he will start to attack. But Sagar, to answer to your question, what happens after taking on c4, because the pawn is hanging, I think now he wants to pin the bishop with rook to c1 or queen to c2.
Would be a huge, right? Like white wins material.
Yeah, queen c2 in fact is a horrible blunder. After
Oh,
queen
can we
c2.
ask our viewers here?
Yeah.
Okay, guys, Ketty, out of the blue, has found a very nice puzzle for you guys. What is black's move here? Fantastic. What a nice move. Bishop a2. Deflection, Ketty.
Yeah, so awesome.
Take, and here, and black wins. So, cannot play queen c2, but rook c1 works fine. And then this is pinned and you win it. So bishop f2 played, Gukesh going in with his knight. And imagine that if, I'm already scared to castle, yeah, like I feel like g4 will come in. But imagine if you castle.
Yeah, if you're fast, then I don't think you should be scared.
No, I'm just making some random moves and I want to get...
c8. If you're making random moves, maybe rook on c8, sir.
Yeah, just for this structure, I feel that this is such a beautiful structure for white, right? This one would give a huge advantage to white, I think.
Yeah,
But still, at the end of it, G4 is the main idea. If castle has happened, it doesn't matter what's on those diagonals. Because you really
G4
can't attack
or
any
rook
point.
c1 to c6. Ketty, this looks what
Lovely.
Gukesh wants.
Yeah, you can have this every day, every game against every player. But Sagar, in the current position after bishop to f2, is there a way that black can figure it out to castle, like this artificial castle with, for instance, king to f8, g7 to maintain the rook on h file and still to somehow not to disconnect these rooks, right?
Very interesting suggestion. So you do this, I anyway will go here, you come here and I put my knight here. I think this is what could happen.
Do you want to go with your knight to d5 immediately or your 4?
I mean,
That would always
that's
be a
also
confusion.
very good point, Amruta. Like, do you want to do this? My only worry is this pawn, which is
E4,
hanging
yeah,
here.
E4.
Yeah.
You need another move to defend that. Yes.
Okay,
A little
so we
slow.
kind of delved into this position quite a bit. It does feel Gukesh is pressing and has this very clear strategic goal of putting a knight here. But we'll come back to this game. Meanwhile, let's go to the game between Praggnanandhaa and Vincent Keimer because something has moved ahead.
Oh, what did he play?
Vincent
Queen
Keimer finds queen g8. What a
Wow,
guy.
that is brilliant. So then, can we say the time he used is okay to find such an amazing defense?
I I think I would agree. Spending 35 minutes or 40 minutes of your time to find this move, Queen G8, is worth it. It's like investing your time at the right place.
True.
Now, Pragg didn't take it because that would be a huge blunder. The queen would take, pawn takes, opening up this bishop completely. So the move that was played here was e5.
But we were looking at e5, Sagar, where there is no pin, so knight e4 is not as powerful.
Yes.
Yet he goes for e5, yeah?
Yes, because if you take with the pawn, then
d3.
Bishop d3, absolutely, bringing the bishop back here with a check. And king goes here. Oh, this looks so scary. I mean, you don't have a very good discovered attack here with the queen. But it feels like something will come up. Maybe even a move like rook takes pawn.
I love that. Knight takes, queen takes, and then you play knight e4 as well.
Just game over.
Yeah.
What an attack this would be. So
e5 is awesome.
When Pragg pushed his pawn forward.
Okay, so what if knight e5, because you don't have bishop d3? Still rook e5.
Yes, Amruta, this is boom. This is just game over, because then again check.
Same, you're converting into the same idea, yeah?
Wow.
Oh, so then what is the only defense? 1 second, for e5, black has a defense. Can we try to find?
Maybe we can ask our viewers here. What is the only
move? He has
move?
a move, I think, in
black
mind.
To play. Yes, Keimer has played knight to h5. Attacking the queen.
And he's from Germany, so he trusts German player, right?
Aha.
He knows it's a good move.
So you are rooting for Vincent here. Fantastic. Well, let's see what Vincent does. He's found again the best move, attacking the queen.
So if queen h4, like the most natural move here, you
Yes.
pin the knight.
Yes.
King g6. What else?
Or g6 or g7.
King g6, is it lost? Bishop d3? I mean, not lost.
Yeah, it looks terrible. Like
But
the
you
bar
allow-
has just gone completely
Yeah,
up.
that one extra move to white is very happy thing.
Yeah, I don't think the king is very well placed here, but maybe a better idea is queen coming up. And then the king jumping back to this square. And then black is somehow.
Okay, what if knight e4 here? Knight e4. Knight takes e5. Are you going to take?
Amruta is just going on the attack completely. I was just wondering, Amruta, if I just go back, like, is there any way for you to continue attacking? I think this is what Vincent wants, his dream. His queen is here, king is here, rook is defending here.
There are some ideas like, you can play e takes d6. And if you're able to open the rook on e1, I want to go rook e8, but even if I get rook e8, you still have king g7. It's
Yes.
not something immediately.
And also the bishop is coming out. I think black has consolidated
it's a little
here.
slow.
Okay, so here Pragg is thinking, Ketty, you are an aggressive player. What would you play here? Like, would you also go queen h4? It seems like the most logical, no?
Well, the queen, what else we can first? Wait.
It says so, but it's not so simple, no? Like, it seems the most natural move. And then you move your king away. And maybe this time the king runs away like this. I think it's all about keeping the king in that zone, like not letting it escape. So even if you do this and queen comes here, how do we keep the king somehow here and not let it escape? That's what Pragg does. He puts his queen on h4. And I'm sure Vincent is ready with his next move, queen g6, right? Like, I don't
because he's
see-
used so much time that he doesn't want to use more time. By the way, how many moves? For 40 moves, they need to still
This is
make.
21st move only here.
Like 20 more moves to go.
for 30 minutes more. Okay, after queen g6, Pragg has many attacking chances, but Vincent is running away. So we need to think what is the move that white could play here.
A very good question for white.
Yeah.
We should try to think. Guys in the chat, do try to think. Even if it is 15-minute delay.
Oh, there's a delay.
There's a delay here. That's why we cannot interact with the live chat in the who are watching back home, but we can interact with the people here. So if you have any suggestions, any moves, please throw it across. It would be fun to sort of do this, and we are hoping that more and more people join in as the days go by, and then we have to put in more chairs and so on.
The weekends very crowded.
Yes.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I was actually thinking, how about we take the pawn on d6,
Okay.
and basically we just open up the e file. So if the
you
king goes on g8, then we have at least this move.
Very good suggestion here. A very logical one as well, because now you want to bring your rook here to the. But I was just thinking, if we can give up another pawn, or let's say just I take. And then I want to get my bishop out, somehow get the rooks connected.
Okay, at any point of time, did white have a move like, don't call me crazy, g4?
Oh, I love that move. I was thinking about that move. I love
Awesome.
it.
So if her attacking is her style is attacking, then yeah,
Yes,
we
for
might
sure. For
think
sure.
of similar
Katie,
ideas.
you're very attacking, right? As a player, or not?
I don't know. I'm not sure actually.
No?
No.
Uh-huh.
You're disappointed. I'm very attacking player.
Yes, that's what I thought. I mean, I haven't seen too many games of yours, but I thought you were
I mean,
aggressive.
generally
You know
Georgian
why?
women are more towards attacking chess. I'm not sure.
I think I'm good at tactics, so I have this sense of sacrificing and stuff. But the thing is that I play like 3 or 4 games a year, and out of these 3 or 4 games, maybe there is one attacking game that you remember.
Because you don't play much.
Yeah,
You don't play much, but I guess all those who are tactically strong can generally attack well. But Amruta, your move g4, I thought king g8, and maybe black is just what he wants.
For gh5 you have rook h5, and actually threat
Yes.
by playing.
So this would not work.
Double
for
attack,
sure. Black
g5
wins.
is lost.
So amidst all of this, perhaps now, but also Vincent is not playing queen g6, or has he done that already? Oh, he has. He has
he's
played
played.
it. So now Pragg is thinking, Katie, what's your move here? Amruta, what's your move? We have to
We tried
just guess
g4.
what Pragg will play and move to the next game
Yeah.
and see if it falls. And maybe if any of you want to guess what is the move that Praggnanandhaa will play here, because here he has lot of choices. G4, as Amruta mentioned, Katie said to take the pawn. Is there anything else?
In the game, I will definitely calculate. I believe it won't work at all, but you calculate because, as you say, checks, captures, and threats. So bishop f7, queen f7, e6,
Bishop
e6.
Bishop
it
f6
doesn't work.
just happened in the game. What is that move?
Bishop f6.
We need a moment.
But it looks very logical, right? He
Yeah,
wants
you're
to get
attacking
the
the
rook
rook.
out from there on h8.
And why did we not consider this?
Oh,
Because
bishop d3 is now a serious threat. Bishop d3, queen h5 is a checkmate in
nice. What a deflection.
Katie in this tactical mode here, wanting to checkmate. Vincent has to find some accurate moves now. Bishop f6, because
Rook g8, no natural, because g2 is but still bishop d3. There's a pin there.
exactly, bishop.
Wow.
Does that work?
Bishop d3, bishop f5 though.
There is this move. So Pragg is not winning. Yeah, bishop d3 is in the air. Okay, so rook g8. Do you think that's the move that Vincent has to go for, or something else as well?
In where else will you take your rook? You don't want to give it up.
Yeah, maybe rook to the center of the board.
Rook e8 would be very
No, but-
scared
no,
to
but
keep
here-
that.
Problem is this
Yeah.
same checkmate. Yeah, when you move the rook away, there will be this checkmate.
Yes, but
Yeah.
let's just do this, no? Like
Yeah.
Because you're threatening a mate in
threatening
one.
a mate in one, yes. So rook g8 is very likely to happen on the board. By far the most exciting game of the round, I feel.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
this is just the game of the round. Praggnanandhaa versus Vincent. Let's go to Guan Thaidaiwan versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Nodirbek here took, we were here, he took bishop takes, queen took the central pawn, he attacked the queen, and now queen takes b2 and he's taken here. We actually analyzed this position. Black is a pawn up, white has the bishop pair and is looking at this pawn. Do you think that this is actually quite okay for Thaidaiwan here? Or it feels like if Nodirbek wins this pawn,
No,
he
it
might
looks
have
okay.
this super passer with the bishop looking here, bishop pair.
So you won't give that a pawn for sure.
But what do you do?
Can you go a5?
Yes, this is the most logical move. You want to defend this
Oh,
bishop.
but the bar doesn't like it.
Yes, because
Where is it confused? Like, okay, it goes up and then drops down.
this queen might be in trouble, no?
That's a threat.
Ah. So it's very precise.
Can we guys go with c5 instead?
Oh, nice. This is also a very interesting move because now you don't have this move here.
And still the bar doesn't like it. Why?
Yeah, not so sure here because maybe pawn to a3 could have
yeah.
been a thought. Then I can.
So then if we have considered two natural moves which give initiative for white, I would say Van Nguyen is in slight trouble
Yes.
against the double bishop there.
Possible, but he has played queen c3 here. He's made his move.
And you guys, let's take a look also at the time. 19 minutes here for black. And they have played only
Whoa.
15 moves. So
Oh,
he very
that's a
likely
huge
feels
one.
that it's some kind of problematic situation. And now he's ready to trade the queens and give one of the pawns maybe back.
So 25 moves in 19 minutes against Nodirbek with slight initiative for Nodirbek is not easy.
Nightmare. And guys,
easy.
this position, let's say I bring my rook here, you take, I take, you save your a pawn, and I take here. This is, I don't want to face Nodirbek in such a position. This guy will sit for hours here and grind because of the bishop pair.
Yeah. Then the time pressure is just another advantage here.
At d5.
After take here, knight to d5. Oh, that's a very good suggestion. But maybe I take here, pawn takes, and this endgame is also a slightly uncomfortable, no? Like this isolated pawn.
Rook already on the 7th rank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
An interesting suggestion, but I think small edge for Nodirbek.
Maybe this is the most natural go-to. I think black should go to this endgame.
And then hope to defend it.
Pray.
Pray. Okay, so this is one game, maybe small edge for Nodirbek. Let's go to quickly Vidit versus Nawara, and we have the last few couple of moves after the rook came here. Vidit pushed his queenside pawn,
To a5, yeah?
making use of this pin so that this cannot be won. And then Nawara played rook b8.
Rook b8. So is he threatening anything like b takes a5? Because that would isolate the pawns and doesn't look nice. But then what is the rook doing on b8?
No, just
AB was the threat. That's why he had to move the rook away.
Yeah, because AB is not possible.
Yeah, bishop
CB
is-
then the d6.
this
Okay.
take, rook takes, queen takes, and the bishop was hanging. So that's why he played it here. Nice. Okay. Slow moving game. Yeah, this is a slow moving game. But as
And
we
also
said,
the time, if you see 40 and 45, now the time gap has reduced.
Yeah.
Earlier, I think Vidit had around 20 minutes more. So that's a good news for David.
True. So let's go to the next game. Praggnanandhaa has made his move. He has played after rook g8. I think Pragg was ready with
D5.
bishop d5.
Well, I love this move. It's not only just guarding the pawn on the g2, but also bishop e4 comes without any sacrifice.
Yes.
So he can also do that.
But Katie, this is not really a threat, no? Like bishop f5 is still there. So
yeah. No. So what if you start with bishop f5 now? Let's say, what do you do for direct bishop f5? Oh, knight f3. Oh, no. Sorry. What a big blunder. Maybe we can still ask the chat.
Knight f3 is a self goal for sure.
Oh, that happens to me every title Tuesday. I blunder checkmate in one move in every game. That's fine, I guess.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. But maybe one of the ideas of Pragg moving his bishop here was also to bring it back. Attack here.
The h5 knight.
But Vincent doesn't have to worry really too much because Pragg can never take with the bishop as it's a mate. So you have to take with the queen, and when that happens, you trade the queens.
No, but you lose a piece.
No, but your piece up. Amruta, don't forget that Pragg is already a piece down.
Right. I did forget that.
Yeah. So we are waiting for Vincent to make his next move.
Oh, how about this, guys? If white goes knight to f1, knight to g, after bishop f5, knight f1, knight g3.
Oh, very, very calmly, yeah? You want to just bring your knight here.
Wow.
Oh, it's actually a very bad move. Knight e4 has the same issues as knight f3.
Yeah, this the mate.
Oh, yeah, but it's a. But otherwise, it was.
Everybody is wanting the knight to go to g5 and then it's game over.
But Katie's move, also knight f1, looked very logical because she wanted to get the knight here and attack. But maybe there is some just defense.
Knight takes e5, what's the problem? Is it okay to allow knight g3 or is it like over?
No, but this starts to get very, very nasty. So maybe it's a possibility.
Knight f1. So we have two ideas. One is knight going to f1 and knight g3. That would be one if you go back. And one is the one which you showed, bishop f3. But after bishop f3, the idea actually is knight e4 as he suggests. Because then you have defended g2.
Oh,
I like that too.
So if you go here, then you are threatening this.
Direct threat, yeah? It two moves.
Bishop f5 is actually on the board.
He played it?
Do you guys think Pragg will blitz out next move? He has 1 hour. And very important decision because some of the moves... Okay, it was a checkmate in one move, but still there was some ideas.
I would think about these knight f3, knight e4 and...
for Pragg to discard, he doesn't even have to think of those moves. It's like a auto kind of a thing.
But beautiful. What a nice suggestion here. What's your name? Matthias here.
And what's your rating? Do you have a rating?
2050. But beautiful suggestion here that this is falling. Check, takes, and this. So that's the reason why knight f1, knight g3 may not work. But well spotted there. Pragg now may go for bishop f3. This is what we are waiting for. If he plays this, it will be very exciting because then the knight is coming in. This is a threat. Let's quickly go and check the game of Bartel versus Maksudlu. And we have this new structure which has come about. We were wondering if Bartel was just in time to get his knight and make use of this d5 square. But top level chess is so concrete. Maksudlu just at the right moment pushed this knight away so that his friend cannot join him to defend here. And so when he went here, he just took it.
Did Maksudlu break the friendship?
Of the two knights, yes. Yes. And now if queen takes, I think it's very possible that his pawn is a little soft. He just didn't like this, that bishop e6. move. So he took with the pawn. And now a5, knight came up, bishop e7. I already start liking black's position.
Yeah,
what do you think?
With pair of bishop, potentially some idea like after castle to play f5, then f4, e4, g4. But usually in this kind of pawn structure, we have like from Sicilian, but in that positions, white is very strong on the queen side with c4, c5. But here is not possible. So I don't really think that white can go against that plan.
And normally, Sagar, there is light square bishop. If you have a light square bishop, it helps white. But with the dark square bishop, the plan which he mentions for black looks very smooth flowing.
Yeah, Maksudlu looking strong here, and you can see Bartel just wanting to be sure that this idea which Ketty suggested, castles and f5 doesn't come in directly. So pressure on Bartel.
Pressure on
Yeah,
Bartel.
maybe knight to f5 here to stop f5 happening, and look for g7 pawn. And if you castle, we always have these ideas to sacrifice the piece on h6. But if we take on f5, we take on f5, and we have a quite solid bishop against black's not so good biship on e7.
True, but
black is
Ketty, I'm a
better,
bit
that is
worried about this pawn. That's the
only
only,
because of the
you know?
c2 pawn. If you had bishop on d3, it would be very different.
Yes.
The light square bishop is what makes the difference in this position.
And I think this is the biggest worry for Bartel, that this c2 pawn is terribly weak. And
Maybe something like rook to d3 to make very quick rook transfer.
But can I take this pawn then?
Yes. And then bishop to h6.
Oh, you're going wow.
Tricky.
Some attack there. If I take this, I know you want to just check and win my queen. Yeah, maybe this is something which...
I mean, black will have to be very precise.
And maybe just rook c8 to defend my queen. Oh, but already looks terrible.
Because what? Queen G4,
Oh my god.
can you go?
Oh my god.
Bishop g7.
Bishop takes g7. And it's a mating attack.
So black will have to be precise. One wrong move and you're done.
Yeah, maybe that's the reason why you have to bring your other rook here, so that when this takes, rook check, my king can start to run away from here.
Nice.
Yeah.
A lot today is about defending right.
Yeah.
So Sagar, okay, let's move to Gukesh game versus Rapport.
Yes, Gukesh, Ketty's favorite in this tournament. Bishop f2 and...
Oh wow, Rapport castled short side. That's very interesting decision.
First he went queen b7, knight e3 and castled. I am thinking Gukesh is going to move in with his knight here and just ask Richard, what is the way in which you're going to take this knight? Like, and the thing is, if you take with the bishop, this square gets weakened, like rook c1, rook c6. And if you take with the knight, then I get a tempo on you this way. But still, I mean, what do you guys think?
The black pawns are very advanced, so that is one good thing which black has, the space on the queen side.
Yeah.
I'm all the time attracted to g4.
Yeah, that's actually very dangerous.
Now, no? Now?
Yeah.
Now
G4.
there's no knight on f6 as well. The e4 problem is sorted.
Yes, and if you take here, I can even rip apart your king side with h5.
Actually, when you took c takes d5 was, e takes d5, bishop f5 was the problem. Got it.
Here, Amruta says, like, if this, then there's a check and maybe black is okay.
Yeah, you don't get bishop d3. So c d5 and then g4.
Take, g4. I don't even know what is a good move here for black. How is it that black should sort of keep his king safe? But maybe we just don't worry so much, yeah?
Yeah, just take. Because if you play h5, there is g5. If you play h5, g5, and you're happy.
After bishop e3, maybe just f6.
Right.
And
so
you're
maybe maybe this is how Rapport wants to keep the position closed. But for now, let's see what Gukesh. How is Gukesh looking like? I mean, is he going to jump in with his knight to the center of the board? If we can have Gukesh on the screen, yeah, there he is. He has his head in his hands.
Yeah, he's calculating. Is there very often in this pawn structure there is knight f5, like typical sacrifices? Do you guys think this can work out?
I like it. I love it.
Take,
Knight f5 is awesome.
and then this check could come in.
And it is so Gukesh's style. The idea is with knight
Yeah,
f5.
not ef5 because this comes with a check, but maybe just jump in with a check here.
Oh, but that would it be like a perpetual? No.
No, I think more.
He takes f5.
This could get very nasty.
Yeah.
Bishop d7. How do you continue with that?
There
Queen
is-
h6 and then g4. Yeah.
There's also, I don't know if it works right here, but rook d6 kind of motif
Oh,
that you can.
boom. If you take here, then this. Very interesting.
She
Probably
is
not
very
like that.
tactical.
No, Ketty, don't
I
ever
woke
say
up
to
today
anyone.
very aggressive.
Don't say to anyone that you're not an aggressive player because the only moves that you're suggesting are attacking moves.
Violence. Yeah, it's quite rich position from white side, but I have a feeling that black is also waiting here. You know, black is waiting, and he controls everything for the moment. He knows that he's not losing on a spot, and he's just waiting for just a slight inaccuracy.
Yes. And time-wise, Gukesh has 15 or 13 more minutes than Richard. Let's go to the position of, we've seen, by the way, let's do a roundup.
Okay.
So we say Maksudlu very comfortable here, right, against Bartel. I think b3 and castle has happened. So this is the live board. I am actually predicting Maksudlu winning this. Like,
You can start very strong attack with the f5.
yes. This looks very, very powerful. Okay, going to the next one, Gukesh Rapport. Very complicated. I don't know what to say about this, but I have a feeling that Gukesh is pressing, no?
You know what? I was just checking Gukesh versus Richard. A few games earlier they have played, and Gukesh has beaten Richard in the important games only once, and Richard has a very good score. So if Gukesh manages to beat Richard, it would be a great result for him psychologically. But even a draw, considering the past results, would also be a good thing.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a very good point because chess players somehow they remember this, and we call this in our language unpleasant opponent that you don't like to play against, because if you have lost all the time, you're just like you don't want to lose anymore. So it's quite unpleasant, and you need to break. And very often, even if you make a draw, this is something that boosts your mood, and then next games you're like, okay, I'm stronger now. I can face against you. But the personal score is very important.
True, and I think for Gukesh, it's important that he sort of does not do something quite outrageous here, because he many times takes such decisions which are humanly very complex, but objectively maybe not the best. And it happens often to him because this is a very simple move, knight d5, putting the knight in the center. But it's not a Gukesh-like move, right? Gukesh always wants to create as much chaos as possible.
So one last question to you. If not knight d5, what would be the Indian second best move?
I don't know.
Or you didn't even know that if knight d5 is the best
Yeah,
move.
I was not aware. But I was just very much like, this is what you've been sort of building up for, right? Like if you sort of do your schooling, then you study, then you go to the college, then you basically do a job, right?
But Gukesh didn't go to school, and that's where he had a complete breakthrough. So maybe here he doesn't need to go to the school. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Breaks the routine and does his way. Yeah, he does
Exactly.
his way.
Exactly. maybe this move is worth thinking about, and maybe Gukesh does it, like just go for the attack. Yeah, like why not? Go. And so we'll come back here.
Okay.
Anyway, I would say slightly
Initiative.
pleasant for Gukesh. So
Yes.
slightly better for Parham here, slightly better for Gukesh here. Nadir Bek Abdusattorov. This happened what we were discussing. Rook d1, queen takes, rook takes, bishop went back. He chopped the pawn. Rook came to the 7th rank. Bishop attacked the rook. Rook moved in. Bishop defended the pawn. And this is where we are. Okay guys, we are playing for 2 results here. Either Nadirbek Abdusattorov grinds this out, or it's a draw. What do you think?
Yeah, I like the way how Nguyen here played. I think this is quite decent way to play. He gave up the a-pawn, like straight on the back rank, and to play 97, 95 ideas. Or he can also go back for a2 pawn to attack this pawn. But I think this doesn't change the picture. Still, pair of bishop is on the board, and white has more space, and they have like more active piece.
Also, this a-pawn is a monster, right? Once it starts rolling.
Absolutely, and even the rook on a1 has not moved, not needed to move. I don't think it will ever need to move until the queen on a8 happens. So a good work from home situation for
Work
that.
from home. Yeah, the rook is working very well from home. So again,
Yeah,
we can
Nadirbek
maybe
is-
say small edge for Nadirbek here.
Yeah.
Oh, the time. Look at the time.
Oh yeah, a big edge.
Time.
Actually, that changes a big edge to
But
until
you're-
40th move. Until 40th move.
Do you think making 20 moves in this simplified position, this is the move number 20 right now, is not so tough, right?
You know what? When you have forcing position, it's much easier to make your next moves. But this is not forcing position. You have to come up here with some plans. Goes 97 right away to attack the bishop. And if bishop goes anywhere else, but not on d4, he wants to play 95 to trade the...
95
Yeah.
here coming up to attack the rook and the bishop. So clearly Nadirbek must do bishop back here.
He can do rook to b1, trade everything on the
Okay.
back rank, and
Okay.
offer maybe rook trade, rook to b4. But again, Sagar, in this position, I don't know, pair of bishop, a pawn also on the board.
This would be like
No, this is too
Too
dangerous,
dangerous,
for black.
yeah.
With the time, with the a-pawn, no.
this is
I
not
think
something I want
Nadirbek-
to.
Yeah, I'm changing the assessment. It seems like he's clearly better.
Let's see. So right now, this variation which Ketty mentioned, it does feel that Nadirbek's play is much easier, much more free flowing with those two bishops looking in this direction. So we come to Parham being slightly better, Gukesh being slightly better, and now Nadirbek being slightly better. Now coming to Vidit versus David Navara.
Oh, they had some moves.
Just
there
one
after
move.
B8.
Just take the pawn and bishop back. Nothing much. This game is moving slowly, but don't you think white's position is like so much more coordinated? Black is like all sort of boxed in here.
Yeah.
But it does look like, you know, at night it's a little cold, you take blanket, you wear socks and you slept off. But in the morning you wake up and it's all fine. So black might have his morning very soon.
I like that.
Nice one, yeah,
Positive
Amruta.
attitude.
How do you even counter that thing what Amruta said? It's just very logical, yeah.
That's how I am at night with a lot of cold and
Okay.
Oh yeah, it might be really cold for you guys here, right?
Yes.
yeah, from Mumbai to Prague.
I
it
mean,
is.
you don't
Really?
find it cold here?
I'm in my t-shirt. Do I look like I'm cold?
No, I mean outside, not here.
It's okay. I
It's
live
okay?
in Poland, so
Poland is even colder.
So if you
It's
go
getting
outside,
warmer
you
now.
don't wear some kind of.
I have my coat, of
Yeah,
course.
of course. Yeah, no, then that's what. Yeah, like coat is needed for even you, right? Yeah,
Oh
okay.
yes.
Now we feel better. Okay, so
Only thing is, it's like maybe 3 coats for me, 1 for you, 1 for her. That would be
Yes.
like a little bit of a difference.
yes, Amruta has many layers of coat. Like she
I know,
feels
what
very
does that
cold.
mean?
But this one, I think David can slowly unravel. Like slowly maybe get his rook to a8, exchange one pair of rooks. But it does feel visually that Vidit is slightly better here. But maybe around even, yeah?
I do think that Vidit's time has gone down so much below David.
Yeah.
I have a feeling with this equality now, like the bar says it's equal, David might be able to really equalize very soon.
Correct.
I mean, in terms of the time pressure. You know.
By the way, guys, I don't know if you chat about that, but David has, I think, the chess tie.
Aha.
So that's so nice. He always has some chess details.
Chess socks, right?
Yes. Oh.
Yeah.
I am following David's footsteps, guys. I have chess socks right now.
He likes to, dress stylish and always have some chess details.
And also, whenever he meets us, he's always like, Namaste, which is very sweet, I mean.
Yes.
He wishes you in your language.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was a very funny story. 2 years ago when I visited here, I was an ambassador of Chess Kids. There was a tournament here for the kids as well. They are playing together, right? Yes. And I had to make the first move, ceremonial move in the kids game, and the arbiter had to announce my last name. And of course, it's difficult to announce my last name. And the arbiter tried his best, but it was not correct. And David heard about this, and just before the round, he was very focused, and he heard. He was like, no. And he stood up, and he announced my last name, like almost in Georgian perfectly well. And I was like, yeah, videos. He's
Wonderful.
Quite good in the language. He speaks a lot of language.
Yes. And I think if...
10?
How many?
8.
8 languages by David. Wow.
Genius.
Wow. Yeah, he's a genius for
Genius.
sure. He is amazing. At some point, if I'm not mistaken, his highest ELO was 2750. He has dropped down quite a bit, but then you never know. He comes back in form. He won the European Blitz Championship recently, right? Again, ahead of many top grandmasters. So you can never underestimate him here. And so going to the game which we've been talking so much about,
Game of the day.
Pragg versus Vincent. Vincent played his bishop out, I think. Pragg quickly moved his bishop back, and Vincent did not care about his knight because there's no way to care about it, and he brought his rook to the center of the board, which according to the engines is a mistake.
Isn't knight e4 happening now?
Yeah.
Because it was not happening previously. So bishop f3 was, like a bluff. You feel like you're attacking the h5 knight, but you might be threatening knight e4.
Clearly,
it's not a worry.
Vincent was ready for knight e4, Amruta. If you put your knight here, the engine again says it's back to equal.
What's the defense?
There is this check coming in.
Which is so powerful.
But to that check, your king can always come up.
And now you don't have knight f7, which earlier if the bishop was on that diagonal on d5, that's why it was always kind of over,
Yes, this knight, so maybe king is coming here, so there's no real threat perhaps.
So knight e5, just take.
But there is
Or
the threat
c3.
Yeah, perhaps this is the best move now, knight e5, and if you give a check, I come up and black is completely winning.
Knight f3 is threatened. Yeah.
So, going back here, what is Praggnanandhaa's winning move here? We have some people here sitting, not winning, but clearly getting an advantage. What is the move? We also are not aware.
I wanted to go g4, but then the pin is there, so first g4 and then king h2.
Sorry,
knight g3. Or knight g3. Oh, sorry, knight f1, knight g3. But that's too long, actually.
Yeah, it may be too slow. Isn't
even
black
g4
threatening
king
to
h2
take
is
this
too
pawn
long.
right now?
Yeah.
So Pragg has to do something very quickly, which is not very obvious, yeah? Like we are not able to sort of see it. Like if you take here the knight with the queen, which is the most obvious way to gain back material, then I think Vincent is very happy, right? Like
Knight e5 or bishop h3.
Yeah, maybe.
No, bishop f7 is also.
But knight e5 stops bishop takes pawn, right? So this looks okay, and if you take here, I take with the rook, and I am okay.
Yeah.
So
okay,
what
so
is
queen
the
h5 is
move?
already in Pragg's hand, which is equalizing kind of. So if he wants to find something better,
Guys, this is not easy. Think about it. Praggnanandhaa sitting there has 41 minutes, has been trying to attack. Vincent has been defending beautifully. Here is the opportunity to get an advantage, but the move is not so obvious.
You guys, how about we play g3 here just to have this pawn on better square, and the threat is bishop to h5. Can we do that?
But oh, what a nice idea to take with the bishop here. Do you think it? I was just worried that if this bishop opens up.
no, knight e5. You continue with knight e5 because for bishop h5.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
The idea was that if you take here, I wanted to take this with the pin.
Ah, that's a good one. Actually, very.
But then maybe Ketty, do you want to
Knight
go
F1.
like even King G2 or
Knight
Knight
F1?
F1? Yeah.
Oh!
And Knight G3, the
There's a
same thing. Yeah.
blunder.
No, oh, Knight G3 is pinned. Wait.
Oh wow, this position is super rich with all these tactical motives.
Yeah.
Right.
I think c takes b and b1 queen is the simplest to have a queen on the board.
But I was worried bishop takes knight. Like if you take here, I take this. Maybe it's not nothing, yeah? Like this.
You give one queen, you'd promote another queen.
So b1, no? This
Would be a double check, yeah. So, no, not even
no,
b1.
not even b1. Yeah. First, actually, how do you continue?
Yeah, I think here we need to think of something better. Queen h6. Yeah, maybe this calm little move, because then you have this and pawn coming forward and then black wins. Yeah, that makes sense. So, Katie, your idea with g3, very interesting, maybe a little, but actually the bar didn't change after g3.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's the move, huh?
Wow.
Oh. And if you take here, maybe not knight f1, something else. Oh, knight e4 right now or not? Ah, but knight e4, knight e5. Knight e4.
we're putting puzzles together.
Oh, we have a guest joining us here. The 5-time world champion.
Oh.
Joining in, the ambassador of this event, the one and only Vishy Anand is here. Vishy, welcome to the studio and thank you for joining us. And guys, what a perfect time to have Vishy joining in, because Vishy, we are completely confused about what is happening in this game between Praggnanandhaa and Vincent.
And two. In fact, I didn't expect bishop f5 at all. Tom and me were looking.
Here, right?
Yes. We can play. Starting to.
Or maybe, yeah. So this is where Vishy was just looking at this game, and bishop f5 came as a big surprise.
I didn't predict that at all. So then we were trying to understand if white should play, let's say, g4.
Yes.
The problem with that is first there's bishop g4, and then f6 at the end. Knight takes f6.
Right.
But even d5, knight e4, it's a kind of both sides can't move. No, I remember now. Just go back a second. So we found bishop f5 in a funny way. Put the bishop on c8 1 second. So I can play d takes e5.
Yeah.
Bishop e4.
Yes.
Bishop f5. g4.
Oh, g4.
And at some point we were just thinking, does either side have a useful move? Because you can't break the thing. Black continues to be pinned.
Oh, you can't even take here, right? Because this.
Exactly. So it's pinned and everything. But then I had this idea that I could play bishop takes e4, knight takes e4, and I wanted to go queen h6, but then bishop g5, I think. No, that's not the move. If knight g5, you go king g6.
This looks so complicated.
Yes. And
but black is winning here, so not knight g5, yeah?
Yes. But now it looks like white's winning. So what is the move? Bishop g5. Oh, yes, that's true. Sorry. Bishop g5, knight rook g5. No, even it's not bishop g5. So there is some other
maybe bishop g5 keeps an advantage, but there is something.
So it wants to go g5 then, I think. It must be the
queen
by
g6.
elimination, yeah, and then queen g6 and then something strong. I don't know, knight g3 or something. And I'm simply bound hand and foot. So that is. So maybe that was the reason not to play d5, but again after g4 I can play d takes c3 or something, so just incredibly messy position.
Right.
And
but Vishy, after bishop f5, bishop f3, rook e8 according to the engine is a mistake, and I don't get it. We were thinking for like 5 minutes what is the winning move for white, and we haven't figured out yet. Can you find it? Or what is the way in which you would sort of approach this?
Well, I would not know the evaluation had dropped, so I would just keep thinking. But I mean, these positions are so complicated. I don't like looking at it. I don't understand immediately what is going on. So it's not g3 because of d takes c3, and then queen g3 check is coming. So you just take on c3.
Yes.
And if bishop h5, queen g3 check is there, so then that means there is something else, maybe knight e4 or something.
You mean g3, d takes c3, and then put your knight here?
Yeah, but the evaluation seems to be sort of flattish. So let's try and.
Which means it works, right?
What you said on the previous move, the evaluation dropped after
g3.
Before g3, you said that white was almost winning, right?
Yes, but it is.
No, not so much. It's only slightly better.
Yes.
Yeah. So then it's what in the bar it's up to 5. Yeah. So I don't think it's g3, but
g3, d takes c3, and knight e4, as you mentioned here.
The alternative is what? g3, knight takes e5.
Yeah. Take this.
Bishop into h5.
Yeah.
Queen g6. Queen h6. Sorry. But this, it says, is almost winning, so there must be something pretty convincing. Maybe just bishop takes e5 and knight e4. No, that one is dropped right back. So what is the move? Hang on.
Actually, this is so tricky, right? The engine thinks it's.
Knight e4 maybe, because you sometimes miss that this bishop on h5 is still defending f3. Maybe knight e4 is the move. Yes, that is the move. But this is unbelievable stuff what these two are doing. So.
So maybe here.
He has gone knight e4.
Rook e8 has happened.
And they played g3, right?
No. Pragg is still thinking after rook e8.
Okay.
He has I think already burnt around 28 minutes or something, because he had 1 hour on the clock when this position arrived. So he's still been thinking for a long time, and maybe it's not so obvious to go g3,
yes.
right? So this one will come back. Praggnanandhaa definitely. I mean, were you surprised when Vincent went knight h5 here out of the opening, and then Pragg went here and he went back and sort of wasted 2 moves, or is this common? Like to.
I have not seen it before. I mean, I have not seen knight h5, bishop g5, knight f6. I mean, I would assume queen e8 and try for something. I mean, in these positions, even king h8 has been tried a lot. So I remember Aronya and me had like a theoretical debate with king h8. King h8, knight g5 doesn't, without knight h5. And then the idea is to play knight g8 and f5. So that is another idea. But knight h5, bishop g5, knight f6 could well just be prep. You're basically so impatient for that bishop to come to g5 that you can play h6, g5, that you say, okay, take 2 tempi. No problem. But this is very, very provocative.
Yeah,
right?
very. Maybe it's Vincent's prep, but Pragg actually going in and then sacking this knight is brave. No?
Yes. I mean, quite often I would just talk myself out of it. He must have prepared. Why am I checking? And this kind of thing. So, king h7, bishop g5, rook h8 is very cool because you want to stop queen h4 check. Knight d2 and then queen g8.
Oh, this was a nice defensive idea because he had the
clearly,
other
I would guess if he has come this far, then Vincent is familiar with what he's doing at this stage. But still, he managed to, the evaluation changed, so that means that something is happening. So here, knight e5 wasn't 100% clear because rook e5, oh no, it is.
rook
so
takes.
rook e5.
Yeah, rook takes, no?
Yeah, pawn takes.
Bishop d3, I think.
e4. So we were trying to just knock this one out, but it wasn't that trivial. Yes, in fact, it's thing. So maybe bishop e4, knight e4, knight e4 or something.
Yeah, knight e4.
But then I take and f5, and what's the knockout blow?
Maybe first.
Oh, now you have to go rook
intermezzo,
e1, rook e1.
Rook e1.
What else can you think? Then king g7. Try rook e1.
Rook e1. But f5?
I think it's rook e4.
Oh, wow.
It's amazing, no, this line.
What a beautiful line. You don't take with the bishop.
It wants to eliminate the f pawn and then take with the bishop, and then bishop e7 is just made. My God, that is beautiful.
Yeah, you spotted that so quickly.
Well, I didn't. I only spotted that we were trying to solve e4.
Right.
And then only when the evaluation didn't drop by elimination, immediately you find, okay, then you must be taking the rook.
Right.
So, difficult stuff. Very difficult stuff.
But then Vincent playing knight h5 was the best. Like he
so
defended,
queen h4,
came
queen
up.
g6. Again, instead of queen g6 was king g7 was something we were considering.
Yeah.
Let's see the evaluation drop again. Okay, a bit. What could be the move? If bishop f6, knight f6. No, that's not the move apparently. So
all these rook
right? Maybe
clips,
just knight e4 or something. Maybe knight e4, knight f6 or something like that. No, that's also a drop. ed6.
Have you ever trained like this, Vishy? Like with?
I should probably start.
No, you don't know the move, but you just know the evaluation and
yeah. That should be an excellent way of training.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know if rook lift could work, but doesn't look very.
But where is it going? It's not going to g4.
Yeah.
It's not going anywhere special, I thought. Maybe knight takes e5 simply.
Yeah, true. Rook e4 doesn't look great. But also like.
I mean, try it. Let's see. I don't think it's.
No, it doesn't work.
So is it. Knight e4 we checked already, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't knight e4.
No, not knight e4, but maybe knight f3. Just slowly. Yeah,
yes, it keeps
knight f3 and
keeps the pressure. So it's simply difficult for black to free himself. That's the problem, it seems, yeah. Wow, quite move, knight f3.
So queen g6, bishop f6.
Okay, that makes sense.
Because black, if he gets king g8, he's solved all his problems.
Correct, knight g7 is winning.
Right.
So that makes sense. And then he goes rook g8 because you have to counterattack g2. And then bishop f d5 makes sense.
Yeah.
And I mentioned d5 already.
Right.
Let's try d5 again. What was our solution? Did we solve it?
I think you.
No, anyway, it didn't change much. So bishop e4 or something. Maybe bishop e4 drops.
Bishop f5, g4 is what we were.
And if take queen h6, then g5 was winning. But maybe there is some. Computer still says everything is flat. So what is the move here? No, bishop e4 was worse.
Yeah, that was
maybe queen h6 was worse. Try bishop e4. Yeah, nothing happened. Knight e4, and now I should. Okay, it's already gotten worse, but at least I don't have to play queen h6. But I'm threatening bishop g5, and then knight f6 check is coming. So.
Yeah, it looks so complicated. Yeah, with. maybe to move the rook and play king g8. Yeah, that could be just like this, maybe.
Bishop g5 and then gh5 even will be winning attack, no? Just king h1,
yes.
g1. So
looks scary. So for black to also defend.
There is one good move apparently, but nobody seems to know what it is. Maybe rook e8, rook e6. Yeah, at least the evaluation didn't drop a lot. No, it wasn't bishop g5. Go back 1 second. Let's try again. So there is some move.
King h1 maybe, yeah, like.
Yeah, but then I don't threaten gh5 because it's made. So maybe king h1 and rook g1 and then gh5. Try it.
Yes,
king h1.
King or.
No, it's dropped a bit. It's not king f1. Is it rook a d1, d3, f3, f5? Maybe we have all the time in the world. No, even f5 I can't play in the end. No, it's not that also.
It's a very interesting game. King h2 maybe, but even that.
Okay, try it.
That's right.
Brilliant. You're getting the hang of it.
But I don't have no clue why this is good.
Why is better than king h1, right?
Why is it better than king h1? Maybe some check, at the end. When you go rook g1, queen e4 doesn't come with a check, perhaps. I don't know.
Of course, that's it. So then that's why rook g1, king h2 and not king h1.
So, but this is the thing about this position, that some of the moves are very quiet. Like, you just don't have to do something forcing. You can do quiet moves, and that is the tricky part. Here for Pragg to figure out.
No, it's a very difficult game for both players. I think all results are on the table simply because of the nature of the position also, and also they must be quite tired already from all these variations. So wow, what a game!
Rook e8 and then
that was played g3.
Did he play g3? Oh, he played g3 and king h6. Oh, this is the live board.
And Pragg's advantage has gone up, so we know the evaluation.
Oh, he's almost winning, but
oof.
What is the winning move this time? Now do we take like knight e4 this time? Because the concepts are kind of similar,
what about
right?
G4? Because I want to play g5 check bishop h5. This old trick that worked 2 moves ago, remember?
Yeah.
So g5 was critical there. So that is it. The evaluation hasn't changed.
Yes.
So that is the
so
after king h6, g4 is apparently.
But is there any other move which tempts you, which Pragg might think of here, or g4 looks very obvious?
What can I say? Now that I've seen g4 on the other line, now I cannot unsee. I cannot forget g4. So I know the best move.
Yeah.
So, but it's different it's different for Pragg, of course. He has not seen the previous move.
Right.
Even if he saw it, he doesn't know that he can bank on it.
Yes.
So he doesn't think it works there, so it will work here. All these things are very different from the live board perspective that they have.
So g4 is the winning move with the idea of g5 and bishop h5, and Pragg might start off with a win here, but still he has to find this winning idea. Can we go to the other games, Vishy, and see what's happening?
Why?
No,
I'm joking. Go ahead.
Okay, Vidit versus David.
It looked like Vidit was putting some pressure, but I'm guessing that David is over the worst by this stage. Maybe there is still an isolated pawn coming up, knight d6. I'm a little bit surprised that David didn't play bishop takes b5, bishop takes d5, rook e6 or something. So knight b5, just take with the bishop.
Take.
And play, I don't know, rook e6. It may be unpleasant, but I don't think it's a lot. Because now what I think is, rook e6.
Yeah, rook e6.
Can I play knight takes d6 simply?
And then rook takes?
Yeah, and just move the bishop, maybe c4, maybe f1. And if rook d1 is a little bit unpleasant, if you don't do that, maybe I get an isolated pawn. I don't know if it's very much.
But rook d1, just queen. Oh, c7 pawn is hanging. Ah, okay. So, yeah.
You can play queen c8, but you have the feeling that you're very passive, right?
Right.
So, and even now queen f4 is good, because if you go bishop e6, I take, you cannot take with the queen, so you have to take with the pawn, and
this is actually the dream scenario for Vidit.
Yeah.
Like, then just keep pressing.
No, actually, after bishop e6, there was a problem with my line. Bishop e6 takes, queen takes.
Queen
Queen takes
c7.
c7, rook c8 was a problem, because if rook d8 check, I just go king h7.
Oh, and you.
And it's winning.
Wow, there's a back rank issue.
Yeah. No, so this. Anyway, I think David is probably going to save it, because even that isolated pawn, there's just so little material left and so few pieces that it's probably going to be okay.
Okay, so
fine.
This
and Pragg has played g4.
Oh, Pragg went g4.
No, I think that was analysis board then.
No. The live board has g4. Let's have the video of Pragg. Did he play g4? I think he has gone.
G4 then. Okay, then he's nailed it.
Yeah. Insane game here, and as Vishy just pointed out, g5 and bishop h5 is an unstoppable threat now. Is there any way that black can... What would be black's defense here? Actually, there seems none, no?
Yes, I mean, I can play d5.
Yeah. g5.
g5, king h7. Now you can play knight e4, but you can also play bishop h5, queen at f6.
Yes, take.
And bishop g6 check.
Oh!
Just cutting the rook.
This reminds me of your
in
game
fact,
with...
you don't even need such a clever move. Bishop g4 wins on the spot. Bishop g4 is also...
No, but bishop g6 is so pretty.
Yes. My game with Grishchuk.
Grishchuk. Yes. And the mate, but it was like king went here and you gave this mate. That was so beautiful. So, yeah, this one, maybe Vincent has to look at some defensive idea here to keep himself in the game. Is there any tricky idea that he has?
Well, now it's too late, so you just go back one move, but I don't see it.
Sorry, not d5. But
yeah, g4. I don't know what happens if you take the pawn and...
here?
Yeah, and try to open that bishop. I mean, then suddenly... Now this is going to... I think already by this point you had to take on g5.
You want to take the...
I don't want
this one.
But okay. I will do it if I have to.
So
but I get d2 as well. But king h1, rook g1 might be winning.
But Vishy, what about knight e5? So that in this line with queen giving up the queen, the f3 bishop is hanging. So let's say take here.
Bishop g5 check.
g5, queen
bishop
g5.
Yeah, okay.
Take. Rook takes.
I don't know, king whatever, h2, h1 something.
Yeah, and maybe it's nothing.
Yeah.
Perhaps this might be the best defense that Vincent has, but he's down material. Although materially he has two pieces and no, not much. One pawn for a queen. So okay, Pragg is doing well here. Vidit is equalish. What you said has happened. The bishop c4 move is on the board, but the drawing margin is quite high. What is your take on this position? By the way, we have reached here.
Black is extremely solid, but it's worse. With these two bishops, white can try, but black has managed to consolidate a little bit. Maybe knight e7, bishop b6, even knight e5, very ugly move, as long as you can find some dark squares. But the problem for black is this a pawn is always going to be a problem.
Yeah.
You're never really going to solve that problem. So, is Parham? No, he's not thing, because Bartel is going to get counterplay just in time.
Oh, let's go to that game. So here your feeling is that slightly better for Nodirbek, but also time-wise, Nguyen is 8 minutes. So.
Yes, that's the danger. Move 26. If he gets to the time control, he's fine. He's got 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Plus 7, 15 minutes in total. Because he's getting 30 seconds per move, so you know he's got about 15 minutes in total to execute the stuff. It's doable, but slightly unpleasant position for that.
Okay, so going here, this game actually, Vishy, the way in which Bartel landed in an inferior position was because he was trying to play for this d5 square. First, Parham stopped this knight c4 business, and then he went rook d1 with this knight f1 idea, but he never was on time.
Yes.
And I don't know where he went wrong, and this is so inferior. Now the c2 pawn is a weakness. What did he do wrong actually?
Go back to move 6 or something.
Because this must be theory, right? This till here.
Yes, Magnus played this against me and so on.
Yeah.
Knight d2, b5. I think you can go rook d1 should be fine here.
a4.
No, instead of a4, rook d1.
Rook d1.
And then you try to play knight f1 e3. If I go rook c8, just like in the game, knight f1, and now you have to play b4. But maybe here I can just play knight d5. Take, and if rook c2, no, with the queen. And if rook c2, I play knight e3. I don't know that white is better, but
Is this like Karpov Polugarsky sort of thing?
yes.
But then why didn't Bartel actually? So a4 you
But
think
I think
is
maybe
inaccurate,
also,
yeah?
no, but the thing is they don't usually go knight c3 and move 7. They go c4. And that is the line. You go c4. Yeah. a6, bishop d7, castles. b5. Knight c3. d4. bc4, sorry, b. What am I saying? b. Queen c4. Bishop e6. Queen c6 check. Bishop d7. Was the queen d4 e4 Berlin draw before queen d4 e4 Berlin draw. Well, this is one popular draw. And but you can also come back and try.
It's not
no, but you don't have to do it.
recently.
You now go queen d3. But now that there's no b4, you go queen d3.
Yeah.
Knight f6. Knight d2. Bishop e7. Rook d1. Castles. Knight f1. But I think later on they refined black's play here. He played something like queen d7 and then rook f c8, and somehow black tried to play bishop d8 b6 somehow, and black was equalizing, and this is very old theory. I mean, I played a game against Magnus in I think it's about the same. But suddenly the move order strikes me as suspicious, the way Maksudul went about it, because he went h6 very early. Now if I can play c4, a6, bishop d7, and I go knight c3, maybe you don't get your b5 so easily. So anyway, we can check that.
So this might be the best way for Bartel to play, and the way he did it, I think Maksudlu got just
Yes.
what he wanted, like a6.
No, it's a drain position for him, of course.
And now we just see this. He takes. c2 is weak. Do you think that Bartel could have taken with the queen here, but now it's no longer?
I would have done it because I think I would have evaluated ed5 as thing, but it was tempting with the ed5 because you still attack a6.
Right.
But
so he had to waste one more move.
But on the other hand, if after queen d5, if you take on c2, I just play knight e3 and queen d3, queen d5, queen c2, then I go knight e3.
Yes.
And I should have good composition, bishop d2, rook c1, etc.
Right.
Anyway.
So he took a5, knight e3, bishop here, b3.
Because he's trying to force knight c4, but then bishop g5 came. This was very strong. Because it solves two problems. One is it attacks the knight on e3.
Yeah.
But the most important problem it solves is that bishop takes e5 doesn't work. Because when the bishop was on e7, I'll play d6. So he had to get the bishop out of the way. I mean, I was trying queen c5, then I realized bishop g5 is stronger. And
but what about knight c4 now? Like
bishop c8.
Oh.
Very similar to the game, I think, even.
So the game went Oh, game did go this way.
In fact, they did this.
They did this.
C3, bishop a6, cb4. Hang on. Rook takes b4. What is happening? Yeah, cb4. Rook takes b4. Why didn't he do this?
Because then he can bring the rook, put pressure on this pawn. There's also pressure on c4.
I mean, I just want to eat that pawn. Okay, he wants to go. The problem, he didn't like bishop a3 probably. Because if bishop c4, dc4, I have to go back. If I go rook c4, you have bishop d6. So that's what he didn't like. Yeah.
Oh, bishop d6. Nice. So he took with the pawn.
Yeah, and now g3, because he has to kick that bishop with h4.
Yeah.
So that a rook can come to c1, so that it can defend the c4 knight. You see, everything is revolving around that c4 knight. So.
I would have thought he might go h5, but to keep the bishop, but perhaps it's not in the spirit.
But then he'll go queen h. He can also play bishop c1, and that bishop is not defended. I don't know. There must be.
Yes.
Anyway, it seems unpleasant. Instead of g3, you could go bishop c1 together, but there's no question that white is worse.
So f5 makes sense. No, now he's trying to make use of.
Yes, because he will try to play. One plan is after taking everything on c4, if he's successful, he can go bishop d8, b6 to c5.
Oh.
It could be one plan. I don't know if it will work. White can play a5 also. Anyway.
h4, bishop d8 did happen, and this is the live board.
But now if rook a c1, he wants to maybe attack with f4 and something on the king, queen a7, f4 or something. I don't know.
Wow, so this is actually Maqsoodlu will get this, like it will become sharp, this position now. F4 might be what he wants to do, and this will, with the rook here, the knight pinned here, the bishop may be coming later.
It looks like the white bishop is a good one because of its pawns, but black's pawns are blocking it completely.
Yes.
It has just no squares
Nothing
to go
to
to.
do.
So,
Only thing it can do is at some point sack itself on e5 if it works.
So hopefully it doesn't come to that, but he can also go bishop c1, d2. But even then, it's going to take a long time to get back in the game. So.
Right. So good bishop, but not doing good work there. Going to the game we haven't seen yet, Gukesh versus Richard Rapport. Vishy, just getting your thoughts here. At this point, when Gukesh had this position, I was pretty sure that like knight d5 makes so much sense. Like you put your knight here, if he takes with the bishop, then this is great. My rook can come and sit on c6. Also, I have g4 ideas.
But maybe it was very. I also like this move. I like knight d5. I thought it was simple. Bishop d3 is kind of. I think what Gukesh wanted was to keep this c4 e4 pawn because it completely stops black at any attacking. There's no open c file, nothing to do. So all he needs to do is to play queen e2 and somehow get g4 in. And I think he preferred, even though it's a slightly slower plan, he maybe settled for this.
And also black, what does black have as like? Is very well known that there's nothing.
No, this should be decent comp, but instead of queen d6, what about knight h5?
You mean giving up the bishop but then going here?
Yeah. Because my first reaction would be I can play king e7.
Yes, king e7.
But then g4 and suddenly you have to stop g5. Your bishop has no squares. So somehow it didn't seem ideal to me.
So maybe taking on f6 was also an idea, like.
It's possible, but again, Gukesh knows his plan is very strong. Bishop e3, move the bishop, bring this knight to f1 e3, and so he was happy to do it.
Yeah, also here I was pretty sure he would go bishop g5 and knight e3 because that's outpost, but he played bishop.
But bishop g5, maybe he didn't like knight d7 or something. And then if you play bishop e7, okay, you don't get your dark squared bishop back. It should still be better, but because I can play g4, I can play knight e3, all these moves.
Right, right.
So it should be better, but
he went bishop f2, then knight came up, and now he put his bishop here and knight d5 so as to take this with e pawn.
Yes, he didn't take with the c pawn because I guess black will play bishop d8, b6, I don't know.
Yeah.
And also throw in b3 somewhere
and then
some counterplay. He decided to keep it quiet on that side. And he knows that he's going to break through here. So if you look in the game after e d5, I think they made bishop f8, queen e, even g4 right away, yeah.
Oh,
so h g4, he's just going to go h5 and
mate him.
Railroad black. So knight h5, rook h5. They're playing some moves, so we'll see what happens. Rook h5.
No, this didn't happen, right? He went, this g4? No, he went b3.
Yeah, a3. And then the question is, does that make a big difference? He's gone e4.
e4. E4, he sacks a pawn.
Well, can I go bishop d4?
Oh, bishop d4. Because this is a great move, right? If fe4, then knight g4.
Yes.
And then black is just great. Knight will sit here.
Yes.
And bishop takes pawn also doesn't look great because...
It looks great, but...
I was thinking rook c4.
Knight e4, rook c4, gh5. I think I'm still ahead in terms of thing, but not as clean as it looked otherwise, no?
So you would take here or? Because once this happens, I'm very confused what to do here. I want my knight here to defend the h5 pawn. a3?
He went e4, right?
e4, yeah. This is the board. And I think Gukesh hasn't played yet. So bishop d4 is what you suggested, right?
Not particularly. I mean, bishop d4, I can play e d3.
He played bishop d4?
Bishop d4, e d3, bishop f6, rook takes c4, and queen takes d3. Maybe he's happy with this. And just he can't stop gh5 or something.
And this king is now getting in big trouble because if this, then h5.
Yeah.
Or maybe there's some finishing shot directly. Sorry, rook is hanging, but not here. He went, queen a6.
Something very, of course, he went queen a6 so that queen d3 he takes on c4 and tries to swap queens. So that makes sense.
e4, bishop d4.
e d3, bishop f6, and queen a6, I think he's gone, yeah.
Oh, maybe queen c4, yeah. And then there's this check.
Queen c2 check, yeah. I mean, then even if black has a pawn down, has great compensation. Imagine I play a4, and your king will have back rank issues, and if your king escapes, you might. I have a passed pawn very close to the finish line.
Yes.
So there's always compensation for a pawn, I think.
But then maybe this also doesn't.
But hang on, instead of queen d3, what about queen g5?
Oh yes, you just don't care what's happening here. Check king a1.
Yeah. Because I'm still defending b2.
Yes.
Maybe this is quite nice for white, but computer is not very impressed.
But it's not even easy to find a defensive move, like maybe what, d2? So as the queen goes here back.
But then rook d, no, I can't play rook d2. I have to go hg6 first.
But then there is queen, no queen c1.
No, not yet.
Not yet. Maybe take here.
h5.
There has to be some tricky move here that black has, or some defensive move. Maybe rook a7.
Rook a7, hedge e6,
and then rook c7.
No, but it's already rook h8 mate.
Oh, there's mate.
Yeah. So
we have to do something now on this move as black if we want to survive.
Queen f5.
hedge e6.
Oh, nice. It's a mate.
Well, you can go queen f5, hedge e6, rook c1 check. Rook c1 takes, rook takes c1, queen g5, bishop g5. But now suddenly after king g7, I think I have decent compensation.
Yeah, black is back, like king is very
I'm not
active.
much worse if I'm worse, because your pawns are very weak and I'll have enough counterplay. So, I mean, you'll already have to play a4, just not to, give me a chance to play a4, and then it's a very nice thing.
By the way, gh5 has happened in the game. So, e4, bishop d4, ed3, bishop f6, queen a6, and Gukesh has taken the pawn. So, we might reach here. I think Rapport will take, right? Queen c4.
It's very hard to see what else he could do.
Yes. Yeah, he takes it. Okay. And now, will Gukesh go for your move, queen g5, or is there something else? Rook c1 just takes the pawn, right, on d5. Like there's nothing there. So
I'm tempted to play queen c2, but I don't think it works. Just to get those pawns like that, but nah, it doesn't work.
Oh, it looks good, but
Yeah. They used to say it looks good for 2 minutes. After that, you have to play this position.
it would look good on someone else's board.
It looked good on the demonstration board. I think that's the logic. But queen g5 might be just a reasonable move. Though annoyingly,
Because when we play it, it seems like
the evaluation
it
drops.
drops.
So what I
So
don't
there is
understand. So what does he want to do?
c3, queen d5, and g6.
bishop c3 going back.
But then I thought I'll just go bishop g7.
Nice, nice. Can we go queen d3, which is like very sad, but
Which is very
But I
sad.
play queen c2 check as well.
yes, and
I
then
mean,
king
I get a
a1.
bonus
And
one, and then take
oh, there's back rank
a4,
issues.
a4, and then bishop g7. I might have enough compensation.
Right. Okay, so this is not the way. So actually, what White's good move here is not so clear.
It's not evident, no. I mean, it refuses. Maybe king a1.
King a1. King a1. Oh, but
I
then
mean,
queen
I'm
c2.
doing it by elimination. I don't really understand this move, and it's not very impressive. Yeah,
Oh, it's good. It's right.
it went up only very little, no?
It was there. It stayed there almost. I'm sorry, king a1. Maybe it's one of the top moves. King
Yes.
a1. It's the best move, Vishy. King a1.
Okay, king a1.
Did Gukesh? I doubt if Gukesh plays it.
No, he took
On d3.
queen d3.
Oh, but that's giving away a lot, right? Because suddenly his advantage is nothing at all, I think. Queen d3, let me play bishop g7 even.
Oops. Sorry. Yeah, queen d3, bishop g7. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Vishy, king a1, can you like in hindsight, like now you know this is the best move. How what is happening? Like queen c2?
I would need to understand why queen g5 is bad in order to understand why king a1 is good.
Yeah, I think what we were analyzing is correct. King a1, d2,
Hedge g6.
hg, and now take with the
Oh, he
queen.
wants to go queen g6, rook d2, bishop g7, and again get to this rook endgame where his. But now you see this pawn on b3 is great compensation for black.
Correct.
Because it's worth almost a pawn. In the sense that the pawn on b2 and the king on b1 a1 are quite bad.
Right.
Vincent versus Pragg has gotten interesting. Let's see.
Okay.
g5 check, and I think he will take on g5, so there is no other way.
So DC happened here.
Yeah.
BC, knight e5. Knight
G5
takes
check.
G5.
And it's huge.
Yeah. And now he will take king h1, and this is where he will try to fight with this 2 pieces for a queen position, but I think Pragg is clearly better here. And
funny thing is, I can go knight g6 here, but you just play queen takes g5, king takes g5, rook e8, and then you have 2 exchanges up.
wow.
How many moves to make?
We are on move 28, so 12 more moves to make, and Vincent is down to 30 seconds. Oh my god, he has no time, and he is in such a big trouble. I think that time also adds, like, it's just gone.
17, 16, 15. At 10 you have to have a countdown, you know.
Yes. 10, 9. Oh, the move is made, yeah. So now he made 2 moves quickly, queen g5 and rook g5. So he got like a minute, and
34. Yeah.
now it's.
I mean, we are assuming king h1. Maybe king h2 will be correct. We'll see.
But both moves seem. Oh, king h2 drops. Yeah, like king h1 is the only move. But king h2 also, like this coming with a check might not be something that you want to do, right?
Yes. But in which line does it actually bother you, I'm thinking? Because if I go knight g6, I go again queen g5 and rook e8.
Yeah. Maybe rook g8, something here.
And why does king h1 help? I don't know. Then I go rook g1.
This doesn't work. I want to somehow hit the knight, but there's no way to attack it. Also, bishop f2 is not there in the air.
Maybe some bishop g6 and just to have rook f5 and something like that.
Yes.
And maybe one day there'll be a rook f2 check, and that's why you have to go to h1.
So not easy, right? Like Pragg might go for king h2.
I have no idea whether my explanation
but
is right or wrong. But anyway.
Bishop here and rook f5 does seem logical, but king h1. If bishop g6 now, perhaps there is something else that can be done. Or maybe in such positions you can put your bishop on g4 and sort of completely dominate this rook. I don't know.
But then I can play, no, I mean I wanted to say I can play knight d3, rook e8, bishop f2 trapping your queen, but then rook h8 will come. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah, no, forget it. Yeah. Okay, I think Vidit and David should stop. I mean, even queen d6 is completely okay. Because with only dark squares and just no problem.
Yes.
So, Abdus Sattorov hasn't really, I mean, black has got a very, very good fortress here.
I think you have held some positions like this, no? Like with black in general, like.
I have held quite a lot of them, but I think ignorance was bliss. I didn't know the 2 bishops were supposed to be better, so I held them easily. Now that I know, it's not so easy to hold it easily.
No, come on. You not knowing that 2 bishops were good.
No, I really believed in the knights, and I thought these 2 bishops are not worth very much, and defended easily. I don't know, but recently you find that somehow the computer manages to put some pressure here and there. Again, we should try that eval bar thing. We just go back and try to do everything only with an eval bar.
But was there really a period like when you thought knights are equal to the bishops?
Yes, quite often I would exchange even my remaining bishop for his remaining knight and get 2 knights versus 2 bishops, and I was very happy with these things. Because I just thought, okay, what's the big deal?
Black wins king h2.
Oh. No. He's still thinking. Oh, he played king h2.
No, he's gone king h1.
No. King h2 here. This is our analysis. He did go king h2.
Okay. But I mean, it's dropped by a fraction of a, okay, a tenth of a pawn or something. So.
No, it was 2.85 and it went to 1.3. So perhaps it's a huge.
Oh, okay.
And maybe your explanation was right, like bishop g6 is what way. But for Vincent to find all these accurate moves with 1 minute is not so easy.
Bishop g6 should be easy to find.
Yeah, it looks like
at least it's a Jatub move which then protects your knight, and you have some bit more breathing space. You will not be mated in a hurry, something like that.
Right.
But maybe the other problem is after rook f5, some exchanges, this, that, suddenly knight f3 check is an unpleasant detail in the end of some variation. Maybe it's hard to tell, but king h1. In this case, though, I would go further away from black's pieces. I would go king h1. Yes. Not because I would understand everything, but because it just feels to tuck it away even further. So.
And also this knight not giving a check is perhaps a detail which... Knight g6 played by Vincent, which seems like a...
Yeah, so now we have to do queen g5 and rook takes e8.
Oh, this which you already pointed out. Yeah. So this one seems like an easy win, no? Now? You have 2 rooks for 2 minor pieces and black has just 1 extra pawn.
Yeah, losing 1 exchange might be carelessness. No, might be regarded as misfortune. Losing 2 is carelessness.
Yeah.
So, now bishop f2, I think.
I mean, what actually Pragg did was give up the queen for 2 rooks. So that's like an equal...
He hasn't given it up yet, right?
No, but he will.
Yes. Because the alternative is not at all impressive. I mean, queen c4, I'll take, and bishop f2, and it's actually complicated. So I think now you have to clinch it and take on g5.
And going to Gukesh's game, it has gone queen c4, queen takes pawn, check, king a1. And I think Gukesh has lost major advantage here.
Computer is just saying a4 and saying no big deal. Because it wants to cement that pawn on b3, and
yes,
it's very nice.
Cemento, as Peter Lecco would say.
I don't think the word actually exists. But anyway.
No? So here Pragg did go for queen g5 and rook e8. So that's, and Vincent actually had analyzed it. It seems like he was okay.
What move are we on? No, but now rook g1 check and bishop h5, and it's mate on the...
Knight f4 even.
Knight f4, okay.
Oh, knight f4 event.
Still h4.
Sorry.
Why don't you click the game simply? Yeah.
Yes.
But I can play bishop takes b7, and with two exchanges, I'm going to win that pawn and queen that a pawn, so it's clear.
Correct.
Okay, big win in a very, very interesting game. And if Vincent surprised him, then shows Pragg's practical skill, I think.
Yes.
I mean, taking on the challenge, sacking the piece, quite impressive. Or his preparation is insane, one of the two. So...
yeah, we'll maybe get Pragg's thoughts when he comes in, and also Vishy.
And Navara has taken the...
your route of just...
Yes.
Skilling the...
Close this game.
Yes.
Let's move to the next one.
Also Vishy, today I think with Pragg winning, he will cross 2750 on live rating, which is also pretty nice.
Yeah.
And that always keeps happening, which... now it's actually...
Yeah, here we go again. No, but good for him. But I mean, it's gotten to the point where...
now when you come up, it's so much like earlier when others would go up, we were like, oh, they have gone up, Vishy, overtaken Vishy. But now when you overtake them, it's so much excitement.
Yes, but I think now, you know, it's going to be 1, 2, 3 because they're all so close that how long are they going to stay? Have you seen these wildlife videos where all these zebras come to the water's edge and they're hesitating, and then one jumps and then they'll all jump like that? These guys will all jump over to it.
Yeah, I think everyone will, because everyone's playing now. Arjun is in China, these three are here, so everyone's active. And here,
I mean, to be 6th in India will be funny, but anyway.
But then you will go to perhaps one game somewhere and okay.
Come on, let's move on. Rook d3, a4. Yeah, so he is.
I think Richard has kind of understood the essence of this, that these pawns, I mean, he would have known it, that pawn down and this compensation. So.
And I think Nguyen is doing quite well actually. This one, black is still better.
You mean Parham.
Yeah.
F4 and.
Yeah, because that white bishop is so dominated, and the black bishop is going to come to b6 later. And
but just want to be sure that this is the live board. F4, King G2. This is.
This looks huge.
Oh, Rook C8. Nice. All of black's pieces are superior to white, so it's just clearly dominating here. But if, let's say I go Rook C1, trying to threaten Knight B6.
First of all, bishop takes C4.
Yeah,
Rook takes C4, Rook takes C4.
Yes.
And then FG3, very, very simple. I'm not even being very complicated. So you take on F6. I take with the rook. You cannot take with the pawn because the rook F2 checks. So you have to take with the king. And it's not a clean thing because bishop C2, bishop F2 check. Where will the king go?
And then bishop D4. No, just come here.
But then
H4 is hanging.
No, it's not H4 because the rook is defending it. But I cannot go to C5 because the bishop takes E5. But maybe just bishop E3 is very strong.
But maybe king G4 also makes sense, yeah, too.
Not really. Because 1 second I can play bishop E3. No, not so much, no? Rook takes b4. I mean, I was trying to say that
yes.
Even if I don't want to think a little bit, but of course Parham will probably make another waiting move instead of taking everything on c4.
He can just move his bishop from b6.
A7, no,
right.
It should be unpleasant. No, wait a minute, I have it. You do the old line again. On move 31, bishop c4, take everything. You have it already there, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. And now, no, don't play. Instead of FG3, there's E4, simply. Maybe white gets some compensation for the piece, I don't know. E4.
E4?
Yes. And then if bishop F6, E3 check.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so no, there is no compensation because I'm threatening bishop C5 or otherwise FG3 check, so both are winning.
So E4 is coming in that line. Yeah. So maybe he can just do it directly now, yeah? This.
I think white will, if white has to play BC4 somewhere, then bishop C5 and black is winning, yeah.
Right, right.
Okay, so a couple of decisive results it seems today.
This will be a draw now.
Which one?
No? This Nadirbek versus Nguyen, or because opposite colored bishops?
Yes, but he's got
he's going
7 pawn. But D5 and still it's quite...
Rook at 7, he went bishop B6.
Yeah. Still, I think very good odds to
hold
this. Yes. Yeah. But white will try. You can play H4, H5, H4, G4 even. And then if F4, Rook at 6, you know, there is some chance to squeeze.
Nadirbek. And Nadirbek loves such positions, so he will play on for many, many moves here. But Vishy, how has overall this festival been? Did you go around like today, seeing the?
No, not too much. I also started to prepare for tomorrow's lecture and things like that. So,
oh, tomorrow you have a lecture with the futures.
Correct.
Is it in the morning?
Yeah, 10 in the morning. So.
And if we can get a peek into what you are going to teach.
No.
No? Okay. So that is tomorrow's plan. Also, there's some autograph sessions.
Autograph session. So, and then I'll make the first move on some board and so on. So.
Amazing. And did you also sort of go in the city? Do you plan to?
I went for lunch with Sergey Movsesian. So that was nice.
Today?
Yeah. So we caught up a little bit on life and whatever, and then came back. So haven't really done tourism properly, but like I said, I've seen Prague in great detail before, so it's not like I'm missing it. But it would be nice to go around, maybe not this time.
Sure. Well, Vishy, I mean, going through the games with you was great fun. Also, I mean, whenever you feel like you want to go back and take a rest, please feel free.
I think I'm probably going to do that now, but just maybe we get a result, but most likely I will do that now.
Okay. Maybe just one final overview with you. This one.
No, something else happened. You can click at the bottom, Queen G6.
Yes.
In fact, he went Rook E4, not Rook E1, and Queen G6, and this is looking worse and worse.
So Queen F3, Rook C8, he went Rook E4. Okay, Queen G6. So here Parham wins.
Yeah.
Gukesh, Rapport, draw.
Yes, I would say it's a draw. Though H6, F6, you cannot go H5 because of King F7.
H6.
H6, and if H5, then I have King F7. So, and you cannot take with the rook because of the back rank and so on. So, yeah, I expect this to be a draw. Wow, up to set of exchange rooks. I would have thought his chances are with the rooks.
Bishop B5, Rook A7.
Rook A7, but surely this can't be anything.
Oh, look at the engine, it says +2.
Wow, so the white is just creating a H passer or something, yeah? Maybe H4 right away. Maybe that's the thing.
So take.
And H4. No, it goes A5 actually.
Is it like you get your pawn to A6 and that is a big issue?
Yes, so the A pawn is passed.
Yeah.
And here one pawn will be alive, and then the two pawns are so far apart that the king can't stop both. And so the white king will break through. So then it is just pretty elementary. I thought.
Vishy, if you can explain this, because this move, Rook A7, it looks like the most natural sort of a defensive idea. And everyone knows that in opposite colored bishops, if you are one pawn up, it's not enough to win many times. And one pawn down, you can hold. But what is it here? Like, do you think if this pawn was here, then it's...
Yeah, then it's a flat draw. Because I will just put all the pawns in dark squares and walk with my king.
Okay.
But here there is an imbalance, which is that I can create a H pass pawn, and that's the problem for black.
So this, and this.
I don't even have to create the pawn. I just have to keep the threat of creating one. And then the king will go via B3 and try to enter there. And I think that's why also A5 is crucial.
Oh. So if you do this, then black has better chances.
A bit better, yes, because you will have more time. But once the pawn is on A6, that bishop is trapped also. It cannot go anywhere else interesting. I mean, from A5, I can go to E1, collect on F2, and still control A7. Once the pawn is on A6 and I play F4, then nothing to stop my king walking.
Right. So the bishop.
So he's gone G5.
Yeah.
Now H4 will be necessary, but white is winning probably.
H4 is necessary. Because if you now play F3, then G4. Yes?
No, anyway, GH, H4 and or H3, and then leave that pass pawn, come around and try to enter on the other side. The thing with obstacle bishops, of course, my bishop can defend both pawns. And I think the pawns are simply too far apart. So that's what is going to...
Wow. Wow, this is so instructive. G5. So H4, I think Nodirbek is very likely to play it. Takes, takes.
Yeah, it's winning simply. Because I can play H5 and bishop G8 and then play F3 and then the king walks to B3 and A4.
You mean bishop E8, yes?
Yes.
Bishop E8.
H5, bishop E8, F3,
yeah,
and then king F1, E1, D1, C2, B3, A4, B5. And you cannot do anything because if your king goes to this side, then the H pawn becomes dangerous and vice versa. So
it's over.
Yeah, it's over.
So maybe Taiwan had to actually keep his rook here.
Yes, it seems that he had to actually keep it. I wonder why he gave the after rook b7 check. No, go back to move 32.
Yeah.
Maybe he should have waited with king e7. I mean, white is not making any progress, so why give it to him so easily?
But then king e7, rook b7, there is king d7.
Yeah. I mean, computer probably solved some bishop b6 also, but anyway.
Yeah, true. So here king...
But it was not easy to understand all this at the outset.
So this and going back would be just too passive, I think.
I suspect he didn't want to go down that road because after going back, I go rook e7.
Yeah.
And if e5, then you go bishop c4 check, bishop d5, and already it's quite unpleasant.
True.
Has he gone h4?
Yes, he played h4.
Yeah.
G5, h4 on the board. Nodirbek has two rook pawn passers, and he will win this game. It's becoming quite a sort of fighting first round already. Very like 3 decisive games out of 5.
I think with this, Nodirbek is also top 10. So
top 10, yes. So like I thought he was around 27, 30 maybe.
No, he's higher. He's well, anyway,
yeah,
you get the point. It's not only
yes,
it's just
sure.
Nodirbek as well, and I think all of them between 11 and 16 or something are poised to break through, and all juniors. I mean, below 20 or 20 thereabouts. So just shows you.
Do you think that these guys who are at the top right now, like Fabi, Nepo, Ding, Anish, they all are stronger than these younger players, or you think that it's just like now these youngsters are also as good as them?
I don't know, but they're clearly competing quite well against them. So.
Cool. And yeah, this young generation is coming up very quickly. Also, Vincent is very close to the 27-40 so mark. And
yes, and why is Vincent sacking this pawn with d5? If I play bishop d5, what happens?
1 second. Here we have bishop b7, a5, rook 8, bishop b6, knight c4.
What exactly is the trap? Oh, bishop d5. Then he goes king h4. Ah, okay. So a little.
But here, this is move 36. And Vincent is, I mean, the clock shows 0, but I think he must be. Maybe we can have the video of Vincent and Pragg.
Anyway, Sagar, I think I'm going to head off.
Sure.
So,
Vishy, thank you so much for joining us, and good luck for tomorrow's lecture and also the entire day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. We had the 5-time world champion Vishy Anand joining us, and it was such a big pleasure to have him. His analysis very quick assessments of the position. Amruta, did you enjoy watching it?
Yes, it was amazing to see like a spectator and guess the moves, look at the analysis, enjoy it.
Yes, and if you can have the mic, so.
Yes.
Okay, and right now, today, as we just saw, Parham has just pushed his pawn to f3 here, queen d1 and pawn to f3, and now he's completely crushing this. Where will the king go? Let's say if the king goes up, there's a very cool move here that black has. Maybe we can ask our viewers here if you would like to guess what is the way in which you sort of finish this off. Rook f4, yeah, very interesting, nice attacking move and clearly winning. There's also this very cute little move which I think it's sometimes possible to miss because the queen is here. You can actually go bishop d8 with the idea of check here. But yeah, he went king g1. And now to finish off this game.
So Parham is under time pressure as well, yeah?
Parham has, oh, he's, I don't know, the time is a little bit, is not showing correctly. It shows that he's down to 0, but I think he has some time left.
Okay, do you go rook f4? Rook f4, no. That's
Yeah, rook f4 looks like a great move because then you just,
How?
no, you just removing the defender of the
you
g4
can't
pawn.
defend
Yes.
g4.
So I think rook f4 is a fantastic move. But is there anything else?
But just to confirm, right now Pragg is clearly winning against Vincent. That's the roundup. Vidit's position is a draw. Abdul Sataro is beating Guen Thai, and Gukesh's position is draw. And right now we are at Maksudlu, right?
Yeah.
So king g1. So Parham will find rook f4 because it's the most natural.
Yeah, rook
move
f4
to
looks
attack
like the most natural.
g4.
But I was also thinking if we can try and enter with queen h4, trying to come here and just sort of checkmate. That also seems like a because
so
every
queen
time the queen moves away, this pawn also is very soft.
So you are saying queen h4 with the idea of queen h3.
By the way, he did play rook f4. So you, our viewer here, who's in our live room here, is correct. Rook f4 is the move. Takes, queen takes has happened, and now Amruta g4 is hanging.
Yeah, and then
I'm suspecting Bartel to resign.
Yes. Oh, by the way, a big change has happened in Pragg versus Timer, no?
Really?
No, the bar went down and I think it didn't realize it was okay. Yeah, it's a resignation because g4 is hanging and queen g2 is followed up.
Yes. So
Okay, what if knight e3?
oh yeah, it's just. But then can I take?
c2,
Queen
c2,
takes.
bishop e3.
Bishop takes.
Over.
Pawn takes.
Queen
And maybe
g4.
take here or take even this. Everything seems to be winning here. Oh, they resigned. Bartel resigned, and we have the first result of today. Can you believe it? Like, I was thinking many games would have been over by now because so many decisive stuff, but this is the first result. Parham Maksudlu scores the first win of Prague Masters 2024, beating Mateusz Bartel. And I think it was a model game for black. And somehow, with Vishy being here, I could literally sense that Bartel made a sort of slightly inaccurate 7th move by going knight c3. Like as Vishy pointed out, c4 would have been much better to gain more space. And that slowly and steadily his position kept going downhill bit by bit, and he just lost this game.
So Parham never gave that slight edge or equality.
No. Today Parham played so well, and I think Parham is in that phase now where he is going back again to the top. Like he helped his team in Bundesliga, as we said, to beat Feienheim, to beat Baden-Baden, which was the only decisive game. And now this win again, so he's looking in great form. And here Richard Rapport versus Gukesh, Amruta.
Maybe we can have the camera.
Yes, Richard Rapport versus Gukesh. It feels that the game is shifting in Rapport's favor. Can you imagine?
It is unbelievable. I think Gukesh is I mean, whatever the result is, but Gukesh is not going to be happy going back, understanding that he took the pawn on d3. Queen d3.
But do you know, Amruta, even that was equal. The big mistake, I think, happened here. The position is equal. He can bring his bishop back and just, okay, the game
continues.
But he plays h5.
It's a 35th move. Wait a second. How much time did Gukesh have?
No, did he
go back?
Did he play this, or sorry, this
No, he didn't play that actually. He went bishop c3. Rook h4. Maybe a few moves have happened already.
This is not the... yeah, okay, I'm very sorry. Yeah, this is...
Oh, he's not in trouble, Sagar. Because...
this is the live board, sorry.
Because he was able to...
I mean, but still, this position does look slightly dangerous for white because of this fact that the king is completely boxed in. But of course, we were analyzing this line with Vishy h5, king f7, and black is better because you take here. So clearly Gukesh didn't fall for it. Yeah. But he's here now.
But still, I think he would not be very happy about queen d3 decision because he had better chances and he played beautifully today.
Yes, this king a1 move which we were analyzing, which seems to be the...
King a1 was very tough, I think. Yeah. And as Vishy said, it was only after eliminating the other variations you can go there. But maybe queen g5 was something which we were expecting, which Rapport would still have found a best way to continue.
Perhaps, yeah. Very, very tricky defense by Richard Rapport. And now, as we reach here, the big asset that black has is this back rank issue here. And Gukesh should be very careful about it.
Okay, tell me something. What if rook d1? Because you can't...
It's the last move in time trouble. So, Gukesh is down to 20 seconds.
So, it's rook d1, rook f3, rook g1, king f8, yeah? The king is...
Yes, and somehow black is fine, and also white is fine. Maybe
both are fine.
But...
yeah, there is perpetual, yeah?
You mean here, rook e, this rook e1?
Yeah, I think
instead
so.
Of rook d1, he went rook e1.
No, but then you went rook e7, right?
Rook
he
e1.
went rook e7, I think. That's
they drew already.
Yes.
He went back rook e1 and the players agreed to a draw, which I think Gukesh would definitely be the one who would be a little upset today.
Not so just much because based
Amruta,
on the past results as we have seen, it's a decent one.
Yes, but also maybe Rapport's move e4 was the key move, because if he had not done this, Gukesh was simply crushing on the king side.
I really loved how Gukesh played the opening and the middle game. It was very weird kind of like in a way the maneuvering and the decisions were not very common.
He played well.
But he really
Rapport kept his cool.
Rapport is always, this counter-attacking skills he has this crazy creativity there, which he managed to show on the board.
And we have this game between Abdusattarov and Nguyen Thai Dai 1, e5. Pushes the pawn to h5, and Vishy clearly explained to us very nicely that if the black king goes here, you put your bishop defending this, push the pawn, and then slowly bring your king over, white king over here.
Yeah.
And there's just no way to stop.
Two pawns are so far.
Yes.
And that's why they have a very good relationship,
Yeah, the two pawns are doing such great work. There is no way that black can hold them. I think Dvoretsky used to mention this as a pants situation. Yes, trouser like pants. Two pawns on the far end, you can't stop both.
Nice.
So this is over. And Navara versus Vidit, I don't know who is having this sort of fighting feel. I think it's Vidit who wants to keep on playing.
Sometimes it's both, but I really appreciate, you know, how Navara was able to stay calm and manage maintaining the whole dynamic of the position.
But a draw is going to happen here. I don't think.
Which is a great result for Navara.
Yes, for sure. With black pieces, he just
first
finds his
round,
feet in
yes.
this tournament.
So then we go to Praggnanandhaa's game, Sagar, right now, because
Yes.
that has been the game of the day for all of you who have
I would
joined
love
me.
if we can get Pragg into our commentary room here.
That would be epic.
I don't know if
Maybe we
it
can
is.
have them on the board as on this camera as well. Pragg versus.
The game is over. It's over. Yeah, Rook b6. Last move, Vincent. This is the board, Amruta. Vincent resigned because the A pawn.
We do have Pragg.
Is it like, Amruta, whatever I sort of say or wish, I get it?
Yes.
Like I said, I hope we get
careful.
Pragg here and he just arrives.
Yeah. Lovely.
Amazing. Yeah, we get Praggnanandhaa into the room here, and what a game. I think the game of the day clearly today. Pragg, welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Pragg, first feelings after this win. Are you feeling happy? What is your feeling like?
Yeah, obviously I'm feeling happy, but I was not sure what was going on. Yeah, I had everything in my prep.
Till what point? Because you know we had also Anand here, and we were thinking that this is actually knight h5. Either it's just some a moment where Vincent kind of forgot or something, or it's a very provocative move, like provoking bishop g5 and then coming back.
Yeah, so yesterday I was just looking at his games, and he had played this knight h5 against Olokitin in the Grand Swiss, and I knew that game for other reasons because in the end the Olokitin touched a pawn or something, and yeah, it was a blunder. So he had to resign. But I looked at that game, and he had played this knight h5, knight f6, and I switched on the computer, and yeah, I couldn't believe that it's okay for black. And yeah, I tried this knight g5.
Like bishop g3 is what Engine said was perhaps better.
Yeah, it's okay for black.
It's okay. So you took.
But actually, I was not expecting Vincent to go for this again because I thought you would expect me to look at this, and it's dubious line.
Yes.
So I didn't think you would repeat it. Maybe it was counter psychology that like probably expected me that I will expect you will play this line. So maybe I will look at it a bit lesser. But okay, I looked at it today morning.
Yeah, very interesting because actually knight h5.
Yeah, maybe.
No, they won't be able to hear us.
The stream is live, yes? This okay.
Yeah, that he was not like it was very interesting that he repeats knight h5, thinking that Pragg is not going to put more thought into it, and then.
No, I'm not sure if that's the thing, but I was just wondering during the game.
That's our guess. That's our guess. So he played knight h5.
Yeah, this king.
But still, it is so dangerous to go with such a king, right? In like.
Yeah, everything is kind of forced.
Do you remember, Pragg, once you played such a game, World Juniors with SL Nara?
Yes.
Was it like this?
Yes, but okay, that was very different. I played with black, and
he also
probably lost at some point.
Yes.
And then I won.
Rook h8.
Yeah, white also has other tries, but I ended up doing this.
Knight d2.
Yes.
So.
And were you looking at queen g8 idea in the game, or when he played?
No, everything was.
This is prep.
Oh, this is also prep.
Yeah.
But queen
he
g8.
knew queen g8.
He knew it.
But then he spent like 35 minutes.
But I also like when he went queen g8, I realized either he knew it or he missed e5 because The lines after that is just yeah,
because
crazy.
95 might be more stable, right?
Yeah, I thought 95 is more practical if he doesn't know the line. But I think he knew it, but like couldn't remember fully. He was trying to recollect. Yeah, which is a bit dangerous because either like, you know, this. Yeah, either you fully calculate or you fully remember. Doing mixing both is, yeah, it's not good.
Knight h5 was correct. Then you went queen h4.
Yeah, because actually I realized he knew knight h5 because it's not at all easy.
No, but this I think takes was completely lost, right? Like rook e5.
Yeah,
and
I knew that knight h5 is the
only move.
So yeah, queen h4, queen g6. Yeah, bishop f6.
Yeah, this was an important moment because if he got king g8, he would be sort of stable. Yeah. So here.
But your preparation is ended here.
No, we both knew till bishop d5, bishop f5, bishop f3.
Ooh,
And
crazy.
yeah, but we were just trying to. I don't know why I was thinking, but okay.
Okay, maybe just to make him feel like.
Yeah, that was my plan, but obviously you would know that I'm prepared if I played this first. Yeah, like with 1 hour on the clock, getting to this position, it's obvious I'm prepared. So it didn't make much sense, but okay, I was anyway doing it.
This is currently, we are on move number 24,
I think.
Yeah. 24, bishop f3. And did you feel like rook e8 is a mistake?
Is it a mistake?
Yes.
Yeah, so thing is, so you instead of bishop
No, rook e8, yes, rook
okay?
e8 is a mistake.
And so it's a mistake, yeah? Is
Yes.
g3 the move?
Yes, g3 was the best move.
Yeah, so the thing is, instead of rook e8,
yeah,
you can include dc.
Yes.
Or yeah, I remember this line. Yeah, this was the line I was trying to like make sure it works. Instead of dc, there's knight e5, rook e5, d,
yeah,
knight e4. Yeah, computer wants to go rook a e8 here.
Yes.
g4, rook g7, g5.
Rook g7.
Yes, it's a one line move. Yeah. g5, king g8, bishop h5, queen h7, knight g3, and okay, I stopped here because yeah, I didn't think it was going to come anywhere close to this position during the game, but okay.
You almost
yeah.
Almost.
Because knight e5 looks natural, if not for this rook e5. The thing is, he knew this rook a e8 because the correct move is dc, bc, rook a e8.
Oh.
But yeah, also I was not sure because I also knew rook a e8 comes at some point.
Yeah.
But yeah,
One second, just we'll fix this. But this is insane, yeah, Pragg, that you had seen this today morning. That's the only way that you can remember till this point, right?
Yeah, this bishop f3. Yeah, you should have taken on c3.
Wait, bishop f3, rook a8. Yeah, c3. You said take,
and then rook a8, I think.
And somehow
the some long line and it's equal. But yeah, some queen h5. Yeah, this queen h5 takes.
But what you did in the game cannot work now, like g3.
Yeah, because the problem is queen g3.
Oh, it's opened up. Oh. So actually, it's not such a big, like, maybe just mixed up lines, right? If he was thinking on the board, maybe
no, he was thinking. Yeah, the problem is, like, we know the moves, but we were not sure about the move orders. One, and then we were also trying to see opponents' moves. Yeah, because like none of the moves make sense.
True.
And yeah, there are a lot of tension in this position.
And also sometimes even if he has prepared a move like queen g8, he might have seen one line, but then he sees something on the board where he needs to spend time.
Yeah, that's true.
Otherwise 35 minutes is not something if you are going to use.
And yeah, I was trying to I saw this g3, but I was not sure again because there are a lot of options for black, and I thought it works for white. DC is the main move, I thought. And I had to go knight e4.
Yeah.
And here there were some crazy lines. I was not sure how to evaluate.
Like knight e5, right? Here?
Yeah, knight e5, bishop h5. I think that's good for white. And if cb2, I take.
Yeah, cb2.
Yeah, cb2.
Knight g5, king h6 is fine.
No.
Is fine.
Yeah, cb2, bishop h5. Yeah. I thought bishop h5 wins.
Bishop h5.
Yes, queen h6. Knight
queen
g5.
h6.
This works.
This is different from what we. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, instead of cb2, you can go king h6 now. And now, yeah, there are also options. Some bishop g5 check is there, but I was not sure. But I thought g4 is the main thing, even here.
Yeah.
But okay, now he has a much better version compared to the game. Because, you know, in all the lines, he can just give up some queen, and he has this pawn on b2, which is very annoying.
Like if this, then now he can.
No, now he can't sack because.
Now
I try to remember what I was saying. I think g4 here, there was some line that.
Maybe I can help you.
Bothering me. No, I want to remember it.
Bishop takes e4. Were you looking at that? Take here, and then play like crazy, yeah?
I think it's possible I looked at, but maybe I was thinking g5 here is very good for white. g5, queen g5, bishop g5, rook g5, king h2. Yeah, there's something like this. I was not sure. Looked winning to me.
Okay.
Wait, what? Wait, what is the problem?
Bishop.
Still don't see it.
Rook g8 maybe, no?
No, but what is this? D5. No, wait.
CB, no? No, you have no threat.
Yeah, CB is possible.
B1.
F4 is a move, yeah?
Now.
Yes. Yes, but I'm not sure if it works. Yeah, it's very complicated.
Whoa,
but no,
I
was trying to see all these lines, but it never looked like I was in any danger. So I thought I will just play G3 because yeah, it looked like the best move, and practically I wanted to play a bit faster also.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, but king h6 is a very bad move. I realized immediately after I played.
You felt it, huh?
Yeah, yeah. This is my whole point. Yeah, I want to go g4 here because I have g5 check.
So this G3 idea also you had somewhere in the analysis.
No, G3 was completely. I didn't have it, so it took me some time to realize that G3 is actually a move.
That was.
So king h6, g4, and now after dc, bc, knight e5, it's just so actually. Once he didn't take dc3 and played rook e8. Sorry, he played this move.
Yeah, I still don't think rook a8 is such a big
king
mistake.
h6 might be the most.
Yeah, king h6 I thought was a big mistake. Here I was actually not sure because yeah, there was also one funny line. How does it go? I can't remember right now.
Yeah, I'm sure you are very tired. Yeah, after this calculations also.
Yeah, no. The thing is, everything looks similar and.
Yeah, it's like just one move here. The move orders are making a lot of difference here. But I am Sagar wondering when Pragg is saying it was a funny line in such a complex position. What would a funny line?
No, somewhere some queen sack. I was not 100% sure.
By the way, Pragg, did you know that this move king h1 was better than king h2?
Yes, I guessed it during the game, but I was not sure why.
Also, we didn't realize, but the
bishop
idea
g6,
was bishop g6, rook f. Maybe we were thinking
I saw
something.
this.
Yeah,
I saw this. So when I played king h2, I wanted bishop g4 here.
Yes.
And then I think rook h8.
Yes, rook h8.
And actually, first I thought this should be winning some f4 or something, but actually it's not clear because he can take on g4 and go rook d5, I think. Oh, it even says it's equal, but okay, I was not sure. Yeah, it looked very like King G7 is coming and I don't see him. Yeah, I realized that when after I played King H2, I was like, okay, I should have gone King H1 anyway.
But even if you go King H1, isn't Rook H8 later still coming? I didn't know.
No, also some lines there was a difference. Bishop F2 was coming somewhere.
Like here, maybe Rook H8, F4.
Yeah, there's no check, yeah.
There's no check.
Check is the main thing.
Yeah, this Knight G4 also somewhere, like King H1. Sorry, King H2. Like the moment I played King H2, I got scared of this line. Bishop G6, Bishop G4. I realized there is this idea of some Rook G4, H G4, Bishop F2.
Yes, yes, yes. Also, Vishy spoke about this.
I was like scared, and then I thought, okay, I have some, at least some safe ways there. Okay, it should be better. But Queen H3 is not winning yet for Bishop F2. Knight G4, yeah. Yeah, I thought Queen H3 also wins. Yeah, okay, this is. Yeah.
Okay, so here King H2.
Yeah, this was a critical line.
I think when he played Knight G6, double exchange sack, and you won. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So I think this was a critical line to spot when I played G3, like this Queen G5.
Right, and then you managed to sort of win this quite easily. So much of prep and then so much of effort on the board for a few moves, right? The game was very different in that sense.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's surprising. We both were in prep and we took so much time. Yeah, during the game everything looked made sense, but okay. But I'm thinking about it. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense.
But Pragg, how does it feel to come into Prague? You know, since I've been here, I'm making this sort of joke, Prague, not joke, but it slip of tongue, yeah, your name and Prague. But you were here in 2019 in the first edition. You played at the Challengers. Now you are in the Masters.
Now Vaishali is playing in the Challengers.
Yes. How are you feeling back to come back here?
Yeah, it feels really good. It's a very strong event. And at that time, 2019, I was really enjoying the tournament because it was a very new experience for me playing at this level, and I managed to play some good games. I bet Ju and June, and I bet Shiro. At some point I think I was in +1, but then I lost 1 or 2 games, and then I finished with 50% or -1, I'm not sure. But yeah, overall it was a very good experience for me. And so this tournament kind of perfect, I think, for candidates, because to have a long break is not ideal, I felt.
Yes.
And also this tournament, it's not closer to candidates, also there's break, so I thought it's very good timing to play.
Fantastic. And if we may ask, like, how is your prep for candidates going? Are you happy with the flow right now? I mean, you played Vaikanze, and since then I think you've been preparing. You'll play this and then straight away the candidates. So is it going well for you?
It's going good. I'm also learning a lot of things, and but right now I'm just focusing on this tournament.
And does it matter anyhow, this entire bunch of Indian players at this 2750 mark, you, Vishy, Arjun, Vidit, Gukesh, or you don't think about that?
Yeah, it does matter at some point, but okay, like, to be honest, this live rating I don't think matters. Because we are playing this tournament, and I think every game basically changes, and it just doesn't matter, I felt.
Right.
Yeah, just improving the game is kind of important.
Fantastic. Well, Pragg, that's what we witnessed today, a great prep and then great moves, and we hope that you continue this in the coming rounds. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
R Praggnanandhaa joining us today after his win against Vincent Keimer. A fantastic game by him, aggressive chess, great preparation, and he moves on to 1 point in the lead. But joining him at the top is Parham Maksudlu, who also won, and we also have another victory in this round, which is Abdu Satarov. Although the game is not over yet, I believe. They are still fighting. He resigned. Oh, 20 minutes ago. So then we have already 3 decisive games. Amruta,
so the only
Nodirbek, Maksudlu and Pragg are the leaders of the tournament. But we shouldn't discount right now Vidit. Look at him on the video. He is
dancing.
No, he's just completely into it. Like, I would imagine Vidit of, let's say, a year ago, who have already accepted a draw. But this is like the candidate with it. Yeah, he tries to play on and on. He tries to keep fighting. Although I'm pretty sure this game will end in a draw. But just this attitude, this approach.
It's amazing. At the same time, it's going to be a long tournament, Sagar. 10 players, 9 rounds. So how much energy when the position is draw? You know, so maybe he doesn't consider it as a draw. He considers it as some possibility to still trick the opponent.
Yes, because you know you have a slightly more active king. You want to somehow start pushing your pawns, and he plays b4 exactly.
But look at David's pawns, all of them on dark squares.
Yes, that is actually good news for him because his bishop and pawns work in perfect tandem to sort of keep the white king out.
Yeah, there is a great barrier.
Yes.
So if there is any sort of progress you see for white.
Well, one idea is of course to push your pawn here and trade everything, but then that just that helps our king to advance, but the number of pawns are reduced.
Correct.
So
and for Zugzwang, it's very difficult because the bishop can keep moving because the pawns are on dark square.
Yes.
Like you cannot really.
Yes. So my feeling here, Amruta, is that there could be some way that Vidit feels that there is a plan, which is why he is looking quite focused and motivated, you know, on the board.
Maybe if he is able to get the king to h5, okay, which could be possible in a way. But at those points, he will have to do some committal things like going f5,
but
having the bishop on h7.
Even if you come here, I will go.
Yeah, you will have king c6. No, maybe you will go counter-attacking.
No, not counter attack. I can just play defensive, right? When your king comes here, I just need my king on g7. When your king goes this side, I'll bring my king this side. So I'm not so sure what is the way. Maybe there is some scenarios where, let's say,
okay, tell me something. One thing, Sagar, that white is not going to think of putting the pawns on light squares just to take the space away from black.
Yes, you can do that. You can push your
f5, b5, c4, trying to go into king pawn endgame, like, you know.
Like here?
At some point, not now, but yes, exactly what I mean. c4, maybe keeping the b pawn in hand. And then bishop d5. Let's just imagine bishop d5, king d5 for a moment.
This is lost, Amruta. This is clearly lost because now I have more space.
Yeah.
This f5 move was perfect for king and pawn endgame because I have more space, and now wherever you go, I'll enter on the other side. If you go this side, I'll come here. If you go this side, I'll come here. But as black, I just have to keep the bishop. And maybe...
And now, yeah, exactly. This is what I was trying to say.
Yes, now but now how do you make progress? Because if you come up here, I have a check. And I will keep you out.
So that's why, can I try king e3, king f4, and maybe then bishop e6 is fine, king c7, king e3.
And then where are you going?
After king f4, I'll try to give you a zugzwang, or no, you can keep moving your king.
No, I have no zugzwang, because I can just...
So bishop d5, bishop f3, the bishop goes back. Yeah, it's too much of a dream.
Yes. You want to use this? Okay. And by the way, I don't know what are the times on the clock because right now it shows both as 0 on the clock. But I have a feeling that...
So we have a new angle, yeah? We have 2 angles. Okay.
Yeah.
Very nice.
By the way, guys, look at the playing hall. It's so beautiful, and there is a space for all the people to come in, right?
To come and to sit there.
Viewers can sit there.
And there is a whole screen, Sagar.
So they can sit there, and when they are enjoying this, they can actually come down after a point, sit here in the commentary room, enjoy this. Today we had Vishy Anand here. Maybe at some point we'll have more guests joining in. We also had a lot of Q&A for our viewers here. We asked them a lot of questions. There are also morning events that happen here. I think if you are in and around Prague, it is absolutely a no-brainer that you have to be here. Yeah, in Don Giovanni. Because imagine that if you were here and Pragg just now came here, analyzed the game, you could meet him, you could actually take a picture with him, or for that matter with Vincent, with Abdus Sattarov and so on. You just have to hope that when you come here, your favorite player does not lose. Yes, because generally when they lose, it's not so easy to meet them. But
also, Sagar, for Czech people, they have David Navara, who is here, and they can also, it's wonderful to see him play. Sure. But you're right, this doesn't seem like you can convert it. Vidit will try, which is great. Like when he's very sure, there is no chance.
Yeah, he went king e7, Vidit put his bishop here on c6. Let's try to sort of
can you try to play with white and I try to play with black? Okay, because let me see if I
Amruta, make this move king f7, the biggest blunder.
Oh my god, bishop d5, and that's what we were talking about.
It's not lost because if you take here, it's losing.
Yeah.
Right, because this is hanging, and when you come here, I'll push my pawn and then zugzwang because I have more waiting moves, c3, c4. When you come here, I'll go h5. When
king
you
pawn endgame would
move this, I move here, and then eventually, if you go here, I go here.
And
if you go here, I go here.
Maybe a good time, Sagar, to also show them. At this point, the pawn islands, because here it really matters a lot.
Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4 weak pawns, while this is 2 pawns together, and here, so white has 3 pawn islands, so that helps.
Yes.
White pawns are better, but. Bishop c6, king f7. If I go bishop d5, you could go back to e7.
Okay, now I take.
Take.
And the same way is first king e4 or c4 is something right now I'm thinking.
C4. But I thought f5. And then you run out
h5.
of moves. Yes, h5.
Yeah, I'll always have b5 also in hand.
King e7.
King d5.
And Amruta, very important that here you have
b5.
This final waiting move b5 to win. Now again.
So the 4 pawn islands do make a difference here. And that's the right thing, Sagar, which you showed. King f7 is a big blunder, a massive blunder, and David is definitely going to take care of that. What does he play? Oh, c3 has happened on the board. The bishop will keep moving, and white doesn't have any plan.
Yes.
I mean, I would say forget about a draw. But is there even a way for white to pressurize black would also be a difference. Also be a question.
Yeah. I don't know, Amruta. But just my feeling is like look at with its body language and maybe there is, hey, can we look at some of, is it possible to have challengers game and to look at them here? Here, yes. Okay. Maybe we can have a
what are the results? Because many results would be done. I think Korobo versus Lamy is already over.
No, but there is no
update of the game.
I think that game is not updated. There is a draw between Edis Gurel and Abhimanyu Mishra. There is a draw between Richard Stalmach and Finek Vaclav. So that's a draw.
Vaishali's result also we don't know yet.
I guess Vaishali was playing against maybe someone
Richard
else,
right? Stalmach. No, I think Vaishali versus Korobo was there today, if I'm not wrong.
Maybe the
that's why we've not got the update yet.
Okay, so maybe these games we can check in a bit when And also maybe Futures is a tournament to have an eye on at some point. You know, these youngsters, the youngest Amruta, the oldest player in the Futures is born 2011.
2011?
Yes.
2011. 13 years.
Yeah, 12-year-olds or 13-year-olds are the ones, and there's the youngest is 2015 born, and he's actually the top seed of the tournament. Okay. Andre Tomasz. Amazing.
But this also seems like in this tournament for challengers, such a nice motivation. You win the tournament, you get to play the Masters. For the Futures also, they get to see these players at such a close distance while they are playing. So it's amazing. It's so inspiring. We saw that in Tata Steel as well.
The organizers have mentioned, you know, like the Futures will play in the same hall as the Masters and Challengers, but also they will get interviewed after their games. So, you know, they get this full experience of playing a super tournament at a very young age.
That's really good, because they get used to giving interviews, to analyze there's so much learnings off the board,
like not just on the board, right?
Yeah,
they are doing it, and I really like how the Prague International Chess Festival has managed to put so many little things together. Like you have a lesson by Vishy, you have Vishy Anand coming here, then you have all these side events which happen in the morning. You have an open tournament that is going on, that's going to begin from tomorrow.
We have very good players. I don't remember the top seed, but the second seed is Setu Raman.
Yeah, Eltat Safarli is the top
Safarli, right. So wonderfully done that way. And you are right, with its body language is very different.
And we have the games, Amruta, that from the challengers that are up. So maybe it's time to just have a very quick look at the games. Firstly, we had Vaishali losing against Anton Korobov in 29 moves. Korobov managed to play very good game, it seems, and has won here. Then we had a draw between Abhimanyu Mishra and Edis Gurel. We had a draw between Finek and Stalmark, a draw between Rodstein and Erwin Lamy, and a draw between Stepan Rebek and Jaime Santos. So in a way, only one decisive game in the challengers, and Anton Korobov becomes the sole leader.
Oh my God!
Yes, early leader of the challengers section. Also, he's the rating favorite here, but clearly it's not going to be an easy task for him to win, especially considering that you have so many strong young talents. Actually, Amruta, there are so many futures in each section, you know, like futures, of course, the youngsters, but then in Masters you have Abhimanyu Mishra, then in the in the challenges you have Abhimanyu Mishra, in the Masters you have Gukesh, Pragg and Nodirbek and Vincent and so on. Coming back to Vidit.
Bishop G8 has been played. It's the 49th move, and for the time control, after 1 hour 30 minutes, they get 30 minutes in addition.
Yes.
That's all. After that, there's no extra time. So no sudden death. So Bishop G8 has been played, and the problem is whenever White intends to go King D5, there will be Bishop G2 check. You can't go King C6. Same with King C4, King B5 ideas. So Black is placed very well. David, I think David being from Czech Republic, is he staying in this hotel or will he be traveling to
No, he was staying here. I met him at the lunch dinner, this room. So he's here. And I think all players prefer staying here. Only player who's not staying in this hotel
Is Bartel.
is Bartel, I believe. That's what Ketty gave us this information, that Bartel prefers staying in some close by space here. But
we had a comment a few minutes ago by Berlin. He says, check-in hotels. Clever name. Check-in to check-in.
yeah, check. Yes.
That's a good one. But it was a wonderful beginning today with such an interesting game. Game of the day for sure is Pragg versus Vincent, and it was delight. Vishy also being here.
Yeah, no, I mean, Amruta, my head was spinning when I was trying to calculate moves of Pragg versus Vincent. You have to actually appreciate a couple of things. One is their preparation.
Insane
which was huge.
Yeah, it was shocking what we heard from Pragg.
I think if we just go back and see, Praggnanandhaa had prepared until move 24. This was his preparation. And then when Vincent went rook a e8, then the move g3 was something that he played over the board. So till move 24 was his preparation, and then every little, by move number 28, he was winning decisively. So the 4 moves which were in between, where he had to think, were so complex that it took away almost all of their time and energy. Maybe not time, because time they were thinking, but a lot of energy.
That's true. And in spite of being so well prepared, what we learned today, there is still so much to figure out on the board.
Yes.
It's not easy, like how much ever prepared you are. It's that, human survival instinct. It's like, oh, have I considered this move? I should recalculate again. I should make sure, because they prepare a hell lot of lines. So, like when we sometimes consider, oh, they are prepared and it's all easy that way. Yeah. It's never easy, even if you're fully prepared.
Amruta, does Vidit have a small chance here? Because
his threat is king b5.
If he goes king, it's his move. King b5.
But then king c7.
King c7.
With the idea of bishop d3 check.
Can he go king a6?
And let's say bishop d3, I force you to go b5 or c4, something.
No, I maybe just go king a7. And I was wondering if there is any merit in my king being more active in that zone.
Let's see, I go bishop e2, bishop d3, do nothing. I'm just going to relax.
You are just waiting.
You do the hard work, Sagar.
This is terrible. Yeah, I can't
do
a thing.
That king is like you. He has to edit, he has to shoot.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just very clear. Yeah? If David keeps his king here, I can't do anything.
Correct. It's the sometimes the right thing to do is to do nothing.
Yeah. Also, do you think that Vidit should kind of accept a draw here? While I'm very appreciative of his fighting skills or abilities, I'm a bit worried about, it's already been 4.5 hours since the game began.
No, I think what he should do is what really makes him feel good. Like if he right now takes a draw and goes back and says that, okay, I could have still tried, there was this one trick, later when he analyzes, he might not feel good about it. So he should feel good whatever he does.
That's a very good point, and maybe that's what Vidit is doing, and he just wants to fight irrespective of the result.
Yeah, and at some point he might just feel that, okay, there's really nothing in here, and I think the moment he feels that, he's going to go for a draw, not waste his energy.
Right. By the way, Amruta, here's an interesting question. The game between Pragg and Vincent today, do you think that it is a positive advertisement for classical chess, or do you think it's a positive advertisement for going away from classical chess? Like, what would you say? Because they prepared so much, yet the game ended decisively with so much theory, but at the same time, they knew so much. So, where are you on this line? Like, oh, I enjoyed this kind of theoretical battle, then the game became on the board and they fought? Or you are like,
but sometimes
24 moves is too much, yeah, like I need to think from move 1 or move 5, whatever.
I think they are at this elite level, which is just another level here which we are talking about, and many of the times what they prepare doesn't happen on the board. So in that respect, it would be such a happy feeling, I would say, for Pragg. Imagine when he sees knight h5 on the board, or even for Vincent when he sees, oh, Pragg is going into this. He's also very happy because both of them are prepared, and it is a battle of who out prepares. So after that, even we have seen after out preparing, it's one or two moves that you go wrong and it's all done. But for Pragg, he didn't lose that spark.
Yes, I agree. Both the players were very happy, perhaps. But as a fan of the game, or as a commentator, as a spectator, what is your take on? You came from freestyle chess here. They were thinking from move number 1. Here they have played 24 moves. It's like a huge difference.
I'm going to be very objective here because, if let's say my perspective, if I don't like to prepare, but if let's say you love to prepare, then it's finally the one who is playing. If he doesn't mind preparing, then why not? It's all about what you enjoy.
Think that there's beauty in both kinds of...
There is beauty in both, but if you then ask me if at a level of between 2000 to 2500, what would you love? I'm going to say freestyle because, for these people, there are seconds, then they have sponsorships, then they are focusing everything, a lot of things like a team to help them to prepare for openings. I'm not going to have a team to prepare for my openings. As 2000, maybe you are my husband, so I might tell you, please prepare this line for me. But otherwise, I have to do the whole thing alone, and I don't think it's a good idea.
I would have actually thought the other way around. That because you are in the we are rating a range of 2000 to 2500, the theory is not that advanced as these people, and we can
still
play.
No, the theory is advanced, but they forget.
No, or you don't prepare so much, you don't understand so much. The reason why the elite players can rattle out so many moves is because they have played so much and they know what is right, what is not, and so on. So they go on this narrow path.
That's a good point.
In this rating range of, let's say, up to 2500, every time you have players playing certain inferior lines and so on, and so there is a path is not narrow anymore, it's a wide path.
It's true, but then there are many more games where you go wrong in theory and you're gone, like the game is gone, which you don't see as often happening at the elite level.
Yes. That's why I think
that's
why I think freestyle chess is not needed there. But at the elite level, perhaps there is a need because, but also then you think about these youngsters, the energy that they have, the amount they can prepare, and all of that is now ingrained in the game of chess. The game of chess has evolved, and perhaps for Magnus, who is right now sort of talking about freestyle chess and trying to promote it, this element of preparation where he sits down in the morning before the game, like at 3 p.m. there's a game, like Pragg must have woken up at 9, or I don't know at what time, had his breakfast, and then sat down and looked at the computer lines for at least 2 to 3 hours before coming to the game. And that requires a lot of energy.
But also maybe somebody just loves doing that.
Yes.
So that's why I say it's a very personal thing. It's a very subjective thing what you love. But in general, for chess, it shouldn't be a lot of memorization.
Yes, that's what I was coming to. That do you think memorization is part of chess? Or it's not? Now
it is, as you said, it has become a part of chess, memorization. I mean, it's not just memorization because they remember the move is remembered logically with the ideas, with the depth to it. But still, you forget something like today we saw Vincent had to play d takes c3 at some point. And just mixing it up, 1 or 2 moves is changing the direction of the whole game. What does it say?
Yeah, I don't know, Amruta. It's a very interesting debate to have. Somewhere deep within, I do feel that chess should not have this much of memorization. On the other hand, I do feel that these players have worked so hard for it, and maybe it should be a part of it. I'm a bit, sort of...
Yeah, so one thing is clear, until they are enjoying doing all the preparation and all, they are here and they are going to be on the top.
I'm sure that every new generation which comes in will enjoy it.
Exactly.
Because it's new for them. Someone who's done that for like a couple of decades will start to feel like
like if you say a very strong 70-year-old chess player, maybe if there was Korchnoi, or if we have right now Timon and players like these, they would be looking at, what are you looking at these engine lines? They're already talking in a different sense. For us, it was like, yes, we are going to look at the engine lines to analyze that way. So every decade it's changing, and until they are all ready to prepare, let them prepare and let us enjoy their preparation.
Yes, and the fact that we had 3 decisive games today already speaks a lot about the fact that classical chess is still very much not a draw or anything. You know, there are going to be decisive games, there are going to be interesting battles, especially when you have a mixed field like this. That's a very important thing, because you have players who are 2750, you have players who are 2700, you have players who are 2710, you have players who are 2660, you have a player who is 2620. There, suddenly the tournament becomes wide open. But imagine in a tournament where everyone is about 2750, the number of draws are generally very high. So having a mixed field, many have said, is the answer to having exciting events.
Oh, that's a very good point.
Vaikanze has been doing this for years, and I have never seen a single edition of it being dull or boring. You know, it's always exciting, bringing in these certain players who are lower rated, then you have to beat them as a top rated player and so on.
But also, what do you say about this? Like for us, David, if we know, who was right there at the top, 27, what was his highest rating? Maybe 30.
Yeah, maybe 27.
And right now maybe he is 20 in his 2600s, but clearly underrated in some way.
Yes.
Of course, as in chess, age does start showing up at some point. We know that, we are very well aware of that. But still, he's a strong player. So today, if he draws against Vidit, it's not like, oh my God, how could, you know, that's never the case. He is also a very strong chess player.
For sure. But, you know, chess rating is kind of, in some ways, just when you're playing at the high level.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what many people have said, that the chess ELO for players above a certain rating works quite okay. But the ELO rating for players below a certain rating is kind of messed up, and there are many underrated players whose rating is way different from their actual strength. So for me, it feels personally that David, from what he was before, he's not as consistent or as playing as strongly as he used to. That's why his rating has dropped. But then again, as you correctly pointed out, he can on any given day come back.
Because your strength is always the one which your rating has peaked. That's your strength.
Yes.
But your rating will be different because you're not always playing up to that strength.
True.
That way.
True. Also sometimes you get permanently, you lose your strength. As you said, age is one factor, a change of circumstances in your life. There are many such things which can make you no longer the same player that you were before.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, Sagar, any chances here for Vidit? He's trying, has his body language changed, or is he still in that intense focus where he feels he can trick his opponent?
No. I think we are beyond that point where Vidit feels that this is a win for him. You can see him, his body language has kind of calmed down a bit. Earlier, maybe he was a bit excited, he had seen some plan that could be winning, but then he realized it doesn't win. So now he's relaxed a bit, and also David looks very relaxed, you know, you don't see him.
David, yeah. Sometimes it's like, you know, you have like 30, how many boards? 15 boards.
Yeah.
And then suddenly yours is the last one sometimes.
Yes.
In the tournament hall. Maybe we can have a view of the tournament hall later.
Yes, that
But
would be nice.
are they making quick moves? Are they going towards a
They are
draw?
making moves. I don't know if they are going towards a draw.
Yeah,
Yes, they are repeating now.
Okay, then
Perhaps.
we should
By the
stay
way,
here.
yeah, all the people who are watching this live, you can always tweet using the hashtag PICF. By the way, the arbiter has come with the new set of score sheets because
I
16
thought it was a
over.
draw. Okay. Not yet.
So hashtag PICF, which is Prague International Chess Festival, is the hashtag. You can actually tweet using it. You can maybe share with us at some point. We may have.
We can try to have some contests.
Yes, we will have that and later on. But for now, if there's any questions you have, please send it over to hashtag PICF. That would be awesome. And
King G3. So he is taking the king over there. Maybe he wants to. Maybe he's gonna keep the bishop on G6, and then he will try to go King G4 with the idea of King F5 or King H5.
yeah.
Why are you?
No, I'm just saying like here. Maybe.
What did he play?
Oh, there you see with it. Yeah,
No, what do you do with black right now? Yeah, you stop King G4 actually. You go Bishop E6. It's just the best.
or even if I go here, what's the big deal?
First, I'll go Bishop to E8.
Okay, I attack you.
Bishop G6. Then
Attack
King
you.
G6.
You come here.
No, not F5 because I want to go King G4 with the idea of King F5, King H5. So Bishop D3. Let's say.
Okay, I allow you King G4. I allow you everything. Let's see what you can do. King G4.
Bishop E6 check you have, no?
No, I won't even give that. Let's say I wait.
You're so kind.
Yes.
King F5.
Okay, King F7 now.
Ooh, you're getting into some danger. Bishop, first C4 maybe?
Okay, I wait.
Because I can never go Bishop E4. And you will go Bishop A2, Bishop B3. Nothing. I have nothing. Okay, I agree. So they played some moves, Sagar, in the game. Maybe we can have a look at that.
King E7, King G4, Bishop B3. Vidit not letting us have early dinner yet.
You have skipped lunch today. How's your energy doing?
Yeah, very good, very good. I'm feeling good, Amruta. All is well. I'm very, very motivated to have great energy levels throughout the tournament, to eat well. Just like how players are, like when they have to peak during the game. I think we as commentators also have to peak during our commentary sessions so that we don't feel tired, sleepy, because you know this, that when a commentator is in the best frame of mind and is rested, they're able to comment better. They are able to come up with
talk better.
More variations, more ideas, more anecdotes, more analogies, and so on. So it's important, just like a player, to have a routine, to sleep maybe a bit before the game, and so on. So I think that nap really helped me
today afternoon.
Yeah. That was the key.
Also, yesterday you had palak paneer, which was given to you by Vidit. So
yes, that
would also help you.
It's nice.
No, but the tournament hall is really beautiful. I went there. I think you have not been, because when you and Vishy were commentating, I went to the hall.
Went there?
Yes.
How did you feel that environment?
Oh, it was beautiful. In fact, I have never seen such a comfortable space for the spectators where they can sit and watch. Normally, you have to either stand, or normally there is a lot of distance. But here, it's like made for spectators to come and sit and to get a feel, that vibe. So beautifully done. and we have a lot more halls. This hotel is huge for that matter. Tomorrow open tournament starts as well.
And actually, Amruta, we got to know from Katie, and actually I also got to know from social media that the famous Botes sisters are going to be here.
I didn't know that.
Yes, they are going to be playing, and I believe they will also be streaming.
I'm sure.
Like their games will be live.
Like in fact, even Bartel is playing, and I believe there is something on his channel as well.
Yes.
He had mentioned, I don't know if it is there, but a lot of players now playing the tournament and something happening on their channels.
Yes, I think that's actually very good for sort of spreading the game.
Also, it's opened another career option in a way.
Yes, for sure. I mean, the fact that so many people have become interested in chess is the key reason why such things can happen. And it's also one of the key reasons why we are here right now, commentating, not from our home, but in Prague right now, and doing this. It's amazing. I think it's the first time that Amruta is commentating
out of India.
And for me, it's maybe the second or third time.
No, maybe many more.
Many more. Yeah, I have done a few, but like it's also this stream is on ChessBase India, but it's also on the official channel of Prague Chess Festival.
Wonderful.
Yes,
so tomorrow we will try to bring in more links so that people will get to know where they can see the pictures. There's some beautiful photos being uploaded on their website.
Absolutely.
They have a social media team as well. So it's a wonderfully done event. And I think they are gonna, one day is gonna be a children's day here.
Yes.
The morning one day is a rest day where they have some plans. So lots of things happening.
Yeah, actually on the rest day we are going to
not take
place,
rest
where there is it's actually a secret. Yes, there is going to be a very nice event.
Today Katie revealed a secret already.
Which is organized for what was the secret she revealed?
Adams.
Yeah, no, that was maybe I was unaware, but
yeah,
openly known.
I mean,
okay, I mean, Amruta, by the way, on the rest day, there's going to be a special program for the Masters. But I'm quite impressed by the fighting ability. I don't care about this position as being drawn or something. Just the fact that they are sitting there and fighting, both of them, amazing.
And what is the time now left on their clocks?
Yeah, I don't know. After 40 moves, I think the clock has just turned to 0, so not able to understand. What is the time left?
But if we imagine, sorry, they had 30 minutes each as increment after 40 moves, and they have played 23 moves.
Yeah.
They would have around 10 minutes. It's a little calm.
Sure. But why is suddenly
David thinking?
Yeah. Has Vidit come up with a plan which has put David under?
No, because we couldn't find any plan, yeah? Look, if you can beat me with white pieces, then there is something.
No, I can't.
You can't?
No, I can't, because there's nothing,
But we rarely get to see that in such a position the players are playing. It's not very often.
Yeah, they generally would agree to a draw.
So Vidit does feel something in the position. He would not play otherwise.
Okay.
Can we try to go in Vidit's mind?
Okay.
No, he meditates. So we cannot really, he will have a barrier over there.
Amruta, make moves for black. I'll try to play as white.
Because that's the only chance. Yeah, I make blunders sometimes.
You can try,
So king f2 you have played. It's my move. I go bishop just c4. I copy you actually. You've already played nicely with the black pieces.
Because I was wondering if somehow I can reach here. But moment I go here, you can either put your bishop back, stopping me here, or give me a check from behind. So that idea is closed. Then I go to This idea, let's say I try this.
This I had tried already, so bishop b3.
Yeah, okay. Here.
Yeah, bishop a2.
Yeah.
Oh my god, there you go. I made a mistake.
Yeah, interesting.
Oh, is it c4? And oh my god, the bishop gets trapped, Sagar. Bishop d3, king c3, king b2.
No, is it
No?
trapping the bishop because it can go away from here? I thought it was more about being here, like
King d5.
king d5. There's b5, so maybe let's play first b5.
But then bishop d1, how are you? King d5, and then for the check,
Yeah, check. There's
bishop
bishop blocks.
e4. Ooh. Wow, look, I did find a mistake by
Yeah,
making
okay,
one.
so now I understand Vidit's plan is to get the king here, then push the pawn and get the d5 square, and because this bishop cuts the king.
Yeah, you don't go king d7. Okay, one more try. Can I do? So when you went king e3.
By the way, David went king d8.
Okay.
He's coming here.
King d4, bishop f7.
Very important to go to f7, not to b3, Amruta. This was, I
This
think,
was
the
the big
key,
error.
Key error, yeah. Bishop f7, good move by David Navara.
Now you don't have the same idea because
But
d5
still,
is
to find that
controlled.
win, like there was a win, felt nice.
Yeah,
It
because
felt like a small hope for Vidit there.
I mean that's why he's playing. At least we get to know.
That's what we understood.
So bishop f7, and the same idea, can it be done like he went king d5 and there was bishop e4, right? Could it happen similarly for king f5 or king h5 where you block with the bishop to g4 or e4? So I do think that Vidit has some practical tricks, and until he feels that, even 0.1% chance he's going to try, as you said, as the Canadian, you know, that
Vidit 2.0.
that we had that Sparta kind of a thing. Now Candidatean attitude. Maybe that's what we can say.
Look at Vidit. What has happened to him? Can we have a full screen of Vidit? He's just what? Look at the way he's thinking, guys. I mean, that will to win is just crazy. And there you see David Navara walking around. Oh, man. No, this is really Amruta. I would never imagine Vidit to be so keen on getting that full point. He's just giving all he has, and guys, this is very cool. But also, I love how David is very calm, cool, composed. So. Yeah, I think Vidit is now trying for his last attempt, because I think his one attempt was if the bishop had gone back to b3. Okay, he goes bishop c8. Yeah, so Amruta, I was just saying that his last trick was bishop b3 with, so that he could close it with this. So that one was one trick he was trying for. But the moment he went back here, David, now he has to try for some new trick. So he goes bishop c8.
Is he threatening king e4? Bishop. No, there is no threat with king e4 anyway. What else? Bishop b7, bishop d5.
Yeah. Could be one idea.
But if we saw that even if he gets the bishop on d5, David will manage to.
Amruta,
by the way, the chat was also discussing a lot about, we were talking about memorization and all of those things. I think it was an interesting subject for sure.
Oh no, sure. This is, I think, the biggest subject right now in the world of chess, especially since Magnus Carlsen has taken such a firm stance on it.
Yeah.
Not only not playing the World Championship, but also then going ahead and sort of launching the freestyle chess and so on. So clearly, as chess fans, this is a phase where you are trying to understand which is the approach that you have to take, as a chess fan. Do you follow? But maybe it's just more events for everyone, everyone's like...
Yeah, it would be beautiful that everything exists and you can play everything, and everybody, like the people who don't like to prepare, they have something like that. The people who like to prepare, they have something like a normal chess.
True.
I believe there are a lot. Finally, chess is a lot about creativity at the end of it. And if you
I think, Amruta, a player like you would do well in freestyle chess, and a player like me would do better at traditional chess.
Right, because the creativity element, if it is taken away, you don't feel good. Like, you want to start showing your creativity from number one. That's what you would really enjoy. And you see that kind of love in the old chess players, you can see, who had to find from move 5 and 6 and 7, the analysis they did. Used to be so happy about it.
Yeah.
Now, yes, again you are happy at move 25th, but then you are not happy for 20 moves. Okay, that's just kidding. It's cannot be very radical about it, but for me to play, I would love freestyle for sure. Because there is no time to prepare.
True. Okay. Vidit,
and there is one of the event, Chess 960, by the way, during this.
Yeah.
There is one side event.
Will you
play? I won't play. It requires a different mindset.
Yes.
But there is this event.
But would you...
I think the best chance for me to play is sometime to play with you, because I think I can beat you there.
Well, when we arrived at the hotel, there was the chessboard downstairs, and I said, let's play a bit, and you were like, no.
We arrived at night, 11 o'clock. It was it was raining, the weather was bad. I had to have dinner, and you can't, use that I'm hungry and then you are beating me.
Okay, tonight then.
When I'm in the best state of mind, I will play with you.
Guys,
then I know that I can beat you.
You see that Amruta doesn't...
We will record first 2 games. Don't worry. So Bishop h5 has been played. Okay, so Sagar, now you go Bishop d5. Bishop g8. Maybe Bishop g8. Still, how does it matter? Sometimes, one of the trick the elite players do is to just keep playing and playing. It goes into time pressure at some point. And there the opponent makes a mistake because he's on the defensive side.
Yes.
When he has very less time and when he is very low on energy. The position objective is always equal. So that is another thing which is completely not related with the current situation, which Vidit might also be looking at, the stamina. Tell me something, if you were black in this position with Vidit, you would feel, okay, this is a draw, you can hold it. But hasn't it happened many times when such positions were a draw? Clear draw in your games, but towards the end some mess up happened.
Yeah, it's quite possible that a mess up could happen from
No, I don't know
end.
here.
I messed up so many positions, Amruta, which were drawn. But I think it had less to do with the position, but just more to do with me wanting to end the game and get to a result. And I think that is a common error which players of all levels face, that instead of focusing on the game, you want to already start thinking about the result. And also I used to really think about many other things, like how will I celebrate, what will my parents say, what will others say.
I don't think at elite level that's going to be a problem, right?
They don't
They're
have,
not
they
going
have,
to think about
they have
when will
reached
the game
elite
end.
level because of fixing this problem.
That's
you know,
true.
this is very common issue that players of lower level face. But yeah, it resurfaces back many times. Like if you were having this when you were growing up, and then you became a strong player by removing it, then at some point, at a critical moment, it can resurface. David goes king to d7 here.
Also, one more thing for Vidit, as an extra addition,
Yeah.
Sagar, his candidate's time control is going to be 50 minutes more, right, after 40 moves.
Yes.
And then they have another increment. So the stamina, just to keep playing here, is like a preparation in some way for the candidates, because you just keep playing.
True, true.
So that way, even if it ends in a draw, towards the final moment, for Vidit, it makes a difference that he should play on.
Yes, very
no
good.
matter what.
Very good point. I think this is the reason why he's playing on, because he is not just playing this tournament for the tournament's sake. He is playing it for the preparation of his next tournament, which is the candidates. And there, clearly, he has to fight. Like if he was fighting so hard in the candidates, we would not be like, oh, why is he doing it? Because then the stakes are very different. So maybe he's just taken these 9 rounds as whatever I do in Canada, I'm going to do in Prague. Yes. And that's also the reason why I think he is ordering food from Indian food, you know, eating Indian food here. Because that's what he will do there as well. The king has somehow managed to get in to d5.
Out of the endgames which you used to play, let's say bishop endgames, then there are these same colored bishop endgames, opposite colored endgames, knight endgames, rook endgames. We know rook endgames go long and long, but generally the same color bishop endgames have something where the opponent's pawn is on light square. Yeah, that at least one pawn out of these 4 could have been on the light square, and then you're pressing. But it's a very different scenario I'm seeing. All the pawns on black squares, not normal, not at all normal.
No, David has planned it. Actually, he's planned it well to keep these pawns, because the moment you push one of your pawns on the light square,
but does the evaluation change?
100% it will change.
Can you just show
Because
that for the...
Because already the king is very active. So let's say if I...
h5. Let's say we go just h5, yeah?
Here
After
instead of
doing
bishop f5, let's say I play h5.
Yeah.
Now it's already lost.
Gone. Okay, let's just give an example with b5. Or maybe all possible, f5.
But let's just show how this wins, no, Amruta? You give a check. You put your king, let's say you push the king maybe this or this way, I don't know. Let's say you push it this way. I push your bishop away. Now if you go back here, I can go and attack here. So you have to go back to e8.
Okay.
And then I go here, threatening to enter here.
So bishop d7.
Bishop d7. Sorry, if king d7, then I go bishop here and win. Bishop g6, because if you take, I have a passer. And if you go bishop d7, trying to attack here, I go bishop h7 and then come here and attack. So yeah, it's
just that one pawn on light square would change everything drastically, and any pawn. David has really played this well, I would say.
I think it's easy for him, this endgame, no?
Not endgame, I mean, I would say from middle game, because he was under some pressure, and then to keep that pace.
Amruta, now bishop goes back to b3.
By the way, 15 minutes ago, the clock was, as Sagar says, 16 minutes for VD and 8 minutes for Navara, and that was 15 minutes ago. We might right now have around maybe 2-3 minutes for.
We can ask our producer G, who is a very well-known chess personality, and IM with 2 GM norms, Tadeusz Kribel, if there is any possibility of having the clocks on our screen, or is that something which is a glitch from the feed itself?
I could keep.
King goes to d7. I like how David gets up from his chair, walks around a bit.
It's in Czech, I can't read. To translate to English is also in Czech.
Amruta is checkmated.
No, but we'll get there. We'll get. Well, anyway, you can.
Oh, look at Vidit, yeah, there. Look at him. Vidit is, this is a look of a man who had a winning position at some point and is now not able to reconcile to the fact that the game is drawn. But Vidit at no point had winning position today. He was equal throughout. Yet he is having this look. Aha. So Vidit, is it? No, it's a 15-minute delay.
It's a 15-minute delay here too. So current time actually is 16 minutes for Vidit and 9 for Navara. Or was that 15 minutes ago?
Yeah, 15 minutes ago.
Completely confused.
Oh, this is all 15 minutes delay. This is real time.
Got it. No, now I think Vidit kind of knows it.
No, he's trying for that one last trick if there is something left, and also he's trying to sort of tire out Navara.
But
and
also,
Amruta, this is a very common trick you will see at the top level, that you keep on moving, get the opponent low on time, somehow, put some doubt in their mind, and then at some point force them to make a mistake, and everyone is like, oh, he made a mistake. But actually it was all that moving around and tiring down that made that happen.
No, but still, if you lose such a game by that one mistake, how do you feel? Like, can you even try to put it in words, verbalize it?
Yeah, it will completely destroy you. I think it will be very difficult for, let's say if David blunders here, it will be very difficult for him to recover. The chances of him blundering are very low. But I think it's inspiring, and I guess this is exactly the kind of attitude that Magnus Carlsen had in the early 2010s, which made him into what, to rule the world of chess for over a decade, like close to a decade. It was this fighting ability. I kind of play on, and then at some point someone would blunder and Magnus would win. And he had many things going for him, and the most important was his fitness and energy levels. which were off the charts. I mean, there was hardly anyone who was more fit than him in the world of chess. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I read some article on some newspaper that Vidit is into boxing.
What?
Yeah, he's using, I think, boxing as a way of, or some, maybe he gave some analogy somewhere, but I think one of the ways, and this I'm not yet, maybe I have to ask him, but I think he is doing some serious.
But otherwise also he was into basketball and good fitness always.
Yeah.
Sometimes you are fighting against an experience there. So David definitely more experienced than Vidit.
Yeah.
And that experience sometimes helps, even if you're, even if your stamina is lesser, even if you have to keep defending. But that experience is your savior.
True.
Maybe we can also look at them with the side camera. How is David feeling about the position? Is he even minutely tensed or he's relaxed?
And the side camera gives a nice view of the playing hall as well.
No, David seems relaxed because you've folded your hands and you're sitting there. Otherwise, you would be, holding your head.
Yes. No.
So he's definitely relaxed. With that also, it's very clear that he's not going to let go of this draw.
Yeah. And Amruta, how are you enjoying your first commentary from the venue where you have to commentate for 5 hours?
It's wonderful because all the time it used to be from my house. And then, yes, we were at Chennai, but this is a very different experience. The city has a vibe, I would say, the Prague city, beautiful, and this hotel, as we had mentioned so much about it.
Yeah.
And then a lot more news coming. We have articles on ChessBase India. So social media, do check out some interesting stuff and contests.
Yes.
You had a contest as well, Sagar.
Yeah, I had a contest
giveaway.
to guess who would win this tournament, but I think that's already done now because the tournament has begun. Right now it does feel like Pragg has got an early lead in that contest, but also Abdusattorov, because if you think about it, Parham and Abdusattorov beat 2 of the lowest seeds in this tournament, while Pragg beat one of the strongest opponents in the tournament.
Oh yes,
right? Like
that's an added advantage.
Yeah, so it was a big result for Pragg.
So Pragg was white today.
Yes.
Also, I think I will have.
Oh, we have Dmitry Komarov in the chat who says freestyle chess is a measure of chess talent. Many current players will be disappointed with their results. I actually asked Caruana this question, that if the freestyle chess becomes the main thing for the top players, do you think that the current top players will also be the top players in freestyle chess?
Oh yeah, that was a very good question.
And he said yes. He thought so. Like, he feels that openings is not the only thing that differentiates top players, and that if you kind of gave them enough opportunities to learn this format and try it out, they will become the best in the world in that.
Yeah, maybe initially there is this rustiness, but it is for everyone.
Yes.
Equally for everyone. Nobody is well prepared in the opening,
so
but
maybe
then their calculation will stand out, their experience will stand out, because the middle game, I think the middle game, as we saw, were very weird positions. So you see a lot of creativity there, but it's just so fresh. It's completely like, you feel like as you go, like you go to a new city. Let's say you come to Prague for the first time, and it's so fresh, beautiful city. It's the same feeling.
Same feeling, yeah, when you sit at the board. Correct. But Amruta, the important thing to note here is that very quickly theory will develop there as well.
Yes.
It's not like people will just keep playing with a fresh mind. Now already position number 692, the best move is c4.
Okay,
and
we are talking about 1-1 move ahead.
Maybe three moves
for 1,000 years, Sagar. But
no,
at least if
not
you
1,000 years. The thing is,
years.
the reason why chess theory built up so slowly in our traditional chess is because the databases and everything came in towards the end of 2000.
35 years
yeah,
ago.
in the end of 2000, the engines became stronger recently and so on. But with all of these things already existing, the pace at which theory will develop in the things cannot be compared with what has already happened. It will be more rapid, it will be much quicker, it will be faster. There will be internet where knowledge flow is much faster. So you can expect that things to move very rapidly in this front.
Yeah. But also we have these top chess players coming up with different ideas. Kramnik had come up with no castling chess. Then there are these. This is just one change, and it can be dealt with.
Yes.
Theory is the problem, but I don't think theory is the problem for the youngsters, as you've said. So we get to enjoy their chess.
True.
We get to enjoy who can out-prepare. Who is better prepared? It's always a question. You see, today for 35 moves, Vincent thought about a move which he actually was prepared, but he had to figure it out on the board.
Right.
And now that was something which we could have fun, all of us.
Amruta, I was thinking that
Don't
Vidit...
go away right now. The game is still going to go.
I was thinking, can Vidit play the move f5 here? What do you think?
Commitment
Yeah.
to light square. Can it be dangerous for white? That is also one of my questions.
Well, he is thinking about it, I feel, because
That's how you
somewhere
progress,
you are limiting this bishop on e6. Let's say it goes back, I come up, I try to trade. If you trade, then I'm winning, as we already know.
But the bishop stays on h5. I think that was the main problem.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Vidit will go f5 at some point, but David will manage with bishop h5 and stuff like that.
Vidit is like rocking in his chair and
You don't know that.
He
Oh,
played F5.
what a guess, Sagar.
Yeah, no, I just felt that that might be the only way to sort of make progress.
Yeah, but I didn't expect that he will be playing it right away. Okay, now how is David going to react?
Think if we know David's time on the clock, it might be a very just when I said it, we have the timer on the clock.
Yeah, your wish is fulfilled. 4 minutes 36 seconds for David.
So much more information now we have, right? Like it just feels like as if a new insight has opened up. Now, Amruta, today I've been asking like if only Pragg could come to analyze, and Pragg came. Said if only clock was here and clock came. So today I can ask, and things are happening.
Yeah, what do you want to ask?
If only I could eat a pizza tonight for dinner.
You can ask for better things, Sagar.
No.
What is pizza?
I don't want
is
to ask for. Oh, by the way, he's gone bishop b3. Amruta, do you think now c4 is coming? Because we were talking about it, right? That the bishop. But maybe.
Yeah, exactly. But with the f5 pawn, things have changed. Can we still try c4 right now? Can you just go c4?
Or can we first go for a check? Check here.
Why?
And then king moves and then c4 so that the bishop is outside.
No, I want the bishop to go to e4 when we get the check on f3. That was the key point then when c4 worked. So let's try c4. Do you remember?
Now bishop d1.
Yeah, now king d5. The point was for bishop f3, bishop e4.
But now you have no threat.
But there was no king on d7.
Because I need a check somehow to remove the king from here. But I don't have a check.
Okay, so the king was on e7 last time. So maybe we go back and
give a check. Yeah, give a check perhaps.
But yes, forced.
Check. King e7 or c7? Maybe c7?
No, e7 because you need to control e6, right? Because bishop f3 will control c6.
Okay. King e7.
Maybe both work though. c4.
c4.
Bishop d1.
Now I was thinking if bishop c2 works, Amruta, because I am attacking your pawn here.
f5. Am I losing the pawn?
Yes, you will lose this pawn.
I mean, it will be a race. So I give you f5, I go king c6.
Oh my
At
God.
least some fighting chess.
At least no, this becomes really intense, Amruta. Bishop d3, king b6, f5. Maybe Vidit also is risking a bit here because c5.
But if you go c5, f1 is the queening square with a check, Sagar. Does that make a difference?
So, but
bishop takes b5 here. King takes b5.
King takes.
f4, c6, f3, c7, f2, c8 queen, f1 queen check. No, I would maybe exchange and then play f4. What? King d7.
So I should start with king b6. f2, c7. Because otherwise the king would have settled here. Now if it goes here, I can go up.
And then king b7 and then white is the one who will queen with a check. So you don't want that.
So you queen?
Yeah.
I queen.
Okay, just a quick question.
And we have a new endgame. Oh!
Queen endgame. Just a quick question, Sagar. If the D and the B pawns were not existing,
Yeah.
and if Vidit wins the H pawn, let's say he's a pawn up,
Yeah.
is that position a draw?
Yeah, I mean, if the black king is so near, then yes, it's a draw. Because if the black king was far, it was still a draw, but it's tricky. But if it's near, I can always trade the queens also and go into a king pawn endgame, which is drawn. So coming back to where we were, bishop b5 check has happened and David has played his king to c7. It's unbelievable, Amruta, that on our channel right now we have around 1200 people. It's well past midnight, like it's almost 1 a.m. closing in on 1 a.m.
Oh,
And
right, in India.
we have people following with it because this is what they want to watch. They want to see the champions fighting it out, and this is such a nice sort of a layout where you can see with it, you can see the position. If only that was more sort of the position was more exciting, more fun. Oh, by the way, yeah, that full screen was awesome. Wow, look at that. Nice.
And it's also nice that David is walking in between.
Yeah, he comes in between and covers, reminds us that he's there, the watchful eye.
"15 minutes ago, we had Anirudh who said, David bhai ki tie." He did spot the checkered tie, which
tie.
David bhai means bro. Or just like a even friendly kind of a thing.
Amruta, bishop trade offer. And
No, he's
David
not gonna
instantly said,
exchange.
sorry, bhai, I'm not taking it. Because if he took, he was losing. That's given. So, bishop went back to c2, attacking here. I think Vidit has to play bishop e6 to defend it, perhaps. Yeah?
Yeah. Bishop e6 is forced. No. The problem is there is no possibility of zugzwang here.
Yes,
What
he
did he go?
plays his
Bishop e6. But still, whenever you look at with its body language, it's no traces of, oh, this position is a draw. You
Boredom,
know,
yeah.
it's
No-
all,
nothing- no
not
boredom,
a boredom,
no-
but not even a draw. It's all about like, oh, I have that chance. It just feels that he has the hope. I don't know how much this can be impactful on David, but as we have discussed already on elite level, it may not matter as much when David knows he's calculated everything and this is a draw.
Yeah. By the way, all the people who were saying that there is a 50 move rule, it will not apply because a pawn move means that 50 moves restart again.
Yeah.
So Vidit did push his pawn on the 80th move. This pawn pushed to f5. So now the next 50 moves will happen on 130, which is which is roughly 47 moves away. Amruta, I was just thinking that if there's any more attempts to win this position that are there left, do you see it? Any?
Let's try to see. Okay, can we do the same trick? You can try and I will defend.
Yeah. Okay. Let me try.
Let's see if you score your third GM now. Let's say if this is the game, if you win, you get your GM now, Sagar. Final GM now.
Is it
and you're playing against a weaker player. But the position is draw. So you go king c. Only one chance, yeah, for you.
Oh my god.
I can defend with as many chances.
So much pressure.
Okay, no, not one chance. Let's just play king c7.
King c7, king b5.
Bishop d3 check.
I shouldn't get checkmated, but okay.
Bishop e2.
Bishop e2. Okay.
What are those moments in life when not doing anything is the right thing to do?
Most of the moments, I think, in life.
No. So bishop e2.
No, Amruta, it's not clear to me how to make progress, because last time I did go in here, I sat here and you just kept your king here, not letting me do anything.
Right.
Felt like real. Yeah, king a4.
Oh, Vidit is making some moves. What happened in the game?
King e3. King e7, king f4. Amruta, his king is going this way.
But then bishop d1 is coming. David is going to play bishop d1.
By the way, can we ask our chat also to go and like the stream which is happening here, so that more people can get notified about this and what is happening? It's one of the biggest chess festivals in the world. It's called the Prague International Chess Festival. It is just 5 years old. This is the 6th edition, and it is already becoming into one of the most sought after chess event in the calendar. It's supported by Novibor, and Novibor is a team in Czech Republic which is a very strong team. And maybe a question to our chat: who is the first Indian GM to play for Novibor?
Nice question. By the way, we had Komarov asking, Sagar, Amruta, are you going to Toronto?
Yes, for sure.
Sagar is going to Toronto.
I'm going, but I think Dimitri is also in Canada now.
Wow.
Yes, he shifted. I think he's in Edmonton, maybe. That's what I remember.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
You will be able to meet him.
No, for sure. MRS Transport had asked in the chat, can you explain the move f5 for Vidit? Actually, it did happen in the game later on at that point, and Vidit is trying to grind this out with f5, but it's not working out for him right now. It's not winning. He goes back, bishop c4. Maybe, Amruta, there is one way. I get it.
Okay, right.
Play.
Bishop c4, yeah, after bishop c4. I do nothing, bishop d1.
Bishop d1, okay. Bishop d3.
Bishop h5.
Bishop e4.
Bishop. Okay. d1, bishop f3 you're gonna play. And when I go bishop c2, king g4. Why not? Bishop d1.
Yeah. Okay, just wondering if maybe you don't want to trade, yes?
Now bishop b3. No, not at all.
Bishop b3. Smart.
Trading is done, no?
King g4.
Bishop f7.
I was hoping that you would go
I'll go bishop c2, yeah?
c2, yeah.
I saw that. And then you go king g4.
Yes.
And then I saw h5, king h5,
No, this
bishop
would,
f5.
this would be serious danger because I have the outside passer now.
I just don't want to get into it.
No, definitely don't get into it. And also, like, if you wait, like after king g4, I think I'm winning with king h5. Bishop f5, king h6. I mean, this...
Not winning, but yeah, black will
The
unnecessarily have
difficulty
to...
has increased.
Yes, for sure. So bishop goes back to f7. Now that's...
Yeah, I liked how you were very alert that you quickly moved your bishop not here but to b3 in this position. And then when I went to trying to come here, you immediately blocked it with the bishop.
So the whole plan is the king, the white king, you don't let it attack the dark square pawn. Unless your king can defend it, it's fine. But if not, here the king is on e7, you just don't allow the entry. Close the gates, Sagar, close the gates.
True. So the live board we have right now is here, 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 here.
Vidit seems like, he just reacted in a way where he's not very happy that there is no breakthrough. Sometimes you do feel your opponent might make a mistake, or maybe you don't think anything like that, but just you're fighting and then the feeling, something will happen, but then it doesn't work out. Komarov says, when I played once chess 960, I'm often seated near Portish with the same color and checked what Portish.
He retracted the message. So
did he? Okay. Or it was auto retracted, I don't know.
No, he must have retracted. Okay, it seems like Vidit's going to ask a draw now.
Now?
Yes.
But why will he ask? Because he will try to convert it with c4 and that queen endgame and...
I don't know. He just looked at David in a way where... And also the clock. And now this look. And I think he might just offer a draw.
Oh yeah, he's looking at David. That's true. Or just some quick moves he might play.
Amruta, what do you think about like playing such a long game and then going to the gym after it and then working out before dinner?
I mean, if you are able to do that, it is amazing discipline, I would say. It's not easy because you're so tired, you're so hungry. Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Sagar.
And look at David. He just got up from his chair. What respectful thing, right?
He's the most humble person in the chess world.
Amazing.
Yeah, seriously most humble.
I love it. Love the way in which he got up, sort of shook hands with Vidit, and also loved the fighting spirit of Vidit here. So a lot of things to learn from. But Amruta, yes, I could guess his body language well.
This is tremendous because I thought he'll still play. But
no,
the moment he realized he
there was doubt in his eyes when he started looking at his opponent and the clock. So that doubt we could see. And there we have the chief arbiter who's putting the pieces back, Vidit putting the pieces back. Also, they are not discussing much here. Because I think the game did not have that many things that happened, right? Like it was quite an equalish game.
Also, I believe they were very dead because sometimes when there is not, you even calculating certain things, it's easier to do that. When you just know that you've calculated everything and there's not much to calculate, you still keep worrying, oh, I'm not missing something.
True.
That's more tiring.
And by the way, Vidit then went away, and now David is still.
This was a nice slow-mo zoom.
Yes. No, the camera is being handled beautifully. It feels like there's a cameraman in the venue who's actually following the players as they move out, but it's not. Yeah, it's just being handled really well from here by our producer G.
I would really say that David did play amazing.
He's also smiling, he's relaxed.
Yeah, he played amazing for the first round with Vidit Gujrathi, the candidate, holding him for a draw.
And there we have the empty playing hall with a great first day done and dusted. It was a very exciting day. We had 3 decisive games in the Masters section, with Nodirbek Abdusattorov scoring a win against Nguyen Thai Daiwan. We had Parham Maksudlu beating Mateusz Bartel, and we had Praggnanandhaa beating Vincent Keimer. There we have the results on the screen. 2 draws. Vidit drawing against David Navarra in a marathon 5.5-hour battle. Gukesh drawing his game against Richard Rapport. I would believe Gukesh to be slightly upset there, as he had quite a good advantage, but great defense there by Rapport. And then tomorrow we have the round starting at 3 o'clock. Again, the second round. Maybe we can have a look at the pairings of the second round, because tomorrow is going to be a very exciting day of chess.
Every day is going to be exciting, Sagar, here. Every single day.
Yeah.
And today, the game of the day was Praggnanandhaa versus Vincent, for sure.
Yeah, they played like crazy chess. Great theory. I think, Amruta, how excited are you now to travel with me to a well-known place in the city of Prague and record the recap for today?
Ooh, depends on how cold it's going to be outside. So let's look at the weather.
Okay.
If it is raining, because if it is snowing, then for sure no. If it is raining, maybe a draw, and if it is not raining, high chances. So let's look at the pairing for tomorrow, if at all we have. But otherwise also, I have it on my phone, Sagar. The pairing, I would be able to tell you. Tomorrow, here we have David Navarra versus Vincent Keimer.
Okay.
Maksudlu versus Praggnanandhaa.
Ooh, 2 winners of today.
Yes, Richard Rapport versus Bartel.
Okay.
Nguyen Thai Daiwan versus Gukesh. And Vidit versus Nodirbek.
Wow. And Vidit has had a good score with Nodirbek in the past, so that would be an interesting game to follow. Guys, see you all tomorrow at 3 p.m. local time in Prague. This is Sagar Shah and Amruta Mokal signing off. Bye.
Have a great day. Good night.
My name is Karel Janicek, and I am a mathematician and a social innovator. When I was a kid, I played chess competitively and loved strategic card games. I may have been a mathematician since birth, at least as far as I can remember. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. D21 is the key to saving democracy, and its implementation for political elections is absolutely crucial. Another innovative product we developed together with scientists from the Science 21 Foundation is the revolutionary mathematics game Mateso. I believe that Mateso will enable children from all over the world to learn mathematics in a fun way and help them develop critical thinking, a crucial skill in today's turbulent times of omnipresent information and misinformation. That is why we came up with the innovative board game Mateso, which brings mathematics closer to all age groups in a fun way. By playing Mateso, preschool children subconsciously gain knowledge of key information about the structure of the number system without having to know any number or perform a single calculation. Namely, the game includes a multiplication table, prime numbers, factorials, Fibonacci numbers, and the concept of zero. By playing this game, a so-called backbone algorithmic system is created in a very entertaining way. It is a natural consequence of certainty in all basic mathematical operations. With Mateso, starting primary school mathematics would no longer be scary. It will change into a fun subject. For school-age children and teenagers, this game has a similar effect. However, the activation rate of the backbone algorithmic system is inversely proportional to the age and the level of dislike of mathematics that individuals acquire during the classical educational process. For adults, this game is not only a way to teach their children the necessary basics in mathematics, but also an opportunity to find their own acquired blockages in this field and gradually get rid of them. Mathematics is all around us, and it is beautiful. However, its beauty is easy to overlook if we don't know how to look. Mateso is the way to learn it. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague International Chess Festival.